touted as the genius, and now he's buying Instagram because he wants to be the next Rupert Murdoch. So it's like
Flat Earth Solar. Have you ever started a business?
Yeah, I'm presently running my own business.
Okay, gotcha. Well, after my first year, I was in the red a lot, 5 digits, which is a lot for me. I mean, you usually start out in the red with a business, isn't it? Just proportional?
Yeah, I think they say most businesses lose. They're in the red for the first like 3 years of operation, but in hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, it's
you can't claw your way back from
stomach.
that.
Yeah.
No, so I hear what you're saying, and maybe I should have termed that differently. So thanks for the correction.
Well, how many Teslas is that?
Well, and I wanted to get on there because you made it sound like the government was footing $30,000 per unit sold. If I remember correctly, I think it was like $6,000 per unit sold that the United States government picked up. So
yeah,
what are they? 80K? What's a Tesla? 60, 70, 80, 120? It depends on the model.
Yeah, they've got a few models. I don't know.
So,
it's been a little while since, like, a few years ago, Tesla started profiting, and the government stopped having to we stopped paying for anything lost. But for the first, I don't know, decade almost or something, whatever it was, yeah, we were picking up like $6,000 per every unit sold.
okay, so what do you think?
But that's
hold on now.
So, okay, go ahead.
What's the profit margin on a Tesla?
To Tesla, 0. It's negative.
Well, not anymore. No, like I say, they started profiting, but it took subsidy money to get them going.
So I'm not. Okay, so like you're saying, initially they put in, like, let's say they were selling it for 60,000. I don't know what they were originally selling for, but let's say 60. Are you telling me that
costing them 70,000 to produce?
Okay, gotcha. Well, is that because of initial investment in infrastructure is being factored into that? You get what I'm saying?
Like I say, it's not really rational, and I wish that my government would also allow me to sell products below cost and then just subsidize me.
Infrastructure is another thing that taxpayers are all footing the bill for.
Mm-hmm.
That's separate.
Supposedly it was due to carbon reduction, that if you're selling these electric vehicles and they're not going to be running on carbon fuels, then there would be a carbon reduction. So the government saw it on a broad scale. The positive impact of carbon reduction could be offset through this mechanism, and then started to assist Tesla. They were really the ones driving the whole electric vehicle market, and then Audi joined and BMW joined and all these other guys. So it was that's their mainstream narrative. But it's
but they don't include the child labor in carbon reduction.
Yeah, what I was trying to say about a business is, like, if you've ever run a successful business, or like a business that just pays you your monthly salary, it is very challenging in the very beginning, especially if you choose a good business model versus a slightly inferior business model. The slightly weaker business models can take 3, 4, 5 years to pay back, and unless they can really scale at that point, your growth is also in every 3 or 4, 5 years. You're seeing the kind of growth expected. Certain businesses can 100% or 200% year on year. So it depends on what the business model is and what you've decided to do with your business. With my venture now, we were profitable from about month 3. So if you've got a really safe model that's going to lead to profit, then you don't really need to run in the red. But like Tesla was allowed for a decade or more to run into the red on government funds. And that's on the hundreds of millions of dollars of government funds.
What's really infuriating about that is, Elon Musk had yet to run a profitable company, and yet his personal net worth had been was going up at a rate making him one of the richest men in the world. How do you not have a profitable company and become one of the richest men in the world?
Well, Tesla was valued at almost an equivalent value to Ford. And Tesla, I think at that stage, was selling 400 vehicles a year. And Ford was selling, hundreds of thousands worldwide. Like, how could you even compare the two? But they were valued similarly.
But for real, can't we point to the Queen of England as the wealthiest person in the world because she's the largest landowner by a landslide?
I didn't say he
No,
was.
she's not. She's not No, the Queen of England is not the richest family in the world. Actually, it is the Vatican. That's the richest institution in the world.
That's not really what we're talking about, though.
Oh yeah. But
well, people say like Elon Musk. Well, the way that they evaluate that seems to correspond to shares of stock, doesn't it? Doesn't it fluctuate up and down all the time?
Yeah, but when I look at Elon Musk's wealth, I have to look how did he made this Tesla? How is Tesla making money? Well, to make those batteries, they need lithium and cobalt, rare earth metals. And these metals, they are imported from Congo. In that country, you have children working in the mines for metals. So,
okay, I have no idea what just happened.
Those batteries are blood batteries. That's how Elon Musk made wealth.
You say blood very well. It just flows right off the tongue.
Gallons of the stuff.
It sounds like Dracula. Blood.
When it's about blood, I count every little drop.
Count. He said count.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So,
wait, what I miss? Somebody making a joke?
Blah.
So
I count the cobwebs on the wall. Does anybody know the Sesame Street count video?
Yes, dude.
1, 2, 3 of them.
I count slowly, getting faster.
I told you I could count.
Man, that Sesame Street, when they bleeped out count, that blew my mind.
Oh, they never called him Count. He was just always called whatever he was.
No, not that.
Come on. It's what'll be next. Come on. They got Mandela effects about stuff that we know is not true. Come on, give me a break.
That's not what I was talking about. Apparently you don't know the video.
Counting.
Here.
Bad. I was teasing. I wasn't trying to talk.
Watch the video. You know what I'm talking about.
Seems like a lot of people are misunderstanding gospel.
Here I go. I'm watching this. I'm watching the video.
So check the graphs that I've posted in the live stream of Tesla's cash losses in the billions.
Oh yeah, that checks out.
Yeah. It looks like a good business model, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, it looks like you're going to get bailed out soon then.
It's only getting better and better.
That looks like perfect
when you are
timing.
getting when you are getting governmental funding, your company, you cannot make profit. That will be stupid.
Exactly.
Sometimes I get
Yeah.
carried away. Beep.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. It's funny.
Business, what's that?
This is how our minds
It's
replace
buzzy.
information. The count video is a very interesting psychological phenomenon.
That's funny though. You're right. It's funny when you bleep out something that's not bad, and then your mind fills that in.
Yes.
The mind is a very, very interesting thing. Is
There are people that initially argued that they edited this and redid the voice and actually said that word and then bleeped over it, refusing to acknowledge that it's just a bleep and that he wasn't actually cussing.
it'll be a Mandela effect by tomorrow. All I'm trying to do is bring out the fact that this kind of stuff that we come across now, tomorrow will be something that they're claiming is some kind of evidence. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, but it's true.
Uh, 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 uh.
All right, I'm gonna shut up now.
Why?
No, you don't have to. No.
I got one laugh.
What's this?
You know that I am called the Count.
Sonny's
Because
playing.
I really love to.
This is referred to as sophomoric humor.
Well, we laugh about these things, but in reality, there's people that get confused by them and believe that they're real and that they're true.
Yeah,
And then their reality starts to break down very quickly.
we should play on and make comments.
Sometimes I sit and all day. But sometimes I get carried away.
No.
I slowly getting faster.
You know we can all hear this, Sonny.
Okay,
Slowly get big.
sorry, it's dumb.
It's hilarious.
We can all hear.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. That made my day right there.
Well, I like to point to psychological phenomenon sometimes.
Sometimes I sit and beep all day.
Count, obviously.
But you know that these things that we're talking about now is just scratching the surface of what's really going on in the world. Just scratching the surface.
Yeah. Counting the balls.
No, he's counting cobwebs. He's counting all sorts of things in that song. He's the count.
Some days I sit at home and count balls in space all day.
Do we have ladies' night tonight?
I hope so.
Me too.
We need some
been
globals
a while.
today. Yeah. I'm sure the globals will show up today.
Oh, I'm sure.
Rookie, is that about the Ukraine thingy you posted?
Not necessarily, no.
No?
Anybody still cares about Ukraine?
No, not really. And that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll admit it. That was the first video I watched when I heard about what was going on, and it took me about 3 seconds to realize that it's. Well, I don't know what you want to call it. I don't want to
Where
say the
is
wrong
this?
words.
Looks like Ukraine.
Yeah, well, they claim it was. I have no idea. It looks like a couple of guys pushing a dummy on a cart to me, but that's just my opinion.
Oh, okay. I mean, I see. Okay.
They wrapped a towel around a rubber wading boot. Now, why would you do that? Why would a paramedic wrap your wound without taking your boot off? Have you ever noticed that happening anywhere? Come on, we all have to like be logical here. We have to like think
I don't
about
know the
what's
procedures
reality.
for that. Yeah.
Neither do I, but I can tell you honestly, they don't wrap a sheet around a rubber boot, my friend.
Well, maybe it was a fake wound.
Maybe it was. Hey,
Wow, that's a great example there.
what? Hey, you know what? I'm gonna give you 2 brownie buttons, sir,
But it looks like a real human, though.
because you're
Hand
thinking
and-
like a human being for once. Amen.
Yeah.
So when you said a dummy, you mean like the whole body or just?
Well, I could post the whole video, but like I said, I don't want to get in trouble. I think this is something that we should probably not do here. But
yeah,
that's true.
the locker room if you want.
I don't know if I'll be able to find the video. I might have saved it or not, but I'll see if I'll see what I can find though. I will.
Yeah, sure. Can have a look at it.
I just had to try to remember what. I think it was. I don't know. It might have been one of the famous 3-letter ones.
Measuring the curvature of my ball.
How do you do that with a curved ruler?
Well, there's something called a tape measurer.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody
Or
knows. Everybody knows you can't measure with the tape measure. You measure with a spirit level. Duh.
sorry, wrong name. That's not what I was referring to. A tailor's tape measurer is actually what I was referring to.
Oh yeah, tailors. Yeah,
Sounds more accurate. Yeah.
like fashion designer when they take your waist measurement. That's wrong. That's not how you measure curve. You go measure straight, yeah, and then it's not straight actually because it's curved. So that's it. You done it. And why would you measure when you can calculate it?
I think I know. Huh. I wonder if this has ever been discussed. Huh. Anybody think that the whole edge thing is just a an ancient straw man?
Well, to be honest, when I was a child, my grandfather was telling me uh, stories for kids, bedtime stories. And some of these old Romanian stories, they speak of a very strong young man that was fighting with like a dragon-like creature which was coming from the end of the world, from the edge of the world. And you can get there only if you cross like 7 countries and 7 oceans, very, very far away. So, yeah, those children bedtime stories, they include these models, the flat world, you know, because you cannot have an edge on a ball or the end of the world. It doesn't have an end. In the story, it was depicted like there's there is still a realm behind, beyond the end of the world, but you we had no description of it, and that's where this dragon actually lives and comes from.
Velocity. Hello,
What is
hello.
velocity? It's when you
It's a
stand
person
and
that's
everything moves around you. So even
get.
when you're walking, you're actually standing and the ball is rolling beneath you. So, yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, what do you mean by velocity? It doesn't
Get
exist.
get
Velocity is
get
not
get get get
real. Yeah,
get get.
I'm
Um,
fooling around. Yeah.
Do you see the voice chat?
Oh. The Edge, Sasha's post? That's
No,
funny.
no.
Oh, which
The,
one?
sorry, the VC itself. There is a user by the name of Velocity. That is why I said the word velocity.
Oh, I see. I see.
It's been here since October.
But I felt like explaining
Yeah, I know.
velocity the way the Globers explains it. They often come in here and tell us about the relative velocity. All motion is relative. They prefer to imagine so many reference frames, except the actually real one that we live in. Oh, if I'm taking a walk in the park, well, you can't say that you're taking a walk in a park if you don't see it from the airplane while you're flying and looking at the sun. That's when you know that you're walking in the park. Yeah, I never encountered a Glober here in the server to be entirely scientifically correct and coherent all the way through the discussion or debate that they had in here with us.
Hightower. Post.
Yeah, it's a live stream that they posted. It's happening right now.
Oh lord.
I don't.
Next level live. What?
Yeah, I don't know that YouTube channel. Try thinking.
But it's supposed to be like 22nd of April. Not now. Is it? Or is it an old one? Maybe.
I don't know. I thought it was live. Maybe I got duped.
Yeah, I think so.
No, it's live.
Yeah, but who's
You
who's
can
on?
schedule something for a month from now, but go live right now instead. Just
Okay.
because you
Free for all Friday gaming. What is it about though? I don't get it. What's the content?
yeah, I don't know. I haven't subscribed. But I think I've seen this YouTube channel before. I'm just not
Oh, see, Montreal is in the chat on that link.
yeah, I see that. I'm not an instigator, really. I'm not looking for causing people hardship or making
I was
things
just
worse.
I was just
But I
pointing
had
out
to.
what I noticed in the chat. But yeah, I don't know what this live stream is about, to be honest. Interesting. Ev, try thinking. What is that sound? It's like a high pitch from the YouTube.
I don't know. Probably microphone feedback or something.
Never heard of this guy before.
That could be a good thing. Oh, excuse me. That could be a good thing.
We'll see how the debate goes.
Oh yeah, that thing's starting in I guess an hour and 52 minutes.
What starts in an hour and 32 minutes?
In the chat, you see.
This guy says there's no straight lines to follow the surface of the Earth because the Earth is a sphere.
Yep.
If you could borrow a straight line between 2 points on Earth's surface, that would be shorter. Okay. We're gonna talk about that goddamn sextant again or what? I used to be a mod here. I left for some female drama. Okay.
What will be shorter?
The two
Uh,
the two straight
wait.
lines.
Is this a Glober saying there's no straight lines? Then tell us how they navigate with a sextant. for
How much
thousands of
then
years.
it distance to the water?
Why don't the Globers show us where is all the extra undersea cable, all the extra railroad track, all the extra concrete for roads, highways, canals? Because if their ball drops off 8 inches per mile square at 100 miles, that's 6,667 feet of extra. That's over a mile of extra, whatever it is. You have to have that much extra.
But actually,
Probably not right. I'm probably not right. Actually,
I think he was quoting Bob or something. I'm not
sure.
sure.
The funny thing is, Sonny, they do. If you talk to Indio about that sometime, he was expressing how the Trans-Pacific and specifically some of the Trans-Pacific lines have an absurd amount of extra line for reasons unknown.
Yeah, it's these elevation changes. That's what it is. Because they make these slight up and down grades in the track.
No. There's like coils of extra.
Oh, of extra that they never used.
Yeah, like they planned on one thing and another thing happened or something. Like there's extra cable.
If
like
they ask for
a stupid amount of extra cable by what he was telling, like 30% too much or something insane.
Well, see, that would require extra ships and everything if you're laying undersea cable. Like it gets exponentially more difficult logistically speaking.
Mm-hmm.
That makes me think if they say from here to New York is 3,000 miles, is that a flat measurement or is it including curvature?
Well, here's the thing. Whenever you look at like a what is that called on maps, you have the thing where it shows the scale and inches, or like an inch equals this much land on this map. Guess what? Every one of those measurement is not a curve one. So I
Yeah,
don't
I
know if
wonder.
that answers I don't know if that answers the question, but I think it does actually answer the question, because if you look at maps and you measure something, you're not going to be measuring with some kind of curved thing. Well, why not? If it's curved, why wouldn't you be measuring with some kind of curved measurement? Like on that little emblem, I can't remember. That's dumb of me not to remember. Anyone know what that little thing is? The legend. Yeah, the legend.
I need a cup of tea.
The legend,
Yeah.
right, of the map. Isn't that
Yep,
what they
yep,
call
yep. The
Yeah.
thing that tells you about what the symbols
The legend,
on the
right?
map. Yeah.
So you have an inch. It has little.
Well, that's the scale. There's the scale and the legend.
Well, the scale, yes, but the scale, there's no delineation for it being a curved surface. It's always flat horizontal, just like you do when you're using a navigational chart on a chart table. Not using a curved table.
The wane. The wane? This is not a word I know.
Hey, Sonny, good to hear from you. You find a boat
Yeah,
down there yet?
yeah. Thanks. What? Oh, yeah, that's right. Thanks for reminding me. You know, I still see that boat you were looking up. Oh no, man, I'm not. I got other things going on. There's no way. I'm just like stuck in Maslow's hierarchy, man, of just the survival mode most of the
Yeah, I do feel that way. I have felt that way in the last couple months, at least.
It's okay though. I'm okay with it.
Yeah,
When
it's
you
no big.
when you learn how to live like you're living in a cabin alone by yourself, like I have in my little apartment here. When I get that cabin, I think I'll do pretty well.
Gotcha. Yeah, I hear you.
I mean, think about it. When you have to do everything that we take for granted now, like how about wash your clothes? Have you tried to wash a blanket lately or some towels and wring them out?
Well, I'm sure it's a lot of work.
Just doing simple things like that.
You mean by hand?
You have to do it all yourself.
Are you
Then,
saying by hand?
yeah.
Oh, because you said your washer is broken or something?
No, I'm just saying, like, I couldn't leave the house because I couldn't walk. I couldn't stand for more than like 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So I could scrub like for a while, but I had to wash my own bandages, wash my own towels, hang them up and dry everything. And this is while I was ill, while I was injured.
Yeah.
Still am. I'm recovering now. I'm telling you, man, like I've had no problems for many, many years. Anything physical at all. Nothing. I don't even get a sniffle. I go out and ride my bike every single day, rain or shine. That's the way it's been for about 5 or 6 years, until recently. Then I got this a whole several different things all at the same time, like happening, like an infection. I burnt my hand accidentally with boiling water. Then my tooth starts erupting last night. You know, I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
but I know it's going to pass. That's the thing. But I tell you what, like I've gone to the hospital a couple times because of pain, and they have no place for me there because I don't take any medications at all. Nothing anymore.
I hear you. Yeah.
They're like, "Well, we think you should take these medications." I'm like, "I don't think so." Have you ridden your bike 2,000 miles in the last 14 months? I did. So how are they going to tell me, "Oh, you'll do better"? I'm 63 years old and I ride 2,000 miles in a year on my bike. Sure. They're trying to tell me. You see what I'm saying? I don't know. It's off topic. Get back on topic.
This is on topic. I've been flat smacking a guy at work for, I don't know, a few months, and he said something really got him, and it was had to do with how slow rockets look like they're going, and they don't break the sound barrier, or haven't been known to.
Mm-hmm.
And then somewhere in there, they're shifting to incredible speeds, and 17,000 or whatever plus
And when
speeds.
Yeah, there's a couple things.
When is it happening, and what happens to the people when they're experiencing this kind of thing, and all these ideas he's thinking about. He was like, "Oh man, this is falling apart."
There's a couple things in there, right in there. Like, so for instance, the speed at which they're rising, and the amount of helium that they're using, number one, that's an eye opener. But then, so if they're moving into the supersonic speed eventually to get out, whatever they're saying, this ludicrous or alleged escape velocity is to get out of their fairy tale bubble. When does that occur? Because from what I've seen, in a few minutes, they're basically going horizontal and then back down. So are they speeding up when they're going downward? I think we need to track their asses. Those things going up and down. Where are they going again? Yeah, right into the Bermuda Triangle. Don't go there, because there's aliens going to take you away, brah. Notice how they got a whole bunch of good rum around that whole area. Yeah, keep them intoxicated. On boats, they'll be scared shitless. I've been there. So I've been through the Bermuda Triangle or on the corner of it, and nothing happened to me.
You know what's crazy is the very first scene. Yeah, it is the first. It's the first scene of the Black Pearl, and one of the first lines in the movie is, "It's bad luck to have a woman on board." Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone know where that kind of thing comes from? That kind of superstitious type of thinking?
Not exactly.
Well, I would only think that it would be bad luck for her.
Right.
Pretty much.
Just someone just say common sense. Sorry, I miss you.
Pardon? It would be bad luck, yeah, for the woman. Extremely bad luck for the woman. Yeah.
Is that you, Gospel?
What?
That picture?
No. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I'm like 130 years old now, and
Oh. Tell us your secret.
How do you get a picture of me?
yeah, he was talking about Abraham Maslow, so I just thought it'd be funny to put a picture of Abraham Maslow in the chat.
Wow, that looks like my dad's nose. The dude, holy crap. Different forehead, but that nose, my dad had a huge nose. Big old schnoz.
Not too big.
Yeah, the thing covers a third of his face. What are you talking about?
Yeah, okay then.
So that's interesting, Elbow. That they thought that the behavior angered the seas and that the ship would be,
Yeah, it's just historical paganism.
yeah, superstition at sea.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of superstition these days. As a matter of fact, even in
Yep.
modern times, superstitious people walking around, they're scary.
Well, New Age is actually quite superstitious.
That is too. That's pretty scary too.
I'm superstitious.
We probably all are to some extent, though, in some areas. Yeah, that would be hard to say that we're not.
I wouldn't want to get an operation on Friday the 13th.
Just because of that.
But operating the wrong thing.
13th thing.
Every month there's a noticeable difference around the full moon, so that's enough for me. Something strange is going on. I could only imagine the people that work at hospitals. I'm sure they have stories.
I saw the moon last night, actually, very late, and it looked really bizarre. It looked like this egg-shaped thing. Like, it had a strange appearance.
Yeah, I saw it too, and it right away it had me thinking about the reflective, dusty dirt that gets kicked up.
Yeah, because it was only about 4 hours before sunrise, and the way, like, the occulted part of it was on, like, the extreme, like, almost straight up and down right side of it was covered, so the left side that was all lit looked like a
It looked
egg.
yeah,
It looked like an egg.
I thought it was full. I guess I was off by a day or something.
It looked like an egg standing up, like upside down, with the pointier side up. It looked bizarre. Or maybe with the wider part of the egg standing up. Yeah.
Yeah, I had
more like
such
that.
a distinct shadow at night. It was mind blowing. That reflective
Lunatic.
dirt. It's just
Yeah.
incredible.
See, is that your picture, Lunatic, from last night?
Yeah.
Right on, man. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, even where you are, it has this weird egg kind of shape to it.
Yeah, it's a weird kind of like longer from the top
11
left corner to the bottom right corner.
11 o'clock to 5. 11 o'clock to 5. Yeah. Or
kind of squished the other way looking.
10:30 to 4:30. Yeah. Really bizarre. Strange looking, man. It was kind of strange. I didn't expect to be out there at that time of night seeing the moon, but I just happened to be.
You didn't have to be out there late at night to see it. We were talking. It was only like 7 o'clock here, or like 7:30. It was just after sunset here, and you guys in California we're talking about seeing it also. So
Yeah, it had to be starting visible for me. Would have been about from 11 o'clock to 3 a.m. So that
no, what I'm saying is we discussed it last night. It was like not even 8 o'clock, here, which would mean it was.
And I said it was 17.
You guys were looking at it. Yeah, you were looking at it at like 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, so it probably. Yeah, see,
it's still light out, but you can make it out.
it depends on where the hills are. Like over here where I am, like I'm down in this bowl where the city is, and up above it, like are all these mountains and stuff. So it depends on what direction. Like it probably takes it to be about 30 degrees above the horizon to be visible at all for me. Even and I would have to be on a high hill probably somewhere to see that.
It's something I'm a little frustrated with. I got this nice expensive phone with this awesome camera on it. I like the phone. It does everything great except for one kind of important thing.
But
the compass doesn't stay calibrated ever. And like So like I have another app that I was going to use. I was going to get the exact azimuth and like direction, like the and the angle to the moon. I've got an app. I was going to get that, but the compass needs to be working properly for that, and I couldn't get it calibrated right.
How hard would it be for them to make?
There's a glitch with this expensive ass phone where just everybody has the same problem. Where the compass won't stay calibrated. Now that's a big issue for me because I bought this phone specifically because I wanted to use it with my drone. My drone kind of needs to be. I need to have that compass calibration, so it's really a pain in the ass actually for that.
That would be kind of cool to have something that could do all of that, and that made me think of like how hard would it be for them to make a like a sextant app for your phone to be able to.
No, there is one. It's called Dioptra. It's or whatever. That's what I was trying to use, but
right, yeah.
Measure
elevation angle, so it should be able to do that. Yeah. I mean, do you have to have a super fancy phone to do that?
No.
I would.
Every smartphone has a gyroscope in it and a magnetic sensor, and I've never like most of the cheap phones have no problem with this. It's just a glitch that this expensive one has. This Samsung's flagship phone doesn't have a working fucking compass.
But I have to say, for a phone, that's pretty astounding picture you got there of the moon. That's pretty crazy. That's wild. That's a lot of detail.
Yeah, it's with their moon zoom feature. It's basically it recognizes when you're pointing it at the moon, and then it knows what specific like pro settings to put it at for capturing that.
I see.
So you don't have to know a lot about photography and setting everything just perfect for taking that. The phone already knows, so it recognizes it, puts it in, and then.
That's kind of strange because I can take pictures of the sun and it's quite large in the screen. And when I take a picture of the moon, it's a tiny little dot, and even zoomed in all the way, it never gets any bigger. It's so weird. Strangest thing ever. Cannot take pictures of the moon. It looks like the white dot. I can barely see it.
You get a lot more detail though when it's not full or mostly full like this. The really nice looking pictures are some like gibbous and stuff like that.
What'd you call that program again? The
Dioptra, but I don't know if it's still updated. Like on my phone, when I tried to use it, it looked like it was going to work fine, but it said that it was designed for an older version of Android, so it might be outdated. I don't know, but
I'm gonna look it up.
yeah, like these, like you get a lot more detail when the moon's partially shaded. This one's cool. And this one was when there was smoke in the air from the wildfires in Canada that were made the moon look pretty cool. Yeah, this the calibration of the compass on this thing though, it's so quirky. Finally figured out how to get it calibrated because that's even quirky. Like you have to, as soon as you hit the calibrate button, you can't like read the instructions. You have to instantly start doing the figure eight pattern, um, or it times out and resets. And then every time the phone reboots, you have to recalibrate it. It doesn't save the calibration settings. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like if these things calibrate their magnetic sensor because of motion, just doing a figure eight pattern a couple of times, then why couldn't it just always be calibrated just from general moving around with it? There's no reason it should ever even be off.
Yeah, can't do any of those things with my phone. Way too old. Wow. Reporting from
You're way too old, or your phone's way too old?
the phone is way too old.
Well, how old is your phone? What kind of phone is it?
4 years.
What makes you think you can't do any of this stuff?
As I looked at any of the like surveyor programs or the sextant programs, my phone can't do any of, can't even.
Oh, it doesn't support the app.
No, they don't. It doesn't support a whole bunch of apps, so it's cheap.
Is it a 4G phone?
Yeah, I think so. Might even be 3G. It could be 3G.
Well, that's just their 3G is being discontinued if it isn't already. So
Yeah, I think it's been. Yeah, I think it was 4G from the beginning.
yeah, they were just recently tearing down um all the 3G towers, or tearing down the 3G service anyway. In fact, the 4G too. Even they're using the 5G still supports 4G, but instead of the 3G 4G, they're now on the 5G 4G or whatever. Like they'll still do, but yeah, 3G and before is all gone. 3G, that 2x 1x gone.
Yeah, I think I'll probably try to get a tablet next time, in that way, so I can have something that I can connect easily and travel around with Discord on with some earplugs in it, earphones. Like that would be pretty fun. Especially with summer coming, definitely don't want to be stuck inside. Not every day anyway.
If you're doing it for putting on headphones and walking around, why a tablet? It's a little bulky.
No, on my bicycle.
You want to put a tablet on your bicycle?
I
No,
want to ride my bicycle.
like no, I have like a basket I have in the front. All my gear goes up there because my motor's in front. So I have weight on my front fork to keep the wheel down.
Because you're so fast.
It could be, yeah, I could spin the tire in first gear. It's got 3 speeds. I could spin the tire in first gear. And second, it's crazy. Third, having to I've only ventured into third by accident. It's way too freaking fast. Because in second, I can be going 30 miles an hour on flat ground quite easily. So with third, I could probably at least be doing 40. Which is way too freaking fast for me on that thing.
Huh. I was just looking at the series of moon pictures that I posted, just kind of paying attention to this one specific crater. You see, okay, just go to the last one I posted. The one there's a pretty round crater that's in the top right corner of the moon. Look at where that crater is on all the different pictures. And we know that we see the moon kind of almost like spin like a wheel in the sky a little bit, like with the way that the orientation of it. But when it comes to the, dark side of the moon, as I say, we only see one face. Yeah, that's true, but you can tell that it must rock a little bit also because that crater is more towards the center in some of them and more like around the edge in others. So there must be parts of the moon that sometimes we do see and sometimes we don't see.
You would just have to do a bunch of stills, just like you've done, just side by side, and do a side by side comparison, checking the periphery and stuff like that. Different sections of it, analyzing different sections.
Overlay them in layers in Photoshop.
That's why
Yeah, like one that
all of this
the first
information,
one.
all of this information and technology about how to like use cameras and things like that. That's why it's so ridiculous when Glovers come in here asking or believing the pictures, man. That pictures or any kind of proof at all of anything. If a 10-year-old can go in there and manipulate it, then it's not proof of anything, right? Am I right? Anyway.
and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the like city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected. And also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No. You can open and close them from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open.
Yeah. On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how... my brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering.
Real good engineering.
It's real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have a astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
Nice.
That is pretty funny.
I couldn't find that video that I originally got that picture from. I tried and tried and tried. It might be in there somewhere, but I went through my whole list and watched almost every one of them, and I can't seem to find the spot where I took a picture. But I was thinking that I would just attack today's version, but I won't do it on here though. But it is something that I want to do is do like some kind of event where we take one of the top stories on the news and then break it down. Sounds like it would be fun and experience of learning. The only thing stopping me is I need a group of people that will help me run such a event, so that, because I can't do it all by myself. Okay, I guess nobody wants to tell
What
me
was
I'm
your
wrong.
what was your proposition?
I was saying that I'm thinking about doing an event where we analyze some stuff off the news and break it down. The video of whatever whatever we decide to look at, and just kind of show like how fake it really is.
You gotta check out Ignoramus on. You might like his content. Stephen Ignoramus,
I've never heard of them. Send me a link.
friend of mine. Yeah. He's got a handful of different channels, but
I found this guy named Captain Disillusion, and I thought he was legit until I saw him commenting on how the moon landings were real, and I thought, oh man, really? Like, I finally find somebody that's actually showing things on the internet for what they are, and then it finds out he's not really what I thought he was.
yeah.
That really sucks.
So Stephen was one of the guys that was. Did he go? No, he was there on 1/6, January 6th. So he's been through the ringer with the special alphabet people, but he's all good now. They've pretty much left him alone. He said,
right,
there's a little bit of residual gang stalking type stuff, but for the most part, it's all right. But he's a really good guy, though.
That'd be funny. I'd laugh if somebody tried to do that to me. I'd just laugh at him. He's like, whatever. Threaten me? Oh, that would just make me mad.
In here before, ladies, and that starts in an hour. Chill, right? Skygazer is going to join the conversation. I told him he better get in here before ladies' night starts, because he'll get zipped up real quick. But yeah, Steven's been doing really good tangential news related stuff for, I don't know, 3 years, 4 years. He's also a pretty talented musician. So, yes, it's true. You are unmuted.
At last.
What's up?
Skygazer.
Oh, it's quiet.
Yeah. We're just talking about Rookie was talking about how he would love an opportunity to collectively review and expose fakery and tomfoolery of certain media outlets.
Yep, that's
kind of do it all
What
together.
does that mean?
You could basically
like,
do that sort
get
of
a
thing
group
in
of
chill
people who
chat.
analyze video, and people who analyze, people that know about news and how it's set up, and people that know about stages and using video cameras and trickery. You get a couple of people like that into a room, and then you just pick apart whatever they put on the television. That's basically what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I mean, you could literally just do that in chill chat at a scheduled time when people are going to join.
Right, yeah. But I mean, obviously, I planned it ahead of time so that I could get people. But yeah, if somebody wants to help me with that, and to like set something like that up to do, and just to show, what we think is really going on here, or at least that we know something's not right. I mean, nothing wrong with that, right?
I would just pick a date, schedule it, and regardless of who shows up, stream it. That way, it's recorded, and then it can be used as a reference point.
Good idea. You'll have to explain to me how I would do all that, because I'm not really savvy about Discord and all that.
What's that? So I don't fully understand it. Do you have an example, like what that would be about? So it's about like debunking news stories, or what?
Look in the live stream earlier. I don't remember when I posted it, but there's a photograph of a man on a gurney getting pushed towards an ambulance. Take a look at that photo.
Right. Wasn't that long. I'll post the message link. There you go. If you click on my message link, I just posted. That's what he's referring to.
Right.
But yeah, in this photo that I took off of a video off television, right? I just snapped a shot of it.
Yeah.
And I thought it was kind of odd. I want you to look at that photo and tell me what you think's wrong with it. There's something. I mean, I think there's a lot of things wrong with it, but I mean, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about.
Well, how about this? Imagine if you were the person that exposed the media using the Kentucky ballistics rally as pretending it was the Afghanistan war. Like, what if you were the person that were because there's probably a bunch of people that were like, wait a minute, but like, what if you were the person that exposed that? That would be kind of, you could pat yourself on the back for being the first to the punch.
That's not really what it's about, but
I know, but it is neat to
yeah, there's all kinds of things just waiting to be shot down, but nobody seems to want to step up. I'm just thinking maybe, because I'm not afraid. I mean, hell, I'm 48 years old. I don't have much time left to live. Somebody wants to threaten me over the truth, then hey, let them do it. All I'll do is expose that they're doing it.
Yeah,
and
bro.
Expose every bit
It's
of it.
it's the blessing, the blessing of old age. It's like you kind of get to that point. Not even saying that like 48 is not even old, but like in our day and age, but. Yeah, I think that's a major factor is like the reason you're seeing like this kind of, whether it's politically or about cosmology, like probably a lot of the reason, there's gotta be like, with the TikTok thing is like, you imagine it's like, it's almost as if it's like a second, it's like a second wind of early internet era. So even on like apps like TikTok, you have like this truther movement, but then it's like, well, it comes with all of this social cost, right? To like be the guy who speaks out against it. And I feel like as a young kid, that weighs way heavier compared to if you're a bit older and you realize certain truths about the world. Like I feel like that's a major thing because yeah, you see these kids who's like major NASA and SpaceX and Elon Musk followers. There's a very young generation, and that's another thing is like, because there's a barrier to entry when it comes to this technology. It's like, well, when I was talking to my grandpa about this stuff, it's like he doesn't follow this mainstream view on stuff. Like he has his skepticisms and stuff, but you know, he doesn't have like this sexy TikTok or Twitter account with like thousands of followers. So of course his view isn't coming out there.
The interesting thing about Elon Musk is I've had a lot of people that are older than 70 years old in conversation look
They
to
love
me
him.
and go, yeah, and they go,
I love him.
what do you think about this Elon Musk guy, right? And I'm like,
Yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of a disgusting charlatan. What else do you want to know?
Yeah.
And they're like,
It's
wait,
hilarious.
what? And I'm like, well, first, you can't necessarily judge someone based on who they married, but I mean, have you looked at that? And also, all of these companies that he's supposedly ushered in, is there any actual evidence that
PayPal, Tesla, SpaceX. Yeah.
the Boring Company,
Right.
the AI one that's called Open AI, and what? There's a handful of other ones though, right?
Neuralink.
Yeah, Neuralink. Yep.
Yeah, but then you know he's this chill, cool dude, you know, who hangs out with Joe Rogan and smokes weed, you know. So it's like he's this epic legend. He's literally like real life Iron Man, right? He's
He's the one
coolest guy
ring to
ever.
rule them all.
I mean, who's cooler than Elon Musk?
That is the current narrative.
Well, he's he's the tool they're using to popularize transhumanism.
Yes.
He's the guy that he gives you the warning about it. Like AI is going to take us over. It's going to be something that we don't know how to deal with. So his answer is, well, we better join them. Everybody's, so.
Well, you know what I think? You know what I think? I think that like in like between like I want to say like between 30 and 100 years from now, people are going to look back and they're going to realize like there's going to be a revamp of the appreciation of Disney, because people are going to look back and they're going to be like, you know, the same way we look back now and we're like, oh man, did you hear about that thing where people thought that like War of the Worlds, when that was broadcast on radio, people thought it was real? People are going to look back at this Elon Musk, this entire era in the same way, because it's what happens when people are faced with technology they don't understand, and it's authored by people who are familiar with the technology and they've thought really long about how to utilize the technology. And I think that's what we're feeling like with this whole podcast, YouTube,
you trust them?
seemingly decentralized, authentic expression, right? Which is what radio was back in the days when War of the Worlds came out. They were like, they thought this was like, like now we're gonna figure out the truth, you know? That's why people believed it, because people thought the technology was decentralized. That was the reason. It wasn't because the story was so convincing. It was because the way that the technology was described.
Can't radio be decentralized?
Well, I mean, it was War of the Worlds, certainly, when that was broadcasted, it certainly wasn't.
Yeah.
So, of course. So, yeah, that's the thing, right? There's truth to it. Like, the internet is decentralized, but that doesn't mean that there's going to be, quote unquote, centralized entities that utilize the supposedly decentralized technology.
Well, I would
for their own
argue
purposes.
that our current usual way to connect to the internet is not decentralized, because we require ISPs, and when the ISPs go, I think it's kind of impossible to connect to the internet other than with mesh ham radio networks and stuff.
This is actually pretty fitting also with a conversation we had earlier about dead internet theory.
Sure, yeah, it sure is.
Yeah, I watched that dead internet video. I don't know, like a year ago, something.
What's that
And it
video?
was absolutely like, yeah, what a scam. Anyway, Rookie, you there, Rook?
Can you
I'm
share
still
that
here.
video? I want to watch that.
I'm still here,
It's in
dude.
the. I ran a show called NASA News. So it was like a Monday night show where we would just pull up NASA shit that happened that week and kind of just go through it and piss on it and laugh at it and
Right.
take it apart, man. And we live streamed it. And we had a
Bro,
panel. We had a
Sounds
panel
like
with
fun.
like, oh, it was a blast, dude. It was so fun.
NASA is like the greatest comedy writers of all time. I feel
Comedy,
like.
bro. It was comedy. I was on there
Dude,
the
What
they're
other
was that
night
video?
hilarious.
just reading some of the stupid shit they were coming up with this week, you know?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
So,
I mean it's Disney. It's like when you understand that it's the same entity, it's like the same organization. It's like
anyway,
they're trying to make like a catchy, entertaining story for people.
I'd be
You
down
gotta kind of
help
love it
you
for
out,
it.
Rook. I'd be down with that. I'd be,
All right. Yeah. Sounds good.
yep.
I will holler at you later.
Cool, man.
And we'll
I'm
discuss.
at work right now,
Thank you.
but I'm
Appreciate it.
just
Oh yeah,
all
it's all good.
listening. Yeah.
I'll shoot you a DM later.
Cool, man.
Bro.
What
Thanks.
was that internet video you were talking about? Dead internet
Oh,
or something?
dead internet. Somebody put it in the live stream voice tags, maybe. I don't know.
All right,
But
let me see.
It's about search results and what you actually get, and what they say you get and what you actually get are two different fucking things. Called totally.
You're talking about search engines, but that's like easily avoided by using decentralized search engines and so. Not easily, but you can like avoid it and stuff.
Well, we're just talking.
Uh-oh.
We're talking about Google specifically, I think. And
Yeah,
Yeah, but even
why would
Google,
anyone use Google?
you can bypass the customized
hold on.
marketing based results
Hold on.
with like a
Hold,
couple add-ons. You know?
hold on. So this is demonstrated in this message link I'm posting. If you scroll up above to the message link I just put in the chat, you'll see you do a search. The result says in this example, for me, it showed 682 million results in half a second. You scroll through the results, and when you get to page, whatever page it stops you at, it's different for each thing you're looking for. In this example, I got to page 19, and all of a sudden 682 million changed to 183 results instead of 680 million results. And this is one of the referred to phenomenon in the whole deal.
Yeah, but that's Google.
That's kind of
Why are you
hilarious.
using Google, man?
I don't use Google. I was demonstrating the point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
actual science. GB is an actual scientist, if you're not aware. So, what is PhD and the base conspiracies? Is that your degree?
No, if you want the real answer, it's a Master of Arts in Clinical Psychology. But yes, I do appreciate
Oh shit.
evidence for claims.
Well, I
And
think it's very relevant.
that's all I was doing. So yeah, I use Brave Search, but I also recommended Swiss Cows to anybody that was interested in a really good search engine.
Well,
Yeah.
okay. But if you want a decentralized search engine, you have three ones that I know of. You have Yeezy and Cirx, that's federated, and you have Presearch. All of those are decentralized, at least
Yeah, but
partially.
you see, I think the issue is I think the issue comes with there's this interesting concept of that came up with Bitcoin and cryptocurrency is this idea that there was an understanding or a fallacious understanding that code equals law, which is not the case. So when Bitcoin or cryptocurrency related cases are being taken to court, they're actually like when they're referring to payments and this kind of thing, they're referring to very old legislation, right? So in the court system, like how it's legally treated, is that it's no different. Like this is where you're entering like Twitter being like a publishing entity, right? These are legal definitions that are set by the court, essentially. So,
Why are we talking crypto?
the fact, yeah, no, but it applies to your argument because you're saying like, well, this is the real decentralized technology. Well, the reality is, this argument has been made for like hundreds of years, in the history of law. Like people have claimed that, well, bartering is different from using, individual cash systems for payment. Like people have invented their own currency for their own community, but when it's taken to court, they're still treating it according to the existing legislation. And the same thing applies like with Google. Like history will show like we're living in the kind of era now where we have these
Quick question.
huge
Do you
monopolies.
trust the
We have
government?
no, let me just finish the sentiment. So we're living in this era where like Google is like redirecting the traffic. It's essentially the same thing as these railway companies who existed at a particular point in time in history. And they were saying that, well, we're only going to send our train from, let's say, New York to San Francisco. That's where we're putting our line. And of course, that's artificially inflating the economies of those two cities, right? Just as when Google is creating basically like an informational railway between the end user and these highly centralized entities, they're artificially inflating the value of that information, right? So
Yeah, that's true.
well, and the reality is when you look at history, what happened with those railways is that the government kicked in, the courts kicked in, and they said, hey, this is illegal mafia type behavior. We're going to
Since the
send you to
government is
jail.
the mafia.
We're going to send you to jail unless you follow this new path. So that's the reality. We're living in like informational Wild Wild West type
So
scenario
you
now.
think the
So
government is gonna help you with this?
See, Skygazer,
not
Skygazer,
no,
you're
not
completely missing the point of you're trying to talk on it like an expert of this net internet theory. No, it's not what you're saying. It's the exact opposite of what you're saying. This is not a Wild West. The West has been conquered, and now the corporate elites control it all. Okay, they are determining what you get to see. Yes.
You have several types
Yes,
of
and they even and right now, this is only the beginning of their goal. It has to do with where they're going with the technology. They don't want people typing anymore. They want a touchless interface. They don't want people getting more than one result. Any query that you have, they expect that they should be able to give you one answer.
Okay, so
one
that's what
answer,
they
and that's
want.
it.
Yes, that's what they want, but it's not all of the internet. You have many decentralized options, like for chatting, you have XMPP and Matrix, and you have also I think it was one crypto based. I don't remember what it's called, and you also have Odyssey for video. I use that like half of the time. Half of the time I use YouTube. It's pretty good actually now.
but that's fine. But you're still referring to different types of technology over anything. So
yeah, that's
it's fine. We can have we can have a disagreement. Like, but I'd like to hear your argument about how like Google mainlining, they're essentially creating a informational stream between the user and large corporate entities as the most favorable destinations. How is that different from the railway mafia, which was a real historical event that we can refer to, and which is being referred to in the current like I don't know if they're lawsuits necessarily, but they're like inspections by several governments, U.S. included, but also European governments.
Yeah, they've tried many.
Uh,
They've done this like for years. Like it did. I think they did.
yeah,
Okay, that
and they did also
they-
several times. It was like a several decade type operation when it had to do with the railway situations. But it was essentially the government, of course, initiated by the people, like individual citizens coming together and saying, "Hey, this is not right. We're going to utilize the governmental bodies to attack these people." That was the reality. So that's what happened in the railway situation. And I'm saying, I think the same thing. I'm hoping, of course, I'm hopeful, might be naively on my part. If it is, then please correct me. But that's the historical reference that we have. That the people eventually come and say that, hey, this isn't right. It's not right that you're leading traffic only from A to B. We want it also to C, D, E, F, etc. And the courts that are, whether you like it or not, operated by the government and judges essentially are the ones to enforce that.
Yeah, you can have anarcho-capitalist courts and everything. You don't need to have government courts. You can settle things privately too and stuff.
Well, that's also purely theoretical. There's no.
Not theoretical. It does. I think it's some in Mexico, I believe. If it's
Yeah, okay.
needed.
You think there's some in Mexico, so I don't think that's. There's. Yeah, it's fun to play around with the idea of anarcho-capitalism, right? But in practice,
it's being practiced in many places of the world. In Russia, ironically, in Russia and Ukraine, and also in Mexico, and also in some other places.
yeah, and in drug cartels and in the mafia, there's anarcho-capitalism. So
yeah, what's wrong with the drug cartels? And not the ones. I mean,
Oh, just the beheadings, I would say. I mean, just the beheadings.
Yeah.
Okay, so it depends, you know,
it depends. It depends.
What's wrong with some of the most depraved behavior in all of existence? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's hard to. It's hard to
not
say.
Well, the thing is, I don't know a lot about them, but they hang like the opponents and stuff. If like the opponents are doing some evil shit to you, you have the right to kill them. Like the Second Amendment type stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what is worse? Hold on. What is worse, mind sobriety, about the drug cartels? Would you say it's when they're sodomizing each other for some type of pecking order, or would you say it's when they're beheading women and children? Like, which of those would you say is worse exactly?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure every cartel is like that, but yeah. I don't. I forgot what you said. You said okay. What did you say? Sorry.
Well, they commit a lot.
Bruh.
Skynet has taken over.
That was a cool audio artifact.
Yeah, I never heard that one.
I like that one.
The aliens.
Cartels got to him, man. It's unfortunate.
Well, also, I think I don't know for sure, but I think some of them are connected to like the government and the yeah connect yeah.
What you think? You think?
Yeah, I think.
I mean, it's literally like documented in history that there's a reason for the black market cartels to exist that actually helps the governing bodies. Like, of course, if you're outlawing like, let's say 30 to 40% of the economy, you want to keep tabs on it, and you want to, if you're the leader, let's say, of a nation, just think like simplistically, you want to keep tabs on the illegal behavior. So
That's not what's
you're
going on.
gonna.
Dude, no.
Oh, it's not.
That's what happens.
Well,
That's what
explain how it's going
happens
on,
when.
then, please.
That's what happens when the cartel owns the government. Okay, when the government works for the cartels, not to keep tabs on the cartels.
And also, the
Wait, so you
drug
think
stuff.
you think the American government is like working for the drug cartels? That doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't make any sense, no. But
No?
I don't think that was what he said. That was not what he said, I think.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about the American government, but yeah, I mean that the American government, the CIA, has worked directly with the cartels to push drugs in this country.
Yeah.
I think they're business partners.
Yeah, we're in agreement. We're in agreement there.
So,
yeah.
But within their own countries, like let's go to Colombia or something. Do you think that the government and the cartels were on opposing sides of anything?
No, sure.
Or
I'm saying it's
or
economic.
was
I'm saying
the
it's
government
economic.
run by the cartels?
Yeah. No, so I think we maybe missed each other's argument there, but I fully agree that
I don't think there's ever been an instance where the government was like, well, the best way to keep tabs on
I think
these
it has to do with the strength. So
one thing,
what I'm saying is, I think it has to do with the strength of the economy. If you take America, for example, the strongest part of the economy is military, right? So the military is stronger than just looking at like basic GDP values. So the government isn't run by the drug cartels. You could say maybe they're run by the strongest economy, which would be the military-based economy. That I would agree with. Like they have the most influence on policy.
I think the pharmaceutical industry has more, but just my opinion.
Yeah, it could be that they have taken over, like as of 2020, I guess.
What I was
I haven't looked at the numbers recently, but
I think actually, if what's it called? Security. It's some when you like pay for something that's like
insurance.
Insurance, yes, insurance companies. I heard somebody talk about that. I don't remember the details. It was like they kind of owned. They like controlled a lot of
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not educated enough to
What
speak on this.
what I was going to say is that oftentimes in these type of gang groups of different cultures and places, there are people in these that will sexually traumatize younger boys in order to Stockholm create a version of Stockholm syndrome for the sake of
That's
loyalty.
government and Epstein Island. That's basically the government. Yeah, it is.
Not talking about that specifically. And this is a practice that goes back actually all the way back to like the Greek, to the days of the Greek army and how they would create the strongest forms of loyalty with their Gomorran behaviors.
Okay, but is your information
and also
based
just
on
prison.
mainstream media?
No.
All right.
No, and you can also refer to just like basic prison mentality. It's the same shit.
Yeah.
So it's just like primal kind of human when cornered kind of, very bad, very, very sinful acts come into play, which is, that's just the reality. But yeah, GB, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's fine.
I'm
There's a lot
sure
of
I'm sure a lot of these cartels aren't like this. I think some of them
Oh,
probably
you think
are.
that they're honorable, upright, and honorable,
I mean,
morally
No, but
just
I
people?
think
somebody
he
fight
has
off
a
the
point.
government, so that's a good thing.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree to you to an extent that there is a level of honor, just like you, like in the mafia. There's a level there. There's a code of behavior. There is an agreed upon hierarchy.
It
So
depends.
I think, yeah, but it's interesting because now, people are being presented with this idea that, well, the government is all like, you know, transsexual, like highly immoral people. So people are like, well, like, where can I actually, like, I miss this. Where's the honor culture going? Like, where's the patriarchy? Oh, actually, like, the mafia and the cartel industry, they actually operate still within those terms. It's true. The cartels are very like patriarchal. They're very hierarchical. They have an honor system, yes, and we can agree that that's a valuable aspect of the system. But it doesn't mean that because it has those qualities, it's superior to the existing system.
Or that it
Because
excludes certain
because
behaviors.
yes, because there's extreme amounts of degeneracy that's undocumented, because it is like it's a black area of society. It's a non-documented aspect of society where we don't have the insight. Whereas in the government, yeah, we know that there's degeneracy in like
Probably
the
more.
school
There's
system.
probably
We
more
know it's in the
shit going on in
we know it's in
government.
politics. We know it's in all levels of government. We know there's degeneracy.
There's,
But
in my opinion, there's probably more shit going on in government than in cartels.
yeah, and that's your opinion, right? And that's your
Yeah.
opinion. That's one guy's opinion. And that's
And
fine.
probably other.
And you can have that opinion. But the reality is you don't have the information because you're not in the cartels.
You neither.
And you're just speculating. Yeah, and you're just speculating.
You too. About
Yes.
the stuff that is undocumented.
So yeah, I'm more comfortable with the current degeneracy of the government than saying let's burn this whole thing down and let this dark entity called the cartel model enter our ruling elite.
Yeah,
like, no thanks, bro.
I'm not for
No
that
thanks.
either. I'm not for cartel type stuff. I'm the people I listen to they are talking about like paying them if they like the government starts coming and like demanding taxes and stuff. That's what I.
What do you mean? The government is already demanding taxes.
I'm talking about Mexico.
Yeah, I don't. So you
Many
want
people
like the
don't pay
Mexican?
taxes in Mexico. Many people don't
Yeah,
give a fuck about
and
the government there.
yeah, and they have to do a lot of other horrible shit that's actually documented. Like, it's not even speculative. Like,
Yeah, because
there's like
there are
families
veto
having to give up their kids for like stem cell production and shit like that. It's bad, bro. It's bad.
Yeah, I would say it's maybe even worse the stuff that normal governments do with like adrenochrome and stuff. If you looked into that, that's like arguably a lot worse. Like torturing kids to get adrenochrome.
But it's the same thing. I mean, what's worse is like, I mean, stem cell production, I think, is more of like adrenochrome at this point. Is like a kind of
Do you know how stem cell production?
Yeah, I
works?
know.
You can get.
Yeah,
stem
I know.
cells.
No. There's good ways of. There's actual.
Yeah.
Good
There will
ways of
always be
doing
evil
stem
shit
cell
happening.
production. Yeah.
There will always be
Yeah.
evil shit happening, but
yeah, but it doesn't mean that you. I think I'm. So here's my main take, just that I'll just say, and then we can maybe go on to another thing. But it's that, like, whatever the solution is to like kill the current system and replace it with something that you don't know as much. Like, we know the intricacies of our current government model.
Yeah,
we at
the
least
thing
know
I'm
that, right?
advocating
So
for,
we can
the
at
thing I'm,
least criticize it.
the
So
thing I'm, ad-
I'm saying like, if you're suggesting like burn this model down and replace it with something else, I
no,
think the
no.
next model is going to be worse. That's my
I'm
take.
not really. I'm more talking about like you fixing your life and not paying taxes and like getting away from the government and stuff, and maybe form a community with like-minded people and stuff, like they do in Mexico and Nicaragua, and also a lot of other places in Latin America, which
Sure.
is very in many places beautiful places with very low crime, contrary to what like the US want to say like about
Yeah,
Acapulco
but I
and
don't
stuff.
think those aren't anarcho-capitalist systems.
That
Those
is
are actually
anarcho-capitalist systems. Yes, it
no,
is.
no, they're not. No, they're not.
How are
They're
they
not.
not?
They're not anarchists. They're not anarchists in any way. They have a community leader on several levels. They have neighborhood leaders. They have family leaders.
Yeah. It's just there are
Yeah.
the kind of hierarchies, but they're not forced. They're not forced hierarchies. There's not like you have to do this and you have to pay taxes. But there's nothing like that as far as I know. Maybe some places there are like some mini mafia type stuff, but mostly from what I see, it's not. Like in
Yeah. No, I
Acapulco.
think we can agree. I think we can agree that in Mexico there's early onset, quote unquote, anarchist communities because the existing government has been broken down to the point where other community leaders have felt the need to step up, like family leaders, patriarchs, etc. They have actually stepped up to the role and taken the role as leader. But these are essentially like baby nations. They're like, the U.S. is like what? It's like 100 to between 100 and 300 years old, depending on your historical philosophy. While these like Mexican communities, they're like 2-3 year olds. They're like toddlers in
No,
terms of
like 10 to 20, like, but they were very small back, but like
yeah. So small scale, no real impact. I mean, it's not something you refer
that
to as
small,
like,
but
well, yeah. So, but it's not something that you would refer to as like, hey, this is what I want to replace my European monarchy of 5 million people. Like, I want to replace it with this, like based on an experiment of 2,000 Mexicans over a 5-year span. Like that's
sure,
just
it's
illogical. So,
more than that. Okay.
well, okay, 20 years. So I still, even if it's 20 years, and 50,000 people.
I'm
Like, yeah,
talking about
I'm not gonna scale that
more
up.
people.
Yeah, but you need more data, right, to actually scale it up and do it confidently.
Two headstrong contrarians go back to back.
Yeah, I think we got to get back to Elon Musk and how it was a story written by Werner von Braun back in the 30s when he said that the ruler of Mars, he's called the Elon. Like, did you guys read that? How the title, it was like the Elon, it was a title, it's not even a name. And then it's just all randomly, no, it's all just like synchronicity and epic coincidences.
The same guy that knows about the firmament.
Yeah, exactly. The guy who fucking like, what? Not until he died though. Like, he decided to put it on his gravestone. It's like, I don't know if he was outspoken about it in his living days, but like the main propagandist, like, man, that's what I want to see. I want to see like a biopic about Werner von Braun, bro. Where is that shit? Like a documentary, like an epic Netflix type, high production value documentary. Werner von Braun, like how he got like extracted from like Nazi Germany, gets co-opted through Operation Paperclip. Allegedly, even if you follow like the mainstream line history,
Well, that sounds like some James
Like-
Bond stuff. It's probably not that crazy. There's probably something, bloodlines, families, royalty, blah blah blah.
You think so?
I think so. Yeah.
I think he might have just been like a really skilled like propagandist, back in Nazi Germany, and they were like, "Well, hey man, we could use this guy," and they just like, "Hey, if you can't, what's that saying? If you can't bub him, then bub him."
If you can't beat them, join them.
No, actually,
Yeah.
more truthfully, he ran a slave operation building the V1 and V2 rockets. He was actually the very top of that pyramid in those like Buchenwald type prison camps, slave prison camps. They carried as many bodies out of those caves in Poland that they're making those rockets as they did rockets.
Yeah, and then he's like
You
one
mean for
of Disney's
manufacturing?
main guys.
Yeah.
Then he's like running around Disney. He's like, "Oh, hey, we have to educate our kids." Like, what the
Yeah,
fuck,
he's all
bro?
of a sudden buddy with all those weirdos. The Aleister Crowley crowd. L. Ron Hubbard, the Jack Parsons, all of those people together with Disney and
Right,
all of them.
exactly.
Yeah.
And it brings up. I have to bring up the point that Gospel Bear has been bringing up about the Pythagorean theories and all these kind of stuff. So it most likely did come from the mystery schools.
The what school?
And
All the mystery schools?
mystery schools of the
Yes,
past.
I
Unknown,
agree.
an unknown
Yeah.
amount of time. I don't want to give a specific time frame.
Yeah, the times
Yeah.
are pretty. Yeah,
Yeah,
so it makes
I
sense.
believe so. I think at first it was heretical, and then it was taken over. There was all these things that happened. There was like how to say, there was cataclysms within the schisms within the church. Not only the church, but everything else, as far as this, like different trains of thought, these different schools of thought. Yeah, exactly. Like the mystery school. So some of that information was leaked out. That was going to be they were going to
Right.
bring it all out. So that's why we got these little fragments of that coming down to us from history that we're sitting here struggling with to put the pieces together because of all these fragmented pieces, right? So they were the ones they had the flat earth group. There was always this big thing. And then these people came in, the philosophers came in and decided, well, we're about what people are thinking.
Dude,
And
you know what? You know what would be a funny thing? It would be like as a pro flat Earth slogan, like in the current media thing, would be like, well, Hitler didn't think the Earth was flat or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like marketing wise.
Charlie-
Like if you're out in a protest, like shouting that Hitler was a globe earther, that's
listen. For a while,
that might actually make some people think.
There was this T-shirt going around for a while back. It was like a picture of Manson on the T-shirt, and it said "Charlie don't surf." So like that.
Yeah, it's still an appeal to it's,
Charlie, what?
Charlie don't surf.
What's that referring to? Can you explain it?
appeal to authority.
Yeah, it's just a weird.
No, I mean, like, who's Charlie? Like, is that Charlie Manson?
Charlie
or like-
Manson. Yeah, well, that's what I said.
Johnny?
Manson's on the T-shirt. The big old picture of Manson that says "Charlie don't surf." It's funny. It's
Charlie don't surf. But
Yeah,
what does
because
that mean, though? I'm sorry, I don't understand the.
I guess if you don't live in California, you don't quite understand it. It's kind of a thing that's here on the West Coast. It's funny as hell to us, though.
His name is Charles, so they call him Charlie.
How is California?
What's that?
How is California?
Cuck Cityville. I don't know. What do you want to call it? California? Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
but
still a lot
how,
of-
Don't
how
call
is
it that. Don't call it that.
California?
Okay,
Don't
well-
even call it that.
I know. There's still
Like that's some cuck city shit. Is to call your home state.
I
No, I'm
know.
just joking. I'm just joking.
You're right, man. You got a point there. So anyway, I try
the
not
place
to,
itself is beautiful and it has amazing weather.
it is actually
Yes,
beautiful.
amazing nature, bro. It's like
Yosemite
it's a
is
huge,
incredible.
it's a huge freaking state.
It is, and even where I live, there's actually even in the city there's huge open spaces of parklands and things like that that I can go ride a different trail every single day if I want, or some days I could hike. Like maybe I want to take the steep trails one day. Like there's all kinds of places, pretty cool stuff.
All right, let's not get braggy about it. you
I'm
know?
actually grateful.
Let's not
I
get
actually
braggy.
am grateful, though. Is the point I was trying to make. That's all.
Yeah, no, I was reading this. Supposedly, was that fake news that there's no bears in California? Is that true?
Oh, there probably
There's a lot of
have
bears here.
in years. Actually, only about 110 years ago, or maybe 120 years ago, in this county, in North County, there were 10-foot grizzly bears wandering around up in the hills.
Holy fuck!
That was in 1910.
Bro.
That was 1910. The last
Yeah,
ones were
but
built in around 1900. Yeah, 1910 were the last ones.
But Joe Rogan killed them all, and then he went to Austin.
Probably, or somebody else.
Now it's safe.
Who's the other guy that would kill everybody? That.
That's funny, bro. That's funny.
The actor. Who's the big actor? Never mind.
But so what's the vibe like in California? Do you see like the kind of because there's like the kind of people think of California, they think of like in the truther community, it's like, well, it was like it's of course it's like Hollywood, but then there's like, what about the kind of Aleister Crowley and all this weird shit? Like I've heard that there's like legitimately like from people who are not even like famous or anything, they just go there, they're like studying or whatever, and it's like especially like I remember my friend was telling me, it was like the women there, they're all like into like literally like they're just into like witchcraft, like not even like not even like in the kind of not even in like the ancient kind of Christian worldview where it's like, oh you're a witch, we have to burn you at the table. It's just like, no, they're like openly like
America is the new Babylon. It's free for all.
You meet some chick at Starbucks and you're like saying hello and she's like, oh yeah, I'm a literal witch. Like they'll just tell you straight up. Like
weird. There is a whole rash.
You know
of
what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true. But
you're on point with that.
Recently saw a video of some preschool teacher saying she was that or something.
Yeah, there's witches. There's people who say they're witches or practice Wicca, all kinds of that stuff.
Yeah, there is. There's a whole new age. There's all this new age. What do you call it? Where they go and do the like injections, like health injection bar. Like it's the weirdest thing ever. You ever saw. Like,
what?
Yeah, they get all kinds of weird stuff. These women do now, and they're mostly all new age. They're like get like injections in your eyelids and lips and all this weird shit.
But does that include like Botox and stuff? Is that new age?
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
New age, yeah, but it's also they had that shit back in the Egyptian times too, guys.
Yeah.
Don't get it twisted.
They go in and get vitamin E injections and all these different
There's
things.
nothing new in this. If there's one Bible verse I agree with, is like nothing new here. And I'm not a Christian.
You know what's funny? People still believe that our technology now is the most advanced it's ever been.
That's laughable.
Yeah, I can't stand it. How funny that is.
And not only that,
bro, honestly,
it just happens to be,
it just depends on
they know everything.
It just depends on what you mean by advanced.
Hold on. Yes, not only that, it does mean they know everything too.
I know, because advance in 2022 could, to some people, can mean sticks and shadows. That means advance is
yeah, one man's trash, right?
That's right.
Hey, what about this? Hold on.
Bro.
Hold on, Skygazer, not in the middle of the sentence. What about the rate of travel, speed-wise?
And what
do you think that do you think that there's what evidence is there that that 200 years ago anyone was capable of traveling at a rate of speed above 200 miles an hour.
I don't know. Most of our history's been completely wiped out from before that.
Bro, one word. Brooms? You ever see those pictures? Bro, these
witches on brooms. Now, what is that about?
Witches
by the
on
way?
brooms,
Yeah,
bro.
what's that about?
No, there's
Good
there's an actual. No, I'm of course joking, but of course.
So
I
the
think,
answer is there is no evidence.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Obviously, but there's maybe some hypothetical ideas out there about like there being some kind of, I don't know, some magnetic type technology and
the
shit.
Nazis
listen.
had blueprints for UFOs. The Nazis
No.
had blueprints for UFOs.
Listen, in the India Sanskrit writings, they talk about vimanas. They talk about
yeah.
flying vehicles. So that would be the more modern.
Bro, but that's no. But that's like lucid dreaming and soul traveling type shit. But yeah,
so here's my
listen. I don't think it is because they haven't won the Vimanica Mets. I forget something has to do with mechanicista or something like that. It actually has the technical specifications of how many passengers fit in these things and everything.
Right.
How it operates.
Listen.
So funny.
We don't know how long this thing's been around, this Earth thing, and it's my opinion that every speed that's allowed to have been gone has already been gone. Everything that's, you know what I mean? Everything that could have already been done here has been done.
We can probably go faster. Let's be real. We could probably go faster. Like mechanically.
Well, okay, I'll put it to you this way. There's terminal velocity, right? A human jumps out of something and gets to a terminal velocity. It can't go faster unless it's pushed. Okay, there's within certain bounds, we've gone as fast as we can, I believe, with every kind of technology that has ever existed.
Well, unless there's like a freaking, no, I'm not even gonna say it because it's like I don't want to put the channel on blast.
Okay, so are we talking about light speed?
What's light speed?
Yeah, I don't know. I just wondering if that was what.
Yeah, I think you're referring to there's some kind of physical law where it's like so. In order for an
this
entity
place is
to
pure
achieve
rules.
like a particular. Yeah, of course it's rules.
This place
We all agree on that.
Pure.
Yeah, we all agree.
Holdback. You're held back here. You got to follow rules.
Yeah,
which is okay.
Anyway.
Which is okay. Like the rules are in place. It's like a child.
Yeah. Anyway, we could argue about
well,
that.
Well, there's rules, right? So we have to behave within the rules. So you're saying, do you think that like we've achieved the main speed within the rule set that we're operating within? Is that what you're saying?
At some point, something or someone had to have, yes. Not this round of this consciousness in these beings. No, in my opinion, I think we're going pretty slow because you've got your maglev stuff that they won't even let us see, right? And that's going super fast. I guarantee you, there was faster shit, way back in the day.
Oh, so you think we've reached like max speed, but now we're living
not really
in a
humans. No,
kind of lame version of it.
No,
like
not humans.
Like living on.
Okay, so check it out. We're humans. We are finite in our ability to create stuff and think about stuff. I'm saying the rules in this physical reality, you can only go so fast. Like you can build a thing and it only goes so fast, or otherwise it'll break apart. This, that, or the other. Human consciousness only has a certain capability of building certain things. You know what I mean?
What do you base this on?
Huh?
What do you base this on?
What do I base what
The
off?
Matrix? The Matrix,
Then
like
what
the
you
first
say,
Matrix movie.
No, and it's just an opinion. I love you guys. I got to take a phone call.
Sure.
Anyway, so via some type of device that could travel that fast.
Yeah, no, he's out. He's out, bro. He bailed.
Oh, I know he did. That's why I was continuing. So anyway, it's my friend. Anyway, so I was just thinking about it myself, though. As far as it may have been done before here. That's beyond our scope of knowledge.
Yeah, bro. It's like in Genesis, all of the records are like obviously surpassed and created. Like if you read like the first chapters of Genesis, that's like the OG, Guinness World of Records.
That would be like
It's like
that would be the foundation. Yeah, that would be totally the foundation of all of it. Like if any of it's true at all,
yeah, bro.
the first chapter would need
Bro,
to
it's like
the one.
I think I want to look at like maybe someone can look it up. It's like the etymology of Guinness. I bet it's like you can link that shit back to like that's some OG. That's like Guinness. I don't even know what that means. Like
Genesis?
it's probably some family name. No, Guinness World of Records. I think it's a reference back to Genesis, bro. Like
okay,
the original, the highest level of records.
Interesting.
Guinness Book of Records is like it's actually Genesis Book of Records. It's like that's where that shit all happened. And now we're just pretending it's like, oh yeah, bro, I went faster. When it's saying that the spirit traversed over the waters, it's like, yeah, bro, I made the fucking fast boat. It's like, bro, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so 2-minute warning.
Yeah, JB, so you gotta so what's the thing? There's some kind of women's event happening?
Yeah.
Really? Can I play this quick ODD song right before? Is it Ladies' Night starting?
We've got a couple minutes.
Let's wrap it up with a good jam. Is it a good jam?
Okay, it's
better
like
be good.
It's a girl. I hope you enjoy it. It might
Is
be
it a banger? Is it a banger?
Yeah, it might be a little tongue in cheek for some people, but hold on, 1 second here.
Oh, bro, it better not be cringy. Better not be cringy. You know what I'm saying?
Only in
or
the right.
Zoomers out there.
Only in the right amounts. Ingredients. 1 second.
Yeah. All right. Well, guys, it was. I enjoyed the chat.
Yep.
I feel like it's like a vampire burial. It's like the women are gonna take over. Let's all make our salutes. Shout out to Elon Musk. Shout out to Werner von Braun. Shout out to Disney.
Wait, what? You had everything right up until you started shouting out those dudes.
No, bro, there's Women's Night coming up. I'm just giving a shout out to the conversational topics.
All right.
Just giving out shout outs to the conversational topics and the fun times that we had. That are just gonna die now in history of
whatever. Stick around. The ladies are a lot more fun than we are.
What are we talking about?
Yeah. Anyway,
here
we go. I'm just gonna segue. I'm just gonna segue right in. I'm just gonna segue right in. So just remember, the authorities only want these things. Stand by. ODD's going to tell you what they are.
What is this?
And it's not playing. Hold on 1 second.
Where's the song? Play the song, bro.
It's not playing.
In honor of Ladies' Night, everybody find one lady in your life right now. Call them up, tell them you love them.
Boys and girls.
In honors of Ladies' Night, here's technology failing massively.
Yeah,
actually.
Yeah, so in honor of Ladies' Night, call your grandma, call your mom, call your sister, call your wife. Tell them you love them. Ready, go.
Hold on. Let's see if it'll work again. Let's try it one more time.
ODD TV.
There we go.
Your cell phone, your wallet, your time, your ideas. No barcode, no party, no ID, no beers. Your bank card, your license, your thoughts, your fears. No SIM card, no disco, no photo, not here. Your blood, your sweat, your passions, your regrets,
That's
your
all.
profits, your time off, your fashions, your sex, your pills, your dress, your tits, your ass, your laughs, your balls. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Tell us your habits, your fads, your fears. Give us your address, your shoe size, your years, your digits, your plans, your number, your eyes, your schedule, your desktop, your details, your life. Show us your children, your photos, your home. Here, take credit, take Take insurance, take a loan, get a job, get a pension, get a haircut, get a suit. Playing the lottery, play football, play the field, snore some toot. We'll show you shrinks, we'll show you spook, we'll buy you drinks, throw away your book. We'll sell you crap, we'll charge you debt. Wanna buy big guns, we'll want the cash. Your soul, your house, your phone, we want your soul. Your house, your phone, we want your soul. Your house, your phone, we want your soul. Your house, your phone, we want your thoughts, your emotions, your love, your dreams, your checkbook, your essence, your sweat, your screams, your security, your sobriety, your innocence, your society, yourself, your place, your distance, your space.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here, watch this. Shut up. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
Here's boy bands, here's Mackers, here's Britney, here's Cola, here's pizza, here's TV, here's some rock, and some roller. Watch commercials, more commercials, watch Jerry, not Oprah. Buy a better life, from the comfort of your sofa. Here's popcorn, here's magazines, here's milkshake, here's blue jeans, here's padded bars, here's armpit wax, here's football shirt, here's baseball cap, here's live talk shows, here's video game, here's cola light, here's thin morning, here's filter tips, here's collagen lips, here's all night malls, here's plastic hips. Your house, your phone, we want your soul. 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 Your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here's American Gladiators. Watch this. Shut up. Go back to bed, America. Here is American Gladiators. Here is 56 channels of it. Watch these pituitary retards bang their fucking skulls together and congratulate you on living in the land of freedom. Here you go, America. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
We want your soul. 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 Your house, your phone. 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 We want your soul.
'Cause ignorance was bliss, but now I must adjust. These animals, they operate on jealousy and lust. I'm taking back what was lost.
Okay, sorry about that little last bit.
Are we not allowed to talk after this?
Correct. Ladies, you're taking
Okay.
over.
Sorry, I went a little bit over. I take full responsibility. Thank you, ladies, for being patient. Have a great one.
All good.
Bruh.
So it looks like it's just me and Level Up right now. Hi, Level Up.
Wait, but
Hey,
is
how's
it
it going?
starting
Hi,
soon?
Gazer.
So it's not.
Going good.
So it's
Hi,
not
So
started
you?
yet.
Mute yourself or I'll mute you.
Yeah, hi, Level Up. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm great, thank you.
So where's our other ladies?
I don't see any more. Hopefully more will show up soon.
I think it's good to have an intro of some kind like that because whether what anybody thinks of the music is not as important as the fact that there's some kind of transition,
True.
An
Yeah.
intro. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking we should make a song specifically for Ladies' Night for the introduction.
Yeah. I agree. Plus, it gives me time to finish my supper before the thing starts. Oh. Is there anybody new around that we don't know about?
I'm not seeing anyone.
We got sirens out here for some reason.
Well, quick shout out to the YouTube chat. We got Alex and Bendulite, Brian S, and my bestie Winter Rain. Hope y'all are doing good.
Hi.
Hello.
Who's that? Someone said hi?
Yeah, somebody. I didn't see who it was.
I thought I heard you say rookie, so I said hi, and I'm sorry. I didn't. Maybe I misunderstood.
I don't think anybody said that.
I said Winter Rain, Bendulite, Alex, Brian. Quick YouTube shout out.
That was it. You said Brian. I thought I heard Ryan. That's probably what it was. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay.
Well, we'll have to think of something to talk about till people get here, I guess.
Yeah.
Somebody said voice chat went silent. I don't know. We can hear us.
Yeah, you're coming through just fine.
Alrighty, thanks. Well, I suppose we could try to pick questions from the YouTube chat or something, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. I'll take a look.
I'm not seeing a whole lot right now. Well, we don't like dead air. So somebody needs to come on and ask a question or something. I'm really not seeing that much in the chat.
We do have Mind Sobriety. He's a globe skeptic.
If you're looking
Yeah,
for
you can ask.
inspiration of the topic, you could discuss your opinions on why the surface of the earth matters. Always a good talking point.
Yeah. Well, for me, I find it important because I love the truth. I like to know things So I'd like to know that what I'm living on is either a ball or flat or what. I'd like to know. I know a
think
lot
that's
of
pretty
people
much.
like to connect it with a god or a creator, but it's not what I'm into. I just like the truth, so I'm into flat earth because I want to know the truth.
I think pretty much everyone who gets in who cares about Earth shape is in it for the truth, except for the antagonists who are in it to stifle the truth.
Right.
And as far as spirituality goes, connected with it, I think, at least from long experience in the trenches online, I never seen any other topic bring people to want to at least some curiosity about the spiritual realm, because in spite of decades and decades of debates on evolution, which is another part of the lie, I've never seen it any topic related to truth, quote unquote, turn people to spirituality the way Earth shape has. And I'm still not sure why, other than that once you know about such a big lie, I mean, evolution people don't care about as much because it's biology mainly, and people just don't care to talk about it. But Earth is something you can examine yourself, and maybe that's the reason. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm still taking bites of supper between times.
All good.
Yeah, mind sobriety, you're allowed to ask questions when one of the ladies asks you to say something. That's when you can speak, because we're supreme these few hours.
Okay, I thought it was like you were asking for women to ask questions.
We
They
ask
have not-
we ask the questions, and you, well, it depends on what's going on, but we basically run the show is the thing.
Okay, I understand.
So you have any questions, like being a globe skeptic, what brought you to that point, or something
No,
like that?
they just gave me the role. I'm a flat earther.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just asking here because I have a friend over here. Do you want like basically Globers? Do you want Globers to ask you guys questions, or what kind of questions are you guys looking for?
Usually what goes on Ladies' Night is the Globers are to ask questions, and Flat Earth ladies are supposed to answer or ask them questions in return.
That's a great concept. That's a great concept.
And usually we get a pretty good number of Globers that we suspect come because they think we're easy pickings, But they don't seem to come as often anymore. I'm not sure why.
Well, I can try the lobby, see if anyone's willing to join in from the globe side.
Well, meanwhile, I can. There's my friend who was always asking, like, if the Earth is flat, then how did we land on the moon? Like, how do you explain the moon landing? That's what he always says.
Well, first one must establish that we went to the moon, which really is a question that preceded the modern flat Earth movement. I mean, there was reason to question it even before like 2015 or so. I've heard some crazy ideas about how to explain anomalies in the videos, and simple things. I would ask them simple things like, for example, the lunar module has one tiny window, right, on the side. How did they, on their way to the moon, turn the capsule so that it faces Earth, so the thing is flying sideways, and keep it rock steady through the whole video? No movement of any kind, just a straight shot out the window, without, and doing this maneuver with just little positioning jets, supposedly, without changing the trajectory, which they couldn't really do much about once they were launched. It's just a ballistic at that point, once it left all the rocket stages. It was unpowered, is my understanding. I mean, there's nothing coming out the back of the capsule that had, like I said, just little positioning jets around the sides. How did they turn it to face that little window toward the Earth and get such a steady shot? We can argue all these little details without even going into whether the moon is a place you can go visit. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, I mean, to me, obviously, it's reasonable. But my friend, he's always like, "Well, I saw the moon landing on video, so therefore it's real." Like that's always been his.
Right,
Yeah.
sorry. I was 11 years old when that was live. I saw it live, supposedly, on tiny little black and white TVs, because that's all we had. Lousy picture. Supposedly there was a long delay for audio and pictures to go back and forth, yet somehow Nixon could call them on the phone and have a non-delayed conversation. But seeing something on TV absolutely does not mean it happened, really. And the burden of proof is on those who believe in it to say, yes, it did, because you ask a bunch of questions such as, why was it that the TV stations, the news reporters, couldn't get a live feed from NASA or from Mission Control in, was it Cape Canaveral then, or Houston? I don't remember, but I think it was Cape Canaveral, renamed Cape Kennedy later. I think they named it back, but I'm not sure. But anyway, they couldn't get a live feed directly. They had to point their cameras at a monitor and send that out. That's why it was such lousy quality. And it doesn't make any sense to do that. I mean, this was historic. It was, the most amazing achievement of mankind, supposedly. And they don't want it filmed directly from the video feed from the moon? That sounds awful dodgy to me. And there's a gazillion more questions we could ask about that.
Hey, just add to what you said a second ago about the thrusters. I still have yet to see a demonstration of a thruster or a rocket, creating propulsion, propelling something in a vacuum. I'd love to see that.
Right. And I think if we were going to really test something like that, because people claim to have done that in the little boxes that are vacuum chambers, I would suspect that propelling something out one end of a rocket could conceivably push off the edge of the container if it's close enough. So what I would like to see, I know there's a giant vacuum chamber, I think up in Cleveland, to put a tiny rocket in the giant vacuum chamber so that the walls are too far away for anything to push off of, and then run the test and see what happens.
Well, yeah. Even beyond that, with the example you said with the smaller vacuum chambers and how they'll be really stupid about it because they'll put a big rocket or a medium-sized rocket in a small vacuum chamber, and as it goes off, the vacuum chamber will actually fill with gas that it can push off of just because they started the rocket to begin with. So it's actually pushing off of its own fumes, which is not what they say is happening in space. So it's stupid.
Right. And it's hard to say how much push you could get from fumes, even if they were filling the vacuum chamber. But still, I think to eliminate all possibility of alternate explanations, they need to put a small rocket in a large vacuum and then see what happens.
Yeah, and level up. I want to ask, on behalf of my Globe Earth friend is very skeptical to this whole thing. Like his one of the thing he was asking was that why is there because he was talking to his girlfriend and he was like, well, flat Earth is like it's all just like men basically. There's almost no women that are interested in it. So, and also he was wondering like don't take offense to this, but and you don't have to answer it if you don't want to, but he was wondering like how old are you, like as a person who goes on a digital platform to talk about these things. So
yeah, I think,
why is there like a majority of men in the flat earth quote unquote community? And yeah, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think as far as do the second one first, the age thing, it is true that the older people get, the less likely they are to change their mind. But I was in my 50s. I'm in my 60s now. So, nobody can say that age is an absolute factor because there are too many exceptions. And I know other people, and it doesn't just have to be flat Earth.
That's so cool.
Any conspiracies, quote unquote, I hate to use that term, but you know what I mean, alternate thoughts, non-mainstream thoughts. There are a lot of people in my age bracket. It's surprising. They just don't tend to spend as much time online, I think, is part of the issue.
Because it's difficult technology, right? It's like, I gotta imagine that has to be part of it.
I don't know if it's quote unquote difficult. It's just the older they get, the less you want to learn something new when it comes to technology. I personally don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, it's like the ratio between skill and difficulty, right? It's like in 100 years, all the young kids here, they're gonna struggle to interact with the newest Neuralink Elon Musk app, right? That's just I mean,
consider.
I agree with you. That's what I'm saying.
I was born in the late 50s, right? We didn't have portable phones. We had mechanical dial-up phones with the rotary dial. So businesses did not have computers at all until I was like in my teens. And unless you were a really big business or you're out in Silicon Valley where things were starting up, then you might have had some then. But for the most part, business was not done with computers. You use snail mail, landlines. This is just, such a leap from the world I grew up in. But it happens gradually enough, usually, that people adapt. I mean, we do a surprising amount of adapting. But the more things go on and the more radical the changes in technology, I think the more resistance there are going to be. But all of that is just backdrop to who's online and who isn't. And I think today, for the most part, unless you're at least a decade older than me, I mean, we're talking the 70s and higher, you're probably going to be online in some capacity or have a cell phone, right? So it isn't as though we're all insisting on using dial-up rotary phones. I keep saying dial-up is such a term from back in the America Online days when you had.
We know it. We know what you mean.
Yeah,
we know what you mean.
Yeah. But I just, why that word keeps in my vocabulary because it was an earlier technology that I grew up with. But so, yes, as a general condition, I would say most people online are, and especially in communities other than basic social media, most of them are going to be younger. And also, there's the gaming community to consider. And I think that way may lead into the second question, actually, that was originally your first one, about why it's predominantly male. Because I think it is a overflow from the gaming community and where those communities started, and they were mostly young teenage or young adult males. Not to say there aren't quite a number of females in it, especially now, but it started out that way. And there are also social pressures as well. There's social conditioning and stigmas and certain things that, like when I was growing up, there's certain, girls couldn't even play basketball or baseball when I was growing up, And so we've had some catching up to do in that regard. And I think that's why we have to have a ladies' night here. Is one of the reasons. It just takes a while for those stigmas to go away. Yeah.
So it's so true, and it's so yeah. No, I'm looking over at my friend, and he's nodding. He's nodding like what's the word when you're nodding, but you're doing it reluctantly. Like he's he's
okay.
reluctantly nodding. Yeah.
Okay, there is some sort of an answer.
Yeah.
But
it's funny because there's this people have this idea of like, well, if you think the Earth is flat, then you must subscribe to these other because it's a very people link it to this kind of Stone Age type ancient mentality, right? It's like old school type of thing, but but yeah, it's interesting to hear that like maybe that's not the case. Like maybe what if it's funny. It's like to me, just speaking personally for a second, it's like flat Earth is like the ultimate. That's like the actual edge. Like people talk about like punk rock and being like punk and this kind of edgy type of thing. Like flat Earth is the actual edge of society. So that should probably like if you're going by that model of like, well, like women are attracted to like guys on the edge and they're kind of like dangerous kind of thing, like that kind of whole stereotype is like, well then, but that's not the case, right? Because flat Earth comes with a lot of other social pressures, like kind of next level type thing.
Yeah.
But it might be getting a bit too deep for this conversation, so I don't mean to interrupt, but you probably have some other guy from the lobby who needs to get debunked at this point.
Let me just say real quick too that in the last 5-6 years, I noticed I had been in some of the off the wall conspiracy message boards, and I noticed that flat Earth was the one thing that got ostracized even by conspiracy theorists who believe in UFOs and Bigfoot and every crazy thing you can think of was all good. You could talk about it, but not flat
That's
Earth.
right.
You had
That's
to,
right.
Yeah, so it is the very tip of the spear of the truther movement, I think. So you said there's someone waiting?
It's not for the faint of heart.
It seems to be like the last conspiracy. Like you really can't go beyond flat Earth. It's like the final one. If they're lying about the shape of the Earth, assuming that's what's happening, it doesn't really get any more conspiratorial than that.
Bro, but that is like, it's so sad because like, it's like as someone who plays like role-playing video games, I always like to do the side quests before I complete the main quest. So to me, it's like, bro, I'm like, so I like accidentally discovered like the actual like solution to the main quest.
Well, the side quests in a
You know?
video game are the minor missions that don't necessarily go with the main storyline, yes. But if you do complete them, they do give you the experience necessary to complete the main quest, more properly. And so I guess if you're talking about theories of conspiracy or whatever, there's a couple side quest conspiracy theories that prepare you for the main, and I guess final one too.
Yeah, bro,
I
but
get
it's like
9/11, fluoridic water.
right, but
yeah, but I feel like you it's kind of like you cheated the game when you're like, oh shit, like I didn't deserve this knowledge, it was just gifted to me for whatever reason. It's like, because there's like 99% of my community, they don't believe in this shit. Like they don't believe in Flutter, so like, so I just got this like,
you gotta level up. I mean, some people, can go straight to the quest. Some people are like, I need to complete this and that and the third before, and stop off at a few places before getting to the final leg of the journey. People are different,
But yeah, and that's the thing is, but I think in any generation, the number of people who are outside of the box is going to be, in the vast minority. There's just never been any different than that. If you look back in history, most people just want to do their daily lives, and they don't want to go too far from the center line. You know what I mean? So this is really no different, and I don't think the percentage has changed much, but I think that because of the internet, there's a lot faster communication with people in different places that we never had before at this speed. And I think that makes a difference in how open people are to change and how aware they are of different histories, different social norms. It's just happening a lot of information in a short time. So
yeah. There's it's a curse and a blessing, like when it comes to internet. But if I may, because this is I really want to ask you, Level Up, if you are willing to share, like, what was when you were growing up, like, what was the kind of what was the edgiest conspiracy like around your time, like, and how did you change your view on that as time progressed?
I can't think of one thing. I mean, when I was growing up, it was anti-war in the 60s, but I was still preteen in the 60s. So I wasn't really that into it. It just was a thing. I was more concerned with the music. 60s and 70s music is what I grew up with. But as far as conspiracy goes, I think the earliest one would be the UFOs and Bigfoot. Those were the ones that put you on the fringe in those days. Of course, there was drug culture and all that, and people would associate fringe with drug use and just smear it away like that. But I can't think that people just weren't as concerned in general with it at that time. Because they were more into the people that they could see in front of them. It wasn't people online. I mean, because there was no online. And so you just went about your life and dealt with your own local dramas and scandals and politics. That never changes. Of course, the JFK assassination was a big, topic that got people talking about quote unquote conspiracies because nobody bought the official line, at least nobody I knew except my parents' generation. They pretty well accepted whatever the government told them. But everybody else is like, this just doesn't add up. That doesn't make sense. And so I think that was kind of the first big, quote unquote, conspiracy theory community. And it was loose. There wasn't like meetings or anything like that. It was just people would, send letters to each other about it if they were talking to anyone at a distance. Mostly, though, it was just local because that was your reach.
So how do you see the links between because and maybe this is too convoluted to ask, but I need to ask it. But how do you see the link between the communication, like the way we're talking about conspiracies nowadays, quote unquote conspiracies? It's the evil tongues will have you believe that this is like an echo chamber, but then I want to compare that. I'm interested to hear the way you're describing it with the JFK conspiracy, for example. Wasn't that also quote unquote an echo chamber in a way? And you're, as a person who's seen the advancement of technology, how do you think you actually arrive at a truthful conclusion? Because you've seen the evolution of technology and how conspiracies are different in those different environments. So what's your take on that?
Your question, the gist of your question, it's there were meetings that people would have. If you might, if somebody was reaching out, you might get a flyer in the mail or something like that. But most of the time, I think these things would come from libraries inviting people to speak, or promoting some new literature that they got, or
right.
Whatever organizations people were in. If one person heard something intriguing, they might bring it to the group, and the group might, the members might be in other groups and spread it around. But you can imagine that was pretty slow, but it still could happen. It just wasn't anywhere near the speed it is now.
So, because you had an established friend group, and then this idea of JFK, it might what's the word? It might bubble into your friend group as a conversational topic.
Yeah, plus newspapers, radio. I mean, we had mass media. It just, you wouldn't hear anything too crazy on the TV unless you watch late night TV. UHF channels. You could find some good stuff there. We used to watch. There was a show that hosted by Leonard Nimoy called In Search Of. My brother and I used to stay up late and watch that on the weekends, but after a while we stopped because it's you know what, this is frustrating. We go in search of, but they never find a cotton picking thing. So
yeah.
But yeah, you could find some stuff on late night TV, but mostly you could read, letters to the editor in a newspaper. You could submit just about any crazy thing, right? It's up to the publisher whether they wanted to print it or not. If they had the room, if they were desperate, they might include something like that. But so there were ways to communicate, it just wasn't fast. But is there anybody else waiting yet to like a ball earther who wants to talk? Because it's starting to turn into let's interview level up.
Well, we're joined by another lady, Crystal.
Oh, she's been here before. Hey, Crystal.
Hello.
How's it going?
Yeah, I'm a little late, but I thought I'd drop by, see how it's going, see if it's busier than last week.
No.
It's pretty slow today.
I guess I have somewhat good news. I talked to my mom about the server, and she might join next week, so next Friday.
Oh, awesome.
So hopefully there'll be more ladies, because she's pretty shy, and she told me she might not even say anything, but we could give it a shot. Not going to force her, but I definitely want to make sure there's more people here when she does join. But yeah, we'll see.
It's sort of a holiday weekend here, being Easter, but maybe next week people will be around more.
Last Friday it was pretty slow too, so I guess
yeah,
it's just around that time. Spring, it's beautiful out.
Right. The weather's getting nicer.
Do you really think that's like a legitimate excuse? You know, as a man, I'm ashamed to hop into the ladies' night, but I gotta ask, like, you know, where are the women? Aren't the women, aren't they interested in the truth about the shape of the earth?
I
Do
think
they
they
maybe
are.
just not care?
It's
Maybe
just
they just don't care. You know,
or
evil
lot of them
tongues
are
want
they're
to
out of
say
busy.
that they
town.
just don't care.
Probably just out of town visiting family with their kids and loved ones.
Talking about that a little earlier before you came in, Crystal, and I offered up some possibilities, but I think one other thing would be that if a lady comes across a conversation with like 10 men speaking at once about and scattergunning all over the place, they're not going to join. I wouldn't want to. I mean, maybe it's because of my age. I don't know. I'd like a more controlled conversation, which is why I tend to come mostly to ladies' night. But maybe it's something to do with that as
Women do
well. It's
seem
like
to
we
be
don't like
more on the
chaos,
ship.
huh?
I didn't hear that. What they said.
I didn't either.
I'm surprised Karma isn't here though. Guess she's busy too.
Could be.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to let you guys know anyway. I'll definitely bring her in here when it's a little busier, because the first time I showed up to ladies' night, it was a blast. So I want to have my
No,
mom.
it's busy. It's a busy night, don't get me wrong. It's a real busy night, but the reality is that you know, there's not that many members of how do you say, your section of the gender
I
is
guess.
not present, you know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of bros in the channel, but
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
of course.
we're not allowed to speak, so
Well,
you
first
know,
of
but
all,
we're
we're
respecting
using we're using
the
Discord,
vibe.
which is pretty male dominated too, so it makes sense.
Oh, you think so?
Oh yeah,
You think Discord
it's
is
like a gaming platform, so
Yeah,
lots
well?
of
that's what we mentioned earlier about gamers.
Is
Yeah.
there like a more female prominent platform? Do you think? Like what's the main female platform?
TikTok. Like, I don't think there's many
TikTok's a big
for like I don't think there's a lot of voice chat platforms that women go on. If there are, it's maybe Skype, but that would probably be for like
That's
schoolwork
funny,
or
bro.
yeah. It's just a thing. Like a lot of I find a lot of I'm not speaking for every woman, but I find a lot of women don't really want to spend their time
Yeah.
on the internet.
No, Discord is like nerd central. It's like
Yeah.
we gotta move the operation to TikTok. You know what I'm saying?
Right? We gotta speak out to the younger generation too. It's where they all are.
Bro, not even just the opposite gender, but yeah, you know, I'll let the boys of the channel speak out about this.
Yeah,
What do you think, guys?
I think it's fine. Like last time I was here, or I guess 2 weeks ago when I was here, it was pretty busy. Like I think there are a lot of women. It's just lately it's been slow. That's it.
No, it's slow. It's slow on the male side too. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Like my friend. Oh, sorry. What's that?
Well,
I heard some
I'm,
hulking. Oh yeah.
I was just going to say that from the little bit of Paula's work that I've seen, I find it fascinating, her take on the biblical side of the subject. And I wanted to ask Paula, what, if any, evidence there was in, say, the Bible for a flat Earth, if she wanted to go into that.
If I could, I'm usually not good at trying to search for something while I'm talking, but there's like several hundred passages you could point to that, but I would make it simplified by saying in no passage, no genre, no topic or context does the Bible ever talk about Earth as moving or spinning or orbiting. We have explicit statements that it's not. We have Genesis 1 where the Earth was doing day and night 24 hours by the language. It says day, evening, morning, day 1, evening, morning, day 2. And yet there was no sun until day 4. So what was it orbiting that was causing this day and night? Because allegedly day and night is caused by Earth spin, not by anything else. And so they would have to say that Earth was at least spinning, but there's nothing for it to orbit to cause seasons. So that's one thing. Another thing is where there's an incident where there was a battle going on and led by Joshua, and they were running out of daylight, and so he prays to God that they get a little more daylight to finish their battle, and the moon and the sun stood still over specific cities for about a whole day, it says, so close to 24 hours. And I even asked Danny Faulkner this about, okay, wouldn't you expect certain things to be written down in history's, records around the world if suddenly the Earth stopped spinning and there was no day-night cycle for a whole day, and if something's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator and suddenly stops, things are going to go flying that aren't attached, right? They're going to go off at a tangent. And yet that didn't happen. And his response was, if anything, that, well, God could take care of that too, which is an ad hoc fallacy. There's nothing in the Bible that says he stopped the Earth moving.
Oh, and isn't that like extreme anti-feminism to say that, well, a man will fix it? Like, that's super anti-feminist.
What do you mean, a man will fix it?
I don't know if they think of God.
Isn't that what he said?
If God's the one who's
Wait a minute. So what is this with feminists? Like, why do we have to be feminist? What is your definition of feminist? Are you going by radical feminism? Like, what is this conversation? What's happening?
Yeah, no, I'm probably subscribing to the idea of radical feminism, but like, how does even like gender kind of ideology tie into cosmology? Like, what we're trying to figure out, like, the nature of the reality. Yeah,
hold on a minute. We suddenly switched topics. I was asked about what the Bible says about flat Earth, and now we're talking about feminism. I mean, what happened?
He put it up. That's what I mean. Like, what is that?
It's
I don't
a bit
even
of a
understand.
left field.
Why is he talking about that?
That's on me. That's on me, guys. That's on me. I effed up. That's on me.
Yeah, you did.
I effed up.
Good to see you, Shines.
Thank you for admitting it. Thank you for admitting it.
Good to see you, Shines.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's good to see you too. I'm sad that there aren't more females in here. Where are they? Where are the women that nobody knows how to define?
No,
bro.
Me either.
They're listening. They're listening.
Hey, you. Hey, Lemon.
Hey. Well,
yo, I'm like trying to represent, bro, and it's not working. It's not working.
Well, if we could get back to those biblical references, I think you were talking about the Battle of Ajalon there, Paula, where the sun stood still, and it does seem like, it would fit more in some sort of cosmology, where the Earth is at least motionless, if not flat, and everything else is moving, but not the Earth. That seems to make more sense to me, anyway.
It's at least geocentric. And I've heard some what I consider lame excuses for why the Bible must bow to standard cosmology, as far as, they're cherry picking when they want something to be allegorical and when they want to take it literally. It's like what I try to tell Faulkner. It seems inconsistent, politely put, to take the Bible statements about sequence literally, day 1, day 2, day 3, and say these were literal solar days. We'll take that literally, but not about structure, about the structure of the Earth or the nature of the cosmos. And, and that's really wildly inconsistent. And there was a guy, a linguist, a specialist in ancient Semitic languages, Michael Heiser, who was an evolutionist, standard cosmologist, but he knows language, and he knows when, what the Bible teaches about these things is that it's flat and stationary, and he calls out
That's
other
right.
people for being inconsistent. So when somebody who doesn't believe either of those things says this is what the Bible says, I think that's a good
I
hostile
get mad.
witness. Huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I have a good question to ask. I actually somehow, some way, it never shows up on my YouTube, but I logged into YouTube and was like, "What's on my subscriptions?" And on my homepage, like recommendations, it was Level Up and Danny Faulkner. And I was like, "Oh, this is going to be a good conversation." And so I was listening to it, and he just dipped out super fast as soon as you guys started talking about the Earth. Has he come back, or are there going to be any more conversations with him? Because he seems like he might be a hostile witness.
Yeah, I've had 2
Behold.
conversations here in Discord with him. The first one was mostly him. He was probing me to see what kind of Christian I am, right? Because Helio wanted me to talk to him because we're both Christians, and what that does is remove a layer of objection as to why, they shouldn't listen to us. And he wanted to know if I went to church. He wanted to know this, that, and the other. And so basically, at the end of it, what I had done is take away his excuses. But then the second time, we got a little more into the details, and other people chimed in too, and it kind of got off track.
I think that's the one I listened to. Yeah, like Lemon was there, Helio was there. There was a couple of other people, and it was when they started asking about you guys were fine when you were talking about like anything biblical, and then as soon as like, why do you actually think that it's a globe? What is your evidence for that? He was like, okay, cool. It just went south, and he dipped out.
Yeah, I kept, whether it there or in DMs.
That's
Hold
literally.
on a second.
That's
Hey,
literally.
Gazer, hold on.
I'm sorry.
I was
My bad.
checking.
My bad.
And that's one of the reasons ladies tend not to come. The thing is that whether it was DM or here in the live stream, I was trying to eventually get it to where he stops talking about the sky. I understand that the sky is his specialty, but if we're talking about Earth shape, we have to talk about Earth. And we never really quite got there, like you said. So, but, I could say more about him personally that I've learned since then, but I'm not going to do that. I don't want to sit here and roast him. But
well, it's really interesting, because he's part of the Answers in Genesis crew, right? And so they're like, against the whole dinosaur thing. They have a lot of things that are, can be on point. And then they are doing like hit pieces on flat Earth. Like they're doing legitimate hit pieces. Like, what is this? Huh?
Exactly. It's hit pieces. Yeah, it's exactly hit pieces. I mean, I would expect when I go to Answers in Genesis and read something, I expect high quality scholarly articles from people with PhDs. I mean, if you got a PhD, you should talk about the topic and know not to make a bunch of fallacies. But what I saw of his work on, quote unquote, on flat Earth, it was hit pieces. It was defaming people, naming names and saying, this is what flat earthers are like. That's a hit piece. That's not.
Yeah, and with no evidence against it, right? No actual evidence for the globe, no evidence against flat Earth, just basically like a mockery. Yeah, it's like a TMZ article is what it was.
Exactly. It was the sort of thing, the sort of writing, if we saw in the server, somebody would be timed out for.
Yep, exactly. Because you aren't bringing anything. Like, can we have something? And that's why I was really excited to see that. I was really excited to see that conversation. I was hoping something would happen, but nope.
Right. It's the phrase comes to mind, nailing Jello to a wall.
Yes, I love that phrase so much. I actually learned that phrase when I was in a court case with my lawyer, and he was like, dude, it's like trying to nail Jello to a wall.
Yeah. By the way, Skygazer, I did not mute you, and I don't have the power to do that. So, there you go.
Well, sometimes we do get a little go, and sometimes we prevent a conversation from taking place that can flow a little bit better without being, too, gung-ho about things. And that's the wonderful thing about having a more even keel with a different energy like this wonderful night here.
Thank you. So, yeah, I think that with the hit pieces, it seems clearer, we're speculating, but when you see somebody write those kinds of articles, but talk to us a different way in person, that tells me the person is not being entirely upfront about their intentions, and that we're serving as fodder for articles and a book, at least one book. And I'm pretty sure what he writes for AIG, he gets paid for. So this is a profit motive has to be considered for why someone like that would be here. It always surprised me, the first time I heard it was really him, why he would be here. Because most people don't want to be quote unquote tainted with hanging around a conspiracy place, especially a flat earth place. And the great irony I couldn't quite get across to him was that all these years, young earth creationists have had to fight off being smeared by other people as being called anti-science, right? And they would be smeared with saying, oh, you're probably the earth is flat too. No, we don't. We're totally science. We're all mainstream. We're legit scientists, right? They work very hard to get that reputation. And then to turn around and do the same thing to flat earthers, calling us anti-science. It's just a deep irony.
There is a very deep irony to it, and there is a deep ego to it. That I'm right, you're wrong, and there's some kind of deflection that's happening. There's some kind of major cognitive dissonance that we can understand that these things that they're saying, evolution and whatever, that there is major flaws in that science, but yet we're going to say that evolution isn't true, but yet, we're creationists. And even some of them are like the Big Bang still happened as creationists, right? It's mind-boggling.
Yeah, one of their the Answers in Genesis contributors, what was his name? He's a physicist out at, I think, at Sandia Labs out in Albuquerque. Russell Humphreys. He wrote a book called Starlight in Time, decades ago, where he tried to merge some kind of biblical thing into black hole theory, and he proposed a white hole theory, which is where he was trying to explain that, or theorize, I should say, in Creation Week, that somehow, there was this great expansion and then a contraction, and that it did the white hole, what they call the event horizon of a black hole is typically, not even light can escape, and time and everything stops. All of that assumes Einsteinian quantum, or not quantum, but theoretical physics, astronomy. And yet he was trying very hard to blend these things together and make it fit a young Earth creation week. And even Faulkner was saying that he believed that, I think if I have this right, I'd have to look at my notes. So I'm not deliberately trying to misquote him or anything, that there was some kind of the idea of the appearance of age, which was always a weak argument. I never agreed with it. Where, how do we, sorry, hold on. The appearance of age, where how do we account for distant starlight in a young universe? Well, the problem disappears if the starlight isn't distant. It doesn't have to be a gazillion unimaginable miles away. The problem is solved if we just don't believe that these stars are so big and far away. But they have to believe that to be science people, get out of the accusation that they're anti-science. And so they say, well, we'll come up with these very complicated theories as to how starlight can appear to have traveled for light years in a young universe, and trying to solve that problem when it's a problem that doesn't need to be solved if the Earth is flat and stationary and the stars aren't all that far away. So yet we're the ones that they would call anti-science. It's just ridiculous. Hope I didn't lose everybody there.
No, you didn't. I was listening, and I think you're spot on. And it's quite the conundrum, right? It's quite the conundrum, and we witness it in here all the time. And hopefully there would be some Globers or anybody in here that disagrees with us, that wants to talk with us about anything when it comes to where we live. But we witness it when we are just even talking to one person one-on-one. And I had a conversation with somebody earlier today about photons, and we disagree on them. And he was like, well, it works, and so therefore it is. And it's like, but how does it work? Like, you don't even know the details of that. Like, you don't even know the argument. And if you aren't even willing to learn the argument and you're just like parroting something that you don't even understand, we get that aspect of it, right? Then we get the aspect of the people who truly memorized everything that they learned. And they're like, they can recite everything that they learned, but they're incapable of any nuance or any new variables that could be attached to that. That's anti-science, right? Like, if you're not going to
Right.
like allow a new variable to come into your paradigm that might destroy your paradigm, like, that means that you're holding on to a belief and you don't ever want that to be shattered. The whole purpose of science is to allow new variables, new paradigms to destroy old ones and figure out the best that we can, what we can. Like, figure out the things that we don't know, that we don't yet know. That's like what I'm seeking for. Like, that's where I want the epiphanies. I want to figure out what I don't know that I don't know. And if you're incapable of that, and you're just like, oh, ha ha ha, pointing fingers, you're dumb because you don't agree with what I read it in a textbook, we're not going to get anywhere at all. And we have that's the majority right now.
I'm curious, what was the, which side did you take of the disagreement on photons? 'Cause
I
got
don't
some
think
thoughts on that.
I do not believe in photons.
Okay. One thing
What do
I
you mean by
tried to,
that? Like,
well, let me just, unless you want to answer that first.
I don't know. Yes. What does he mean that I don't believe? I've never seen a photon. The only thing that you can see is, you can see that light, that there is an illumination. And that, like, there's little eddies in the sky. Does that mean that that's a photon? Or, the smallest particle through a microscope, does that mean that that's, a particle of light? No, there's something within the medium that is being illuminated due to the counteraction that is happening when light interacts with that medium, and then you have that energy and it illuminates. So I don't think that we can actually see light. I think that we're seeing what is within the medium, not like that we're actually seeing light.
Right. But the reason I wanted to say something about photons is because when I first learned about the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, which supposedly isolates a single photon to send through the system, through the apparatus, I thought, where are they getting photons? How do they do that? And so I did some research. And from what I understand, it is that they have a light source and they slowly crank it up until they just start to detect light coming from it, right? That's what they're calling a photon, as far as I can understand. And anything else I tried to look for some kind of definition is that it's the best they can come up with that I've seen is something like a packet of energy.
no,
right?
that's
And
not all.
well, that's what
Let
I've
her
seen.
finish. Please let her
That's
finish.
not all at all.
Please let her finish.
Well,
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just telling what I have seen, what I've discovered so far. That I've never said this is the absolute truth. I'm just saying the impression I got from the research I did, and that since light is part of the electromagnetic spectrum, that all electromagnetic energy would have the same qualities, the same components, if you will. And how does electricity, propagate when you don't have wires and things like that? And the thing about light is light can operate obviously things like photocells. It's the photoelectric effect. If you shine light at a photocell, you can operate an electronic circuit. I've built some circuits with photocells in them, and it absolutely works. Standard electrical theory works. But light, if you just shine light on something, it will close a circuit. And so there's something electromagnetic about light. It's just, proves that it's electromagnetic.
Yeah, I agree. It is electromagnetic.
So a photon is just saying one of these packets of energy from an electromagnetic quote unquote beam. But how you isolate one of those is, again, we're talking about
that's where
photons.
I think that we're agreeing and disagreeing at the same time. So yes, I agree that it's electromagnetic. I agree that there is a connection that happens. There is an energy, like things happen to create the light that illuminates, right? Just like when we're looking at a lightning bolt or like whatever, like it's energy, and what the energy is doing is reacting with the medium that is surrounding it, right? That light is like this consequence, almost this it's an illumination of this consequence. And so I don't think that light is actually, there's little particles of light. I think that you can see particles of the medium. And so you can see those particles illuminated, but I don't think that you can actually see light itself. I think that you can only see the particles illuminated. Does that make sense?
Yeah. We see things. It's like, for example, the way we see colors is that everything from the spectrum of sunlight or whatever light we're working with bounces back to us except the one, that is inherent to the material we're looking at, or it absorbs all but the one. Sorry, I said that backwards. If we could see light itself, we wouldn't see anything else because there's light everywhere, right? As soon as you turn on the light in a room or go outside, you wouldn't see anything if you could see light. But when it's not there.
Yeah, when it's not there because it's not exciting that what's in that medium. And that's why there's the attenuation of light, and we can see where it's dissipating and all those things. And that's why I don't agree. Back to his question, why don't I believe in a photon? Because I don't believe in a photon because I know that you can't see light. Like, you're just seeing the things around us, the thing, like even when you're looking in a window and it can be dark and there's like this little shed of light coming through and you can see all the eddies, all little sparks of dust that are in there, and they flicker like little stars, right? Mm-hmm. That's not light. Like, you're not seeing light. You're seeing what it is interacting with, not actual light, because light is just an interaction. It's like the consequence of something. It's not like something that's physical. It's an interaction. Yeah. I don't know how to actually put that into words more clearly.
It's hard to say the term physical or not, because obviously we're seeing it with physical eyes, but
exactly. But how it gets the physicality of that. Yeah. We're seeing the physicality of the interaction because of the medium, because of the particles that are in, like even the little eddies that we see with dust or whatever. But light is just, in my eyes, from what I understand of electricity, electromagnetism, all of those things, it's just a byproduct. It is the illumination of that consequence.
Right. Now, somebody wanted to say something. I forget who it was.
Oh, yeah. You said it was just a pocket of energy, right? Light. Ethereal, it's just an electromagnetic
what I had
wave.
Understood from what I read, yeah.
It's just a wave hitting an object and then being reflected.
Okay, so you're saying light is a wave?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay, hold on. Let me just give a little illustration with water, right? Water is made of molecules. The molecules are not waves. They're quanta. Quanta just means particles, right? Molecules are quanta of water. And water only
No, a molecule is not a quant.
It's a discrete unit. That's what a quantum is. If you look up the definition of quanta, that's plural, quantum simply means like basically particles of something. It doesn't matter what it is. That's the meaning of the word. But the thing is that with water, we only speak of water waving when a bunch of water molecules are together in what you could call a field or a collection, and it's disturbed, and the water collectively will respond to that disturbance by waving. So waving is something water does. It's not what water is. We don't say that water is made of waves, even though water does wave. Sometimes you can have drops, or you can have a bunch of water that's being disturbed and waving as a result. In the same way, light can't be a wave. Nothing can be a wave. All right. It's made of some kind of discrete units that can exhibit wave qualities when disturbed. But you can't say that anything's a wave. You see what I'm saying?
No, of course you're not. You can't say anything is a wave.
Right. So light isn't a wave.
Well, yes, it is. So actually what light is, it's the magnetic field in a certain piece of space. The height of the magnetic field in an oscillating form, perpendicular to the electric field in an oscillating form. And that can have different heights and oscillate.
Yeah, I understand electromagnetic.
So what's your problem with that then?
You've greatly oversimplified electromagnetism for one thing, where there's different directions, the right-hand rule, all sorts of things going on, electricity one way, magnetism the other way. And light is in that spectrum, as I said earlier, it is electromagnetic. So it's going to have the same qualities as any other electromagnetic source.
Yeah, so I didn't
Right.
oversimplify that. I actually did say that the electric field is perpendicular to the magnetic field there, as the
Right, but you're
the Biot-Savard's
oversimplifying when
law
you're saying
dictates.
you're oversimplifying when you're saying that somehow light is a wave in some way. Those oscillations, all right, we're talking about a group of whatever you want to call photons. I assume you believe in, or you don't believe in photons. Maybe I should clear that up first.
I
Do you believe
but
there's such things as photons?
of course, yes.
Okay, so collectively, there would be like the water molecules. When they're disturbed, they can exhibit waves. Right? And we don't say that water is made of waves. We say that water waves in response to a disturbance. And the same thing could be true of light. That's all
that's
I'm
what
saying.
I'm saying.
And this is
Okay,
where we
that's
get
what
into
I've been saying.
This is where it becomes really interesting, and thank you for saying like that we can talk about it, because you get into the realm of the what ifs, the things that we don't know, where people claim that they automatically just know, nope, this is exactly what it is because I read it in a freaking book. Like, no, you don't know it because you read it in a book. And the whole point of science is to read what somebody wrote and then be like, is that really what it is? Because that's what scientists are doing. They're reading what other people are doing and being like, no, I'm going to prove them wrong by doing this and this and this. And they think up new things, right? Like, we need that. We don't need echo chambers in science. We need people to actually disagree, be willing to disagree, be willing to be taken, to the cross. Like, is this true? Is it not? Do we know this? Do we not? And
when
we usually get people not able to do that.
And I will say, when it comes to light, these quote unquote experts are still puzzled by it. They keep asking more questions. Some of them do, and keep questioning about, even the quantum erasure experiment, or, anybody else's claims on what light is exactly, because they claim, for example, that photons have no mass. And yet, how do they do anything?
And yet, how are they physical with no mass, right? So they're physical, but there is no mass. But they contradict themselves all the time. Which that is science. Okay, so one person says it, but it's when the same person is saying it. When the same person is saying, so light is physical, but it has no mass. That should be where all scientists are like, wait a minute, bruh, like you're contradicting yourself. Do you not hear what you're saying? Like, why are we teaching this to students? Like, we should work this out first. Otherwise, it's not a working theory. When you're literally contradicting yourself time and time again, like, just say, we don't know yet. It behaves this way. It behaves that way. We aren't quite sure, whatever. But to contradict yourself and teach that as if it's like law or theory or fact, like, that's bullshit.
Well, they say it's physical because it has effects on physical things. Because, as I said, there's a magnetic field component in light and a electric field component, and those can both affect charges or masses
I wouldn't
that have
say
charges.
those are necessarily non-physical. I mean, you can
that's my
measure.
point.
Yeah, and the thing is that anything that people can't explain, I mean, it's like with one of my college courses was 7 Ideas That Shook the Universe. It was one of the physics courses, and basically what they're saying is that every now and then some idea will come along in physics that totally, blows away the idea before and replaces it with a new one. And there was also a TV series called The Day the Universe Changed. So, and it's changed like at least 7 times in modern history. And so why we think this is going to stay where we are now, I don't know, but people shouldn't get so, dare I say, dogmatic about what they believe light is.
I want to go back to what you were saying about light not having mass and not being physical, but it could still, were you saying that it could still be physical even though it has no mass?
I'm saying that it can affect physical things or masses.
Well, yeah, of course.
It can interact with them.
Exactly, because it's interacting with them, but that does not make it physical.
Right.
Well, it depends on your definition of physical.
Something that has like a physicality to it.
Yeah, that doesn't define it.
Oh
well, if I might try to clarify, physical doesn't necessarily mean tangible. You can't touch light, but light can do things to the physical thing. So, yeah, exactly. I think we don't want to confuse those two terms.
That's what I mean. It can interact, but it is not actually something that it's just something that we see, right? It's optical. We can see the illumination, the interaction that occurs, but it's not something that's actually physical. It's not something that just like all of a sudden let there be light and there's actually physical light. It's not like light is standing before us or that there is actually light.
But we can control light.
Yes.
We can pick out which spectrum, part of the spectrum we want to use. We can put it in an electrical circuit. We can record data with it. So we can manipulate it just like for example, most of us can drive a car, but that doesn't make most of us mechanics. We don't have to understand exactly everything in the car before we can drive it, right? And so in the same way, we do practical things, which is basically what engineers do practical things that they may not understand fully. It's like with electricity. I mean, that's one of my degrees in electronics, right? We spent the whole first year studying electricity at the smallest levels.
Awesome.
And one thing you come away thinking is that this is such a deep rabbit hole, but yet we have ways of manipulating electricity, regardless of how it actually works. We know how to use it, right? Whether there are electrons traveling through the wire or what's really going on is the electrons are just oscillating in place and then causing this magnetic field that moves, nobody really knows. And they still argue about it. But in spite of that, we can still design circuits that work. So we don't have to fully understand what's going on at the subatomic level, for lack of a better term, in order to use something. And if we're using it, there's some kind of physicality to it, or we're interfacing in some way by manipulating these things, interfacing with something that isn't physical. We don't know. And most of the time, we don't care. So I think when people think that they're going to come here and make flat earthers answer every question of the universe, they're being quite unreasonable. It doesn't mean Earth isn't flat.
Well, there's the real question of the universe that needs to be answered right now, right here. And that is, are you guys going to start ladies' night?
We've been ladies' night for over an hour.
Oh, really? Then how come here it says starting soon?
I don't know. It always says that. It never changes to not starting soon.
Yeah, it does. Watch.
Well, somebody has to do it. Somebody isn't designated to change it.
I just changed it. Now it says it's live.
Okay.
Friday.
Yeah, I don't know who's in charge of that.
It's ladies' night.
I didn't realize that either.
I noticed it last week, and I was like, well, even long into the evening after I think it was over, I popped in and it said it was still going. And I'm like, what? And no, it wasn't. Nobody knows when to turn it on or turn it off.
Yeah, you ladies.
Well,
you ladies are supposed to do it and being someone who can, and then when you're done, we'll take it down.
Well, who does that? Who makes sure that it's going? A mod needs to do it, right? Or can Gold do it? Can Glapflow Best KJ do
I
it?
don't know if they made it or the ladies could do it or not.
I just did it.
I just did it.
Oh, you did?
Well, you thought you
Because I
did.
know usually it's like Dandelion.
Yeah, so you must have done it the exact moment.
Okay.
All I know is I probably can't do it.
But yeah, we need to get the ladies more hyped. Where are all the ladies? That's what we need to make our next Friday night about is where are all the ladies? Where are all the Flat Earth ladies? Let's bring them in here. We need more. It's been pretty slow for us lately. We need to get our butts in gear around here.
Well, we had a lady in here a few days ago, Ildiko. She just got talked over after about negative 0.07 of a sentence.
Yeah, that happens. That's why we need ladies' night, because we get talked over.
Agreed. Needs to
You guys
happen.
need an ad campaign. Friday, don't go out. Don't go to the beach.
Yeah,
Don't
we need an
go
intro song too,
out with your
right?
family. Come to ladies' night. Yeah.
We should also have a different day too. It shouldn't just be like ladies' night on
That's a
Fridays.
tough
Like we should
sell.
have one in the middle of the week because it is Friday, and so it is hard for a lot of people. And because of this time, like I know Karma, it's late for her, right? It's really late for people that live in other areas. So, it would be cool if we had
Right.
twice a week. You know, we only did a couple hours twice a week. One could be like a Wednesday, but it's like more morning time, kind of a thing.
Right. Yeah, starting anything, it starts at 5 o'clock Eastern where I am. I mean, that's supper time. But
Yeah, for me,
you know,
it's
I
2
eat a
o'clock in
little
the
early.
afternoon, and it's still, it's Friday, so it can be rough because it's Friday. Even if it is, a decent, for me, it's a decent hour. It's 2 p.m. in the afternoon, but it's a Friday, so
Right.
it's hard.
Yeah, we need to go down to the ladies' night text sometime, and somebody with some clout needs to call a meeting.
Well, we're already doing that. We're already working on it. Me, Dandelion, and Karma have been working on a meeting. Karma said that basically, it's Easter right now. So as soon as Easter is
Right.
over, she's been making notes. I've been making notes. You make notes. We want all the ladies to make notes, and we're going to have like a meeting, and we're going to start doing meetings more often where the ladies can meet and not just talk about like what we should do for ladies' night, but like get our arguments. Like, let's work it out between ourselves so that we don't have arguments between ourselves when we're doing ladies' night. You know what I mean? Like, let's really hone in our arguments, or if it is an argument, something that is like constructed and well thought out rather than something that can be, disqualifying or even embarrassing sometimes. So we just want to make sure our arguments are on point and that we're all showing up and that we're all in congruence with each other.
Dandelion, I haven't seen her in a few weeks.
Yeah, she said she's really busy preparing for Easter right now.
Ah. Sounds good. Yeah, last couple of weeks seems like it's pretty much me and maybe one other or two other people for the first hour.
Yeah, I usually come almost every single Friday. It's only last week that I missed, and then the beginning of this show, and it's been like slowly but surely like dying off. And especially when it comes to like new people, right? Like new Globers or new like we've had more new flat earthers. That's what's actually quite interesting and inspiring is that we've had more new flat earthers than we have new Globers.
I think once we get past this weekend and have some of those meetings, maybe things will pick up. So in the meantime, tonight, you think of something else some other topic. I mean, have we exhausted the photon thing?
I think so. I think that we pretty much like agree on like hey, Miggy's in the house. I haven't seen you around for a long time. Has he been in here a long time? Miggy?
No, I just got here right now.
How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Awesome.
You guys are having ladies' night right now?
Yeah, it's ladies' night right now, but it's pretty much just me and Level and KJ, so it's kind of dying off right now. But yeah, it's good to see you in here. I haven't seen you in here in a long time.
Yeah, it's been a minute. I've kind of been in and out like the past month or so. Kind of hanging out, seeing what you guys are up to. If there's any new conversations coming up from the globe side of things. Doesn't seem like they're
there's
recycled.
no new.
Well, from what it sounds to me, it's just like recycled arguments.
Yeah, there's nothing new at all.
I think the last one that I heard that there was really coming up when I was popping in and out last month was it the sextant argument. So based upon that, they were saying that that's how they were gauging that the Earth is a globe, because the sextant was saying that the sailors of old were using it to navigate across the seas, and that's how they know that they were on a globe. It's ridiculous, and it's like the formula even that it uses. They were saying that because of it, uses uh, the formula that they use on that particular one to show that you're working with trigonometry, like how you can see that the angles are 90 degrees from like where the point of the sextant is being used, but you can't use that on a curved surface because it's a globe, right? Like how are you going to use that formula using an angle
Does
on it?
anybody? Okay, so does anybody have YouTube powers to play something? Because I know you guys can't do I don't know if you can do where they can actually see what we can see on here, like a live stream or whatever. But if you watch Mitchell from Australia, he took this clip and Nathan actually did it as well. There is this one moment. He posted this 4 days ago, and Nathan did a short that was absolutely fantastic. I'm going to post it in the chat. So McToon basically realizes that he is arguing for flat Earth in this clip. I just posted it right now, Miggy, and for everyone. Dude, it's amazing. And his face, and then he's like, "Oh no, I just pressed this thing that was this thing," and oh well, you can just see him seething, not knowing what to do. It's the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. It's only a couple minutes. You guys need to, even if you just listen to it. If somebody can play that, it's fantastic.
One out of the many times McToons has a short circuit.
Yeah, I mean, he has a glitch. His robotics just messes up. He presses something, and then you can hear him place. He just totally glitches. It's amazing. Yeah, somebody play it real quick so we can all listen.
Yeah, I'll get it going right now.
Thank you, KJ.
That is fun.
Play this clip from Toon.
When Mitchell from Australia and Mr. Sensible were going back and forth, they kind of both had a point because it seems like there's you could do it using both methods. Would you agree with that?
No. There is no triangulation in celestial navigation. It's about it's about the distance and about the angle to the GP. So you can draw it on your chart, draw a line there, and then you do it for all three, and you get your intersection. So it is actually triangulation. You can draw a triangle, solve the triangle, and know the angle that the light or that the object must appear to be. And so we can do triangulation, but we have to presume that the Earth is flat. But if you're doing triangulation, you do a triangle on the surface of flat Earth, presuming flat Earth, you get then
hello everybody. This is unusual.
Sorry, that was the video from Flat Earth Math that I clicked on and it started playing. So yeah, I don't know.
Can't say it.
It seemed like a very awkward ending there when he realised what he was just saying, that he has to presume the flat Earth and draw the triangle on that flat Earth. Triangulation actually does work. Very, very awkward.
Indeed, he's conceded the point. I just wanted you to point that out, Mitch. Indeed, that's a concession. Yes, you have to have a flat Earth to acquire an elevation angle. As Toon found out 78 times we're up to now, by the way, if anyone's keeping count. You can't first measure an angle if the surface is curved. No, you need a flat baseline. Game over.
The best part is when he's like, well, you have to presume a flat Earth. And then he's like, well, yeah, the flat Earth. And then, and then he presses the video to something else. Cause he's trying to click for something to give him some advice. Then he hits a video and he's like, oh, that was just this thing. Well, and if you could see his face, it is classic. It's one of my favorite videos of all time of McToon. He cracks me up.
McToon. Oh yeah. We've had many go-rounds back in the day with McToon. Now Witsit kind of had him on the ropes, man, back in the day. It was a lot of fun. But then again, these guys stop because they can't stop, right? Or else they some of these guys are in they're teachers, right? They're educators, so if they do stop or they change what they say, they have to deny the fact that they've always been globe proponents. Which is, difficult for those guys because obviously then they're admitting that what they've been teaching is incorrect. So nobody wants to do that.
Yeah,
Crystal
I mean,
just
he still comes around, and we're still debating with him. You know, in the lowly other servers, he's still trying to debate people, and he no matter even if people are wasted drunk, he still can't win a debate. That's the funniest part. Like, even if somebody is like, you know, tipsy off their ass, McToon still loses. He doesn't have any kind of logic or reasoning. He's just a parrot, and it's kind of it. The only thing I can give him is that he's resilient. He still shows up every day, shouting the same lies and the same belief, and he's not giving up on it. So I guess there's some resilience there. I don't know.
Like a ship captain going down with the Titanic, and just
Exactly.
holding
Yep,
on to the.
he's not giving up.
Never giving up.
Yep, that's McToon.
Even though you know it's sinking and it's
And
going
even though he's not the
to end.
captain. Yeah, and he's not the captain. So you don't need to go down with the ship, dude. Like, stop. Save
He's a
yourself.
stowaway. No, I love it. There's a couple of others I wish they came into this arena. There's another clown that's always going on about his YouTube videos and making videos about other flat earthers and doing stupid things like drawing a that pizza shaped earth with like the little stick figure guys on it. You guys know what I'm talking about, that guy with the freaking annoying videos.
No, which one?
Professor Dave, I think is.
Oh my god. Okay, so you know how irritated I am with the whole David Weiss, Professor Dave thing? Do you know that if you search for Flat Earth now, the very first thing that pops up is their quote unquote debate? That's now the very top thing when you search for Flat Earth on YouTube.
YouTube and their algorithms, yeah.
Yep, it's now the very first thing. If you search
I
for Flat Earth,
searched up
that's the debate.
Black Swan as well, and every single one, like at least 10 of the first ones, are all debunking debunking it or something like that. It's so weird.
Hey, and they're the most ridiculous debunks too. I mean, it's ridiculous. They're crazy.
You really have a hard time finding actually the original one, because every single one are like, oh, this is debunked here. Look at this.
Well, the original wasn't titled Black Swan, though. The original,
night over?
I'm not sure if it ever started.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it even ever started. The fact that there's like nobody here, I think we can all just chime in when we want to talk.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's like,
we need to get back on board, level up. Like, we need to get our ducks in a row and make sure Ladies' Night happens every Friday, whether or not we're here. Like, there should be enough ladies to fill the room always.
Right. Yeah.
So we need to grab the reins and make sure that shit happens. Like, come on.
Well,
cheerleaders.
in my opinion, though, I mean, you might not have had a lot of ladies, but you didn't like. You're not really standing with the rules. You're kind of letting some guys chat for a little while, and then other guys are. You got to just either do it or don't. Like
Well,
when some people are, when some men are allowed to speak up and others aren't.
Ladies' Night isn't over, lunatic, so I'm going to talk over you. So, like, yeah, when I came in, like, I don't know what happened in the first hour, but when guys started talking, I was like, stop talking, like, let her talk. You know what I mean? Like, that definitely needs to happen. I agree with you on that. But there also needs to be another lady here to back that up. Otherwise, you just sound like a screeching person, whether you're a guy or a girl, you know, like that you can't have a conversation. I don't know.
I think part of it is that,
go ahead,
because we didn't have a lot of ball earthers to talk to, even so, we kind of bend the rules for that, because what are we going to have? Dead air? I mean,
exactly. Yeah. And so if you have somebody who is on your side speaking, that's one thing. But when it was the Globers that were chiming in, it was like, stop talking. Like, yeah, go ahead and put it in the chat, Lucky Dancer. But we were also saying, lunatic, I don't know if you're here earlier, that I think that the other issue that I know, because I talked to a lot of the ladies in the foreground, is that in the background, is that Fridays can be hard for people, right? And especially that it's at 2 p.m. For me, I'm in California. I mean, it's the middle of the afternoon and it can still be hard for me because it's a Friday, right? But for a lot of people, it's late at night. So people have plans, they want to go out. Or for like people like Karma, it's really late. So they can only be here for like a half an hour before they're ready to pass out. Like might be cool if we could keep this ladies' night, Friday's night, and then also have like a Wednesday where it's more in the morning, like same time as like precious metals, like 10 a.m. or 8 a.m. or like something that's earlier. So that we have 2 different times for the ladies to be able to, for around the world, we can accommodate everyone. What do you think about that?
I totally agree. And I think part of the thing with who we were letting talking and who we weren't was because a few people, it seemed, wanted to just take over and monologue. And that's when I think we stopped them.
Exactly. Or talk over, right? Like he was just like trying to barrel through you. And I was like, stop, let her finish. You know what I mean? Like whether you're flat earth or globe, like just stop. Like I realize that we don't have that many people on here, but if, we are even going to attempt ladies' night, like let the lady speak. Fuck. Sorry, I shouldn't have cussed. I have a potty mouth. But yeah, I think we should do 2. I think we should have Wednesday. I think we should have Friday. Wednesday mornings, Friday nights. And I think, with what we have planned with Karma and Dandelion and Level and a bunch of the girls, we're going to be doing meetings soon. I think that we, are going to cheerlead for ourselves and make sure that those spots are filled. I think it's also been a drought lately because it is fun to welcome new flat earthers, and it is pretty cool that that's all we've been getting is new flat earthers. So basically ladies' night is like welcoming new flat earthers, hearing their story, but we don't really have any globers that are coming in. And I don't know if that's just getting stopped because they're just constant trolls up in the check-in, or if there are people that are not allowed to come down here because they can't make it past the check-in, or what's going on. But we haven't had any globers in here really to like battle us. Where when I first joined, it was like there were like we couldn't even get to all of them, right? It was like we have to pick and choose which globers we're going to speak to. Okay, be like, you're not doing well. Let's go bring on the next one. We had like a barrel of globers, and now we're lucky if we get even one to come in and talk to us. Even just through Discord, period, right? Like we aren't getting a lot of globers that are even interested in talking. So I don't know what's happening right now.
What happened to the barrel full of monkeys on a spinning ball?
There you go.
The old dude said there's someone new in Livestream. I don't know who can unmute them. I can't. But
is that, or are we talking about Lucky Dancer, VC verified? Well, they should be in here if they're typing, and they are. So Lucky, you're VC verified. If you wanted to come off of a mute, you can unmute yourself and talk to us. Can you unmute right now and talk to us? Lucky Dancer 1000. Can you unmute and talk to us? Yes? No?
they're typing.
Which means no.
Said maybe in a few minutes.
Yeah, that's the way it usually goes.
I don't know who else is new. I'm just, not good at keeping track of that sort of thing.
Good evening, ladies. Truth Seeker here.
How are you? Good to hear from you.
I'm good. How is everybody?
We are hanging in there. Right. Doing well.
Good. I hope everybody's getting better weather now.
Yeah, that's probably why hardly anybody's here.
Hello, I just tuned in. I was outside looking through the telescope at the planets, which were still visible, because now it's just about 6:40 a.m., but at around 5:30 I could see it. So I looked at Jupiter and Venus, but there was Mars too, but then it got too bright. And what I found quite interesting with looking at Jupiter was it started to have like this weird electric pulse sort of thing, which wasn't because it was out of focus, but it was just, I don't know how to describe it. I was quite amazed. I didn't think I'd see that. Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
No, wait, what did you say? You saw a pulse from Jupiter?
Well, I'm not entirely sure how to describe it, but it was like a electric pulse-looking thing. I mean, pulse probably isn't the right word, but I guess for ease of trying to describe it, I guess it would sort of look like nebula-y, as they sort of, or like clouds or something. I don't know. Hank says plasmoids. So
It's
yeah,
hard to say.
I thought it was something I've never seen before, but I haven't like always been looking at Jupiter. But I found it really cool.
It's hard to say.
Interesting.
I would bring up that regarding pictures of the stars that people show that looks like they're underwater. What I know about what any basic photography course will tell you is that if you're doing a manual focus on something, the way to do it is to keep turning the focus until the object is at its smallest, and then you go a little bit past and it starts to get bigger again, and then you back off, then you know you're in focus. And those stars, I've done the same thing, looked at those and got it to the stage where it looked watery. You know, you've all seen those. And then I keep turning the focus and it gets smaller and smaller. And when it's in focus, it doesn't look watery at all. It looks like a light in the sky. Just to make that point, I mean, I cringe when people say, "Look, this is what the stars really are." No, they're not. What I think the stars really are is as different from planets. Not only that the planets are called what they are because they wander, quote unquote, but the reason people used to say that only stars twinkle is because stars pulse. They pulse like Sirius, for example, pulses like a strobe light between red and blue. It's very striking. And it's a star. I've never seen a planet do that. So I'm just saying that there's, when it comes to looking at things in the sky, we have to be careful that we know how to focus a camera.
Yeah, I was definitely in focus because it did it for a bit, but then it stopped for most of the time. So it's not like I was changing the focus when I saw it happen.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you seen Crow 777 and the lunar wave? Yeah.
I was thinking about that too, and that's
No.
why I wanted to ask my next question is, did you get any of this actually recorded so we could truly understand what you're talking about? Because what
No,
you need to do is start recording so we could really see what you're talking about.
I did end up filming it, but when I was filming it, I'm not sure if it was still doing it or if it was not capturing what I had seen.
Well, you should go back and figure that out. And
Yeah.
if it was, like, we would love to see that. But otherwise, it's like you can try and use your words to describe it, but we're not going to be able to have a real, true conversation with you. It would just be, guesswork.
Yeah, fair enough.
We need to see what's going on,
Yeah.
Interesting, nonetheless, it would be great to see.
Sorry. Reed Lead wants to speak. They have no roles. I'm not sure if that's kosher or not to be in here without roles.
How does that usually work?
I had the impression that people would have to go to VC or VC Verify and at least get a basic role before they came in, but I don't know.
They can be invited to speak if you want.
Okay, they had DM'd me and I said, I think it's okay.
Who's the person?
Reed Lead?
We also have Ninja 23 in here with no roles. We have actually, I think there's a couple people in here. Ninja 23. Dio is VC verified. There's actually a bunch of people in here. Big Wild Hard Fast is VC verified. We have a bunch of people in here to talk to if people want to talk to them.
I invited Reed Lead to speak, so it's up to him.
So level up. I mean, so we can even call on while we're waiting. We have, Leaks, we already know it's a globe earther. Big Wild Hard Fast. Are you here? You're VC verified. Do you want to speak? It looks like he's sleeping right now. He has the moon. The other person we have is, we already know that person. We have Dio. Dio, did you want to open your mic and speak up?
Not really.
Not really. So you're just here to listen? You got nothing to share?
Nothing. I just want to listen.
Okay. Well, if you change your mind and actually want to, work those brain cells out, have good conversation, we are always here if you would like to speak up. Let's see who else there is. Lucky Dancer 1000. They already said that they are not available, but will be coming back soon. We have Ninja 23 who has no roles. Ninja 23, can you open up your mic? Ninja 23, are you there? No. Okay, who else do we have? We have Reed Lead. Reed Lead, are you there? Absolute nothing. Then we have XY6 EPT. What is that? Wouldn't even know how to say that as a word. XY6 EPT, are you there? And nothing. So we went through the list. If
It says having technical difficulties working on their mic.
I don't think I have any role ever or have had any role, Truth Seeker.
Wait, you don't have a role?
Well, I'm not sure what that means.
Yeah, you have
actually.
roles. You have Valued, you have Globe Skeptic, VC Verified, Ladies Night. So you're not a flat earther. You're a Globe Skeptic, you're Valued, you're VC Verified, and you're Ladies Night. So those are like your
Okay.
roles. So if you click on your image, just if you click on anybody, this is one of the things through Ladies Night. Like when we do Ladies Night, and I should have done this earlier on, but I didn't, is you're constantly keeping track of who's actually in the room. So you go through and you click each person's photo and you see what roles they have. And you start to begin to learn who are the regulars, right? So you know not to click on them. So you can recognize who the new people are. And then when there's a break or whatever, we're like, okay, we have these new people. And it'll either say no roles or it'll only say VC verified. But you will get people like Baleeks. So if you go up to the very top, Baleeks is right under 24/7 Live. You click on him, it says VC verified Globe Earther 3-point participant, right? So we know not to click on him. Right underneath him, it only says VC verified, big, wild, hard, fast. Only says VC verified. So we know he's a person that we would want to speak to.
Okay, I saw those
does that
as
make
labels.
sense?
I didn't know those were roles, but yeah, I did
roles,
see those.
labels. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Yep. Yeah, and there's some like sometimes like a girl will take on like a lady will take on that role like throughout the night. Like, okay, I'm going to be the one that is constantly looking for new people, and then put it in the chat like these are the next people that we have in line to call out, and we're working as a team to constantly make sure that each voice is going to be heard. Like, yeah, we need to like make sure that we're doing that.
It looks like we have another lady here, Stacy.
Oh yeah, we were
Yeah,
talking to her
that's
earlier.
me.
Mhm.
Oh, I must have missed it.
It's okay. No.
Hello.
Hi.
Well, unless Reed Lead fixes their mic, I don't know. I think you've gone through everybody.
Yep. I went through every single name there was, and nobody wants to talk. So, womp womp. I guess we can start going through the Flat Earthers' names. Hey, Elijah, you want to talk? You got something to say about the globe being a globe? You got that evidence, bruh? What about Elbow or Get Beget? Can you prove the globe? Nobody wants to take on a global role? What about Hank? Hank, you got that evidence for a globe?
Oh yes, I posted the picture in regards to how the seasons work on the globe
Okay, where is that picture?
in the live stream voice text.
Oh, in the trash can.
Yeah.
I love it.
Globe is globe because they told us it was. They said so. 3,959 miles is what they told us.
Oh wait, hold on. Ninja23 just DM'd me and said that they are in the call right now. How do I fix it? They are muted. So Ninja23 wants to talk and cannot figure out. So basically all you need to do is, because you aren't suppressed on our end, all you have to do is unmute yourself. So we're down at the very bottom of the screen where you see your name and your name's number. Right next to that, you'll see a microphone with an X through it.
He was actually
Okay,
he was muted. I unmuted him. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome. So I've just been like really getting into that Earth thing, you know, just wondering how it works and stuff. So can someone
Okay,
explain
that's a very broad question. So let's start off with, how did you start getting into flat Earth?
Like, I just heard it from people around me, like my friends and stuff. I thought, hey, that kind of makes sense. Maybe that's like a real thing. And
What
I
made
started
sense to
looking
you?
into it.
Okay, so what made
Just
sense
like
to you?
that the Earth could be round, because like
That the Earth could be round?
wouldn't,
Well, that's
like,
what they say it
everything.
is.
Yeah, exactly. Just there's no way for it to be round. You know what I'm saying?
So there's no way for it to be round, but it could be round?
Not sure.
Huh. How? I'm so lost right now. Okay, so what brought you to flat Earth is that you started hearing flat earthers and you're like, huh, the Earth could be round. And the Earth is round. So yeah, it could be round. What makes you think that it could actually be level and horizontal?
Well, like
the Earth is round changed my mind.
Exactly. Yeah. See.
No, don't let somebody come in and white knight for you. I asked you a question. What makes you think that it could be level and horizontal? So if you were watching things or were in conversations and you were speaking with flat earthers, you came away from that conversation thinking, wow, it really could be round? Or did you ever think that, wow, it possibly could be level and horizontal flat? Because you came in here saying, I really have gotten into flat earth, really into this whole flat earth conversation. I really came out thinking, wow, the Earth really could be round. So I'm just trying to find your stance right now, what you actually think.
I wasn't paying attention. My bad. Things, it has to be flat, because if it wasn't, like, wouldn't like cars have to be curved, like elephants and stuff, and it just doesn't make sense, you know.
Not a whole lot to go on there. I don't know why cars would have to be curved either way. Google Earther, Coos. It has the spiral on arrival roll. That's interesting. Oh, it's been 2 hours, and we've been stretching to find things to talk about. Do you want to officially end Ladies' Night or what?
I thought it was already officially over a while ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It still says Lady Night at the top, so.
Oh, it does. Okay, yeah. I say, yeah, it definitely needs to end, and we can do better next week. And I definitely think we should get in the Wednesdays. We should have the ladies' night meetings and make them bigger and better each and every single time. So, yeah.
Sounds good.
Who can mark that ended? I don't know how to do that, or if I could anyway.
Justin is here.
Okay, but
I really wanted to play Glober. How do you
I
explain
know
the
that
seasons?
I wanted you to play. That's why I called on you, Hank. I was like, wait, Hank is going to be the best Glober. let's do that before we go. Let's have Hank play Glober before we go. Okay, Hank. What brings you to 24/7?
Yeah, I'm here to make fun of flat Earth arguments. I think it's really dumb because you know how solar panels work. When they're lined up with the sun, they get a direct blast of the sun's energy, and it's more efficient. And that's how it is, you know, because the Earth is on a tilt, on a 23.4 degrees axis. So that's why you know the seasons are happening because it's getting a direct blast of sunlight, and you can't prove that wrong, can you?
So that was called scattergunning, and you brought up a lot of different topics. Number one, what is the sun, Hank?
Helium and hydrogen in a fusion, some sort of regular fission fusion device that's perpetual energy, and it never seems to run out. But one day,
But one day it will. So how do you know it is all those things? How can you tell that? Are you using a spectrometer to like decide what kind of gases are doing something? Like, how do you know what the sun is actually made of? Have you ever gotten a piece of gas from the sun to know that it's gaseous?
no.
No, he's roboting. Okay, there he is.
Our spectrometer out in the space.
No, you're roboting. Damn it. See, the feds are coming
No.
in and destroying your conversation. They don't want to hear a flat earther try to pretend to be a glober.
You have
Dang.
to literally go in the forest, make a fire, and look at the fire, and then look at the sun, so you can see it's the same. It's
No, it's not.
burning.
No, it's not. That is so funny. I've actually heard a glober say that before. The orange light from like a lighter or whatever.
Yeah. Orange.
That makes my heart like happy. How stupid that is. It's like a joyous laughter. Like, what are you
Yeah.
talking about? You silly. It's like a little kid who says something so ridiculous, and you're like, you're adorable. You are adorable for saying that. What the hell? No.
And if we look also at the stars, you can see they are just like the sun.
Oh yeah, we can totally tell they're just like the sun. What? No. No.
What happens to fire if there's a vacuum? If you take all the air out, does the fire keep going?
Gone. And what happens if you have a vacuum and you try and start a fire? That's like dang near impossible.
The fire will rise up because it's lighter than the vacuum, so it will rise.
Hey, I love it. I love it when flat earthers play Glober because it's actually more insightful than a Glober being a Glober. It's actually more insightful. It's amazing.
You've now entered the get beget zone.
Yeah, it will float just like the Earth. You know, in the infinite vacuum, it will float in it.
Sorry. I was just going to ask, does it start to spin? When it floats, does it start to spin?
It should. Yes, it should.
Yeah, it should.
Yeah.
Well,
the gravity will pull it into a ball. Yeah.
Would I be able to DM someone a GIF from the video I took of what I was talking about, Jupiter?
DM it to me. I do it all like
DM it to who?
or just even DM it to me, or even just post it in the chat for all of us.
Oh, I don't have the powers to do that, but
Yeah, DM it to me.
Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, I've DM'd it, and it's not as clear as I visually saw, but it sort of captures at least a little bit.
Okay, I'm gonna put it out right now. This wind just knocked over my umbrella, so I'm like out of breath. But okay, I'll start it. Putting it into the chat right now. Okay, this is what Stacy. just put it in the chat right now. This is what I posted.
Oh, nice. Jupiter.
Yeah, and so I see what you're talking about, like all these things like coming off of it, but that is a little bit because you need to get like a stand, or you're not definitely not on the stand, right? Because it's good
Just
like the shaking back of the camera that is getting that kind of an effect.
so I'm
Make sure you're
filming
stabilized.
it. My phone's filming through the eyepiece of the telescope. That's what's happening.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. I mean, there's, the atmosphere between you and anything in the sky it could account for some of the stuff you see, but it's just hard to say.
Yeah, I'll have to
Um,
look at it like some other times and see if there's a pattern or if it was just a one-off
Yeah.
anomaly.
And now there's one of the real stars thing above or below that. That's exactly what I was talking about is out of focus. Because you can keep turning the focus ring and it'll get smaller and smaller until it looks like just a light in the sky and not doing the watery thing.
Yeah, I have my word
Twinkling.
always in focus.
Because those effects have more to do with the lenses in your camera or telescope and atmospheric conditions and all sorts of things like that. But like I was saying earlier, the way to focus anything in photography is you turn the ring until the object gets as small as possible. And then if it starts to get bigger again as you keep turning, then you back it off a bit and you've got the smallest. And if you do that with the stars, you won't get what you see there at 1 minute after the hour. You won't get that.
Can I ask a question? The lady with the telescope, please.
Yep.
So, when you look through the telescope at Jupiter, does it look anything like what NASA pictures show us about Jupiter?
In the sense that NASA's covering its tracks by trying to make it look somewhat similar to what you physically see. It sort of has some same textures and stuff, but not in the globe shape. I only see it as a 2D thing.
Yeah. And it looks like it has its own light, like it's a light source, like it's a tiny LED in the sky.
Yeah. Recently, I was reading some science, like high school science books, and it was talking about how if you go into like a forest and you see there's different trees, one tree is young, another tree is older, another tree is bigger and much older, and then look in the sky and that's exactly what's going on with the stars. And I thought, I mean, that's clever, I guess, but I've never looked at the stars and thought it was like a star forest of different aged stars.
Well, so they are trying to give an age to each star.
Yeah. Trying to relate it to like a foreign thing we see on, an actual thing we see on the Earth to a foreign thing in the sky as if it's the same.
Yeah, I personally don't believe that the trees are alive, but they are very, very close to what we call being alive. And that's why it's not wrong to say that a tree has an age. But when they attribute this to the stars in the sky, it kind of makes me think that the stars are actually alive. It will be something like they know more than we do.
I have no idea. All I know is I look at the stars and I think, wow, there's so much I don't know.
That's true. We will never know from down here. And I think NASA is posing as a god when they are telling us that they went to space, and they show us all these picture of galaxies which are CGI recreations. They are not actually true, real images. They imagine how it would look like. When I search, for example, the Milky Way galaxy pictures, they show a giant, bright thing in the middle of the galaxy, and they say, okay, that's where are billions of stars together spinning at high velocity around a black hole. But we don't get to see the surface of the black hole because it is fully covered by stars which are supposed to be falling into the black hole. So the exterior, beyond the event horizon of the black hole, there is a lot of stars, like an ocean of stars, and it looks like a giant ball glowing stars, but it's more massive than actually any biggest star from the sky. And when I look at the night sky, I never seen this gigantic star, which is supposed to be in the middle of the Milky Way galaxy, is nowhere to be seen. I didn't want to take over. Come on, ladies.
Well, they said ladies' night is over, so.
Oh. Well done, anyway. Despite it wasn't so active. But
yeah,
it's a good thing. It's a good thing. Keep doing it.
Yeah, we're working on it.
It's a shame that we don't have traffic. I noticed that lately when someone comes in the server, he's usually a young man, like seeking to make fun.
Right.
Well, you say it's a shame that we don't have traffic. It's a shame they don't have arguments. And every time they come in here,
Yeah. Yes.
all they do
I
is
give
make
you
us look
that.
good. But I think if you want to get traffic in here, all you have to do is start talking about Simon Dan and Professor Dave and how they don't ever make good arguments, and then all they do is attack straw men. And if they were actually coming here, we'd roast their motherfucking onions until they were completely caramelized. Sorry about the
Well,
language.
I actually emailed this week a journalist, a lady. she wrote a Flat Earth article about this guy, Paul Logan, you know, how the Flat Earth community didn't accept him. Like, she said, oh, he decided himself to become a Flat Earther, and the Flat Earthers didn't welcome him, you know, he's such a famous guy, and whatever. And I emailed her, and I told her a little bit about the issue with Paul Logan, that he's actually just a pretending clown, and he was doing that for traffic. And I invited her here in the 24/7. So I wrote her this email, and yeah, I did told them, if you are like at least an honest person, you know, if you have a droplet of honesty, then I say you should come talk to us directly, have an interview. We can present you all the arguments, not what Google, YouTube censorship pushes in the searches when you search the flat earth term. I'm still waiting for her email reply. Yeah. I wonder if it will ever happen.
If she's a main journalist, I would say that you know, she's a CIA asset, in my humble opinion. I don't know about your side of the world, maybe not. You know, but over here, if they're like a mainstream journalist, they're just like property of the CIA. They're a mouthpiece.
I think she's working for some online news website. It's not actually a media channel or something, but she's a news. She's a journalist. Yeah, she writes news articles, but online.
I don't really trust a journalist unless they're like an investigative journalist. And even then, kind of hard to trust them. But you know what? There are good journalists out there. It's just the bad ones make every one of them look so bad. Like, you know what you get, you know, when you got like a real bad journalist, it's like they're so slimy that it like rubs off on the good journalists a little bit.
Yeah.
And it makes you weary and leery and like, oh, I can't handle no more bad journalism.
Yeah. I told her, as a journalist, you should be interested to seek the truth, the true story, not just make up stories that you think, you know.
Well, the thing is with that is, after she takes it openly like that, you know what I mean? Everyone's going to judge her for actually even listening to any arguments.
Yeah. You are coming a little bit low.
Yeah, I'm just standing up. My bad.
Okay, no problem.
How about now?
A little better. Yeah. So, what were you saying?
Oh yeah, I was just saying that if she was to ever actually objectively look at Flat Earth and actually come in, you know, like you said about Simon Dan and the other guy, if they were to come in here, they can't argue against. Well, I can't speak for them, but I can imagine that they could have any rebuttal to us not being able to feel us moving, you know, at ridiculous speeds, and measuring flat. Those are the two, like, globe killers in my opinion. I know this is a black swan, but
yeah. Well, I told her that if she agrees, I will properly introduce her here, and I will also prepare her. So it's not like I'm bringing her here and throw her between the walls, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I told her, yeah, the flat earth people are people who actually have the fewest beliefs, you know. We are the kind of people that don't accept to believe things just because they were told, you know. We seek into science and all these theories that we are told. They have to be scientific theories for us to take them, to even look at them. And, you know. Yeah.
What's up, everybody?
Hello, welcome. Yeah, hanging around.
I'm here to destroy the globe.
Yeah. I thought you were a
Too late.
Glober.
Already been destroyed. But you're willing to take a
I'm
piece.
here to destroy it again.
You're welcome to take a piece of what's left.
Yeah, I'm going to destroy what's left.
You know, back in the day, in 2015, flat earthers hadn't really got their shit together yet. In fact, we were a lot like infants, you know? We were just getting started. And the Globers, they had all the funding and all the time to prepare. They must have known, like, we were coming back. But what it was like you would have globe earthers that would just, like, occupy free chain. And, like, you could go in there at any time and talk to them without getting, like, completely overwhelmed. And yes, there was vitriol, right? Like T-Rex, that son of a... Anyway, there was tactics, like Jim Panda. But you can go in there and talk to them at any time, you know? And now it's like, I don't know. It's like they're scared. They only hang out in, like, safe spaces.
Oh, dude, it happened after the Black Swan. That's when they became scared. You know what I'm saying? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Listen, I agree. Put yourself in their shoes. I'm never going to stop saying it. Eventually, because it's all a lie, what they're defending, it is the house of cards that will eventually be blown away in the wind. That's just the reality. That's the math on it, if you want to say stuff like that, okay? That's the size of it.
But how long until the wind blows it away, dude?
I'm sorry. That's what I'm saying. The reason we don't have a lot of globers and globe activity, and really the only thing that's happening is they're kind of going to their corners now because they've lost a lot of rounds recently, and we've seen them resort to personal attacks and such, and all that. But it's getting old. You know what I mean? Like, here's what happened. The scientists came up with just good enough bullshit for most people to buy. But since it's bullshit, it'll always be revealed. You feel me? So now it's coming out. And they don't know what the fuck to do. And it's going to be sad, to be honest, because what happens when you keep getting closer and closer to a cornered dog? What does that dog do?
Dude, they're just going to be vitriolic and attack us instead of the argument.
Correct. They'll do anything to get out of that corner, or they'll fight you.
It's like, come on, Fido, you got rabies. I'm trying to give you the cure. You got psychosis, man. I'm just trying to show you that what you believe. There's no reason to believe it whatsoever. Yeah. And if there is, I would invoke a Glober Get your ass in here and give us a reason why we should believe in the globe.
It's crazy. We would
What?
not have to be begging for the, what should be abundant and literally everywhere. Why are we begging for this, guys? Where's it at? Where's the curve? What the fuck?
Great question. I've been trying to find this curve for the last several years.
We got all sorts of evidence and proofs for the flat Earth. Can we get a little reciprocity?
I'm saying, dude. What the fuck? It's like, oh man, they won't lift a finger. So go ahead, man. Go ahead.
The new globe argument is light bends down in the medium, and that way it's bending around the curve and bending back to us, making us look like it's flat, but it's not. That's the new
Dude,
globe.
yeah, they're saying it bends now. Light bends in all directions. Yesterday in the YouTube chat, someone said that a Glober said that a laser beam is light going in all directions. And I said, okay, so lasers no longer shoot in a straight line. They said, yeah. Okay. I couldn't keep talking. I had to take a break. Got frustrated. I couldn't believe someone could.
But can you address bending down to a medium around the curve? Can you address that part?
Yeah, they're saying, listen, light bends down sometimes, and when we want to see that it's flat, it is flat. And if we don't want to see that it's flat, we'll just make up excuses. But light bends up now, but it doesn't bend all the way up. It just bends to the point where it makes the Earth look flat, and that's it. That's why the Earth looks flat, guys. It's not because it's flat. It's because the light bends up just enough to make it look perfectly flat everywhere. But there's a drop, okay? Flatties, get your shit together.
Well, they claim they have proof because some curtain rods and roofing material, aluminum foil, supposedly went hundreds of thousands of miles to the moon and back on a calculator. So they claim they have proof.
Yeah, that lunar lander. I've seen crumpled up milk cartons stronger than that shit. Yeah, you have to be kidding me. Show a high quality photo of that to a Glober on the street. Just be like, do you think that this landed on the moon? And if they're honest, they'll just be like, nope, not that thing.
It's some rickety. It's some joke.
Dude, there's tarps.
But hey, they claim that's their ultimate. That's the ultimate proof.
I'm sorry. You're right. It's the ultimate slap in the face. Oh, you believe in the moon landing, do you? Ooh. Well, I'm not sure we have much else to talk about then.
Yeah. Hey, I heard that somebody, some woman, she did the trajectory on paper on her desk at NASA.
Yeah, exactly. That was a good calculation. It got that one calculation that she sat down and wrote down in pencil. That, by the way, that pencil's at the Air and Space Museum. That was the calculation that literally put man on the moon. Like I said, you can find that pencil in the National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C.
Wow.
Crazy, right?
It's amazing.
You guys just don't understand real gravity. Sorry, I just rumped somebody. Y'all don't understand real gravity, you silly flat earthers.
Yeah, and you know what? You're right. I don't understand gravity. I can't find it anywhere.
It's not just gravity, it's refravity. It's a special
refravity.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, refraction is a thing that happens in nature. They're trying to say it happens so that the Earth looks flat, even though it's a globe, right? That's a wild jump to make.
All you have to do is presuppose it's a globe, and it's always a globe, no matter what y'all say. So there you go.
Yep, I agree. Once one actually sees and admits and accepts that it is all just a belief, mind blown, wide open, cup emptied.
Hey, but you can go see the pen at the museum.
It's a pencil.
Yeah, the pencil. You can.
It's a number 2 pencil.
Well, there you go. There's
That's
the
how they
proof
do it.
right there. There's the proof right there.
There was
This is
some
what you're looking
conspiracy
for.
video that I saw that the guy was saying they
Wait a
called it
minute.
number 2 pencil because they're making fun of like pooping number 2 pencil. It's number 2 taking a number 2. I don't know, man. So these conspiracy people are funny as shit. What were you gonna say, Hank?
How much did NASA spend on that pen so that they could use it in space and the Russians
It's
just
a
use a pencil?
pencil.
No, that's not what I'm talking
It
about. I'm
has to be
changing
a
the subject.
pencil because it can't go to space if it's a pen. I'm with you, brother. I'm listening.
Didn't the United States government and NASA spend like a shitload of money to get their pens work in space? So I thought NASA could only use pens.
They probably did, yeah. That definitely sounds like par for the course.
to get a pen working.
Go ahead, man. What were you saying, Godric?
$200,000.
That seems a little. Yeah, it seems like you're lowballing it, partner.
Well, if the Earth was flat, then why is there a pencil in a museum?
Oh, I have so much fun just thinking about all this dumb shit people believe. Well, I am going to shut up because even though we're filling dead air, I really want to give the ladies a platform just in case.
You're fine. Hey, keep going, buddy.
No. Nope. It is ladies' night after all. So,
I give you an encore.
Just out of respect. So.
Ladies'
That
night
officially-
ended.
Yeah,
No,
they ended like 20 minutes ago.
No, is it still going on up here?
No, it's over.
Okay. Well,
encore.
Ladies and gentlemen, well, boys and girls.
So, hey, can you tell me more about this pencil? It's the proof that we've been searching for.
well, they had to take the equation. Oh yeah, you know what, you guys? What are your thoughts on the pencil that wrote the one equation that? Okay, so listen, an equation. Hold on. I want to tell you, an equation, a concept, physically put man on the moon. Go.
That's been a nice pencil, like really nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice now. I'll tell you what, it's probably
You
worth
think it had
millions.
like one of those grips on it to give you extra, you slide the grip on it.
Oh yeah, the rubber grip that gets dirty immediately.
Probably heavy-duty pencil.
You can, if you run out of eraser on your pencil, you can kind of use that grip thing to erase. Remember doing that?
What was that Van Halen song that I got my pencil?
Hold on. Let Dave say. Dave, what's up?
Hold on. Dave, speak.
What was that old Van Halen song where they say, I got my pencil?
I got my pencil. Give me something to write on, man.
Is that Bush or some rock band? Yeah.
Teacher.
That was Van Halen,
you know
Hard
that
for
one.
Teacher.
Oh yeah.
If any youngsters don't know about that song, you need to look it up. Because that drum solo.
Yeah. It's a fun one.
Yeah, it is pretty awesome. Drum solo is pretty awesome.
Well, and you know what was funny is like writing out the drums, so especially the kick pattern in the beginning. It sounds like it'd be very hard to write down on paper, and it was. But once you learn how to, because I sat down and learned the whole drum part there. It took a while. It's definitely hard to play, but those drum parts, man, classic. Nobody writes music like that anymore. So anyway, when I date myself like that, that's super. Guys, where's the curve? Where they at?
Hold on, let me get a GoPro.
There was a lot of curvature in that Van Halen video. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, that was curvature we can find and appreciate, right? Measure, all that stuff.
Let me go get a fisheye lens and a pencil.
Exactly. See, now you're getting it. Okay. Low budget for the stuff you show the public. and then have millions of dollars in the bank.
Well, if everybody believes it, it must be true.
8.8 very well-paid scientists can't be wrong.
It was on television.
Exactly.
Hey, Flatter Day Saints put up a video with some Matthew Learns in it. It's kind of interesting.
Oh, get the link, put it in the voice text, please.
That's a good point. My bad. Let me grab that.
Oh, you're good. It's also good to advertise it on the voice, man. Listen, this is information. This is not opinions. So the more people that get it, the better. Spread it out.
Hey, somebody said they found some curvature on some French women. Is that okay?
Sure.
That's always okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine that being bad.
All right.
Ladies' night for sure. You know.
Okay. Stormfire posted the math teacher Matthew knows level means curved.
What the?
Yeah. This is good stuff.
Coming up next, flat does not mean a perfectly straight
Oh,
line.
he's so cute. He's such an old guy. No, I'm just kidding.
I'll say in the last decade, he's turned into a completely different looking person.
It was just last week he had like a 20-minute debate with Hank over flat means curved.
He
Trying to
probably,
convince Hank.
he probably drank some blood, and the blood make him look different.
You know, and he doesn't look happy. Look at Matthew. He does not look happy. Do you think he's just getting paid to come in here and be a contrarian for just the sake of distracting us, filling the air, you know, making us sit here and go, how can you be so stupid? Instead of properly addressing the information. He's like the jester comes in.
Nah,
right.
no way. No way, man.
Oh, you think he's genuine?
His
Yeah,
tone,
he's all real.
His tone gives off that there's not even the slightest chance that it's flat. So just take that. Just watch it. I mean, you'll be able to tell right away.
Oh, I've been around Matthew quite some time here. And that's why it doesn't surprise me to hear that he was just sitting there saying that flat, yeah, I bet he said flat can mean curved. Or no, is that a quote, a direct quote? Flat does not mean a perfectly straight line. Did that come from a math teacher? See, that's what I'm saying. It's too suspect to even be real. I don't believe this guy at all. He's just totally ignoring reality, and it's clear as day, and he doesn't mind doing it, and everybody knows it, even the Globers. It's fake, bro. It's just like he's a plant to waste time. My opinion.
What?
You could be right. The thing that kills me is how enthusiastically he says he believes in the globe. You know, when he's in here at least. I really believe it. Come on, guys. Don't y'all believe it too?
Yes, if you have two brain cells to rub together, that you know that knowing something is better than merely believing it. And he has at least two brain cells to rub together. That's what I'm saying. I'm not buying it.
I think he's probably a Freemason.
No, don't do that. Don't go there.
No, I'm serious.
Who cares? Who cares?
There's a pattern with this. There's a correlation.
Fine. There's probably lots of Masons everywhere. Okay, who cares about that? That is not important.
I think they're kind of behind it, dude.
Who cares? What are you going to do about that?
Oh, well, I'm not going to say. You know, I have an imagination.
Fine. Then go do something about it. But number one, this is a Flat Earth channel. Number two, everyone alive can go out and demonstrate this and prove it to themselves that we're correct on this one. What are you going to do? Sit around and speculate about the Freemasons all day? Talk about the number 33 until you puke? Who cares? Measure the Earth. It's flat.
Well, obviously the world's flat. You know, obviously. I'm just saying who's behind this? You know.
I don't know, man.
I think it's the
lots of stuff. Lots of stuff's going on. Lots of people like power, money, control, whatever.
I don't disagree with you at all. You're right.
Mostly it's water behind it.
Where's the water?
Behind it.
Behind what?
Firmament.
No, flat.
There's water behind flat?
No, water is doing to be flat.
Oh, yeah, water is flat, correct.
Yeah, he's right.
That means
You're both
people.
right, you know. And I agree with you, but I'm trying to get to the bottom of this.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I was trying to get to the bottom of this to figure out why we're having to deal with this in the first place. The world is obviously flat, you know, like clearly. It's not moving, you know, it's not moving in 5 different speeds. The Earth is flat, you know. There's no parallax in the sky. Constellations have stayed the same for thousands of years. There's no measurable motion or curvature. The Earth is flat, but why are we dealing with this, and who is behind this? Is what I'm curious about.
You know what? I gotta say something. After watching some of that Matthew video, what he's doing and these globe earthers are doing, they're taking all the numbers and they're using this thing to where you can like change it between like metric and imperial, right? And then of course if you change it, right, it's going to have smaller numbers. I forget what that's called. What is that called when you change it from like fraction to decimal? What is it called?
I don't know, man. I'm thinking.
Like reducing the scale or something. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, anyway, that's what they're doing. Instead of saying the Earth spins at 1,038 miles an hour, he's saying that it rotates at like 0.0000 RPMs per minute.
Oh, they like to dazzle us with their mathematical, you know, they like to confuse people, and then they think you got to be a scientist to figure this shit out. I'm saying they love zeros and decimal point. They absolutely love zero. They like to throw a bunch of zeros. They just tack it on everything.
So like there's like, you know, it is mathematician tactics what he's doing right there, because 1,038 miles an hour does equal 0.0000 RPMs, but it's, you know, rotations per minute, right? So those are equal, but one sounds a lot slower than the other, but they're actually the same speed. So if Matthew was being honest, he would say, you know, 0.000 point whatever per minute or 1,038 miles an hour, right? But they don't want to do that, right? Because the real number is like, whoa, really? That fast? And then the number that he's putting up there is like, oh, that seems really slow.
They love doing that.
Sorry,
Yeah, they're
my internet
converting
cut out.
You're
That's
fine,
what they're
buddy.
doing. The mathematicians are converting the numbers to make it look a lot slower or smaller than they actually are. So
One
what's the
time
rim
I met a
velocity?
math magician. That's a good word. I like that word.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Dude, it's so funny you're saying math magician. I met a Jewish mathematician in DC, and he asked me if I believe in magic, and I said no. But he was a mathematician, and you're calling him a math magician.
Oh, okay. They aren't magicians. Listen, you go to a magic show and they do sleight of hand and it's this, that, and the other, and it really, really looks like, holy fuck, how'd they do that, right? But then they show you, some magicians do anyway, that, you know, they give you, you know, they tell you how they did the card stuff every once in a while for the show and whatever. So, and then you see, okay, well, then it's possible for them to be lying to me, even if I'm amazed and believe the shit right away. And same with mathematicians. There's mathematicians, then but all mathematicians are probably going to dabble in the mathematician thing because it's adventuresome. It's adventuresome to think that you can explain everything with mere numbers. So anyway, numbers aren't reality; they're a concept. But you can do magic on people's psyches with numbers. because they're amazed at how numbers match up and amazed at the human's ability to see these patterns and to make this shit work. And holy fuck, did you see that equation work out to shit that already exists? Yeah, but we predicted it even though it's complete post-diction. My point is, mathemagic is when mathematics is used to convince someone of a reality that does not exist, because math is just a concept.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct, because math is also like a language, and people they lie with language, you know, in math, you know, you can lie with math.
Right. You can lie with anything.
Well,
That's the
hold
thing.
on. Let's be careful here, right? He's not lying. So I'm 6'3", right? If someone were to calculate or convert that to millimeters, right? And then I told people I'm this many millimeters tall, right? That wouldn't be lying, right? So he's not lying. What he's doing is like it's like it's, how should I put it?
Diversion tactic.
Well, he's translating a lie fundamentally, but he's not lying about how he's translating the fundamental lie.
They convince people of things that aren't real through mathematics. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Now, he may not be lying, but he's running with a lie, and then he's translating.
All right, so if I'm 6 foot, right? If I'm 6 foot, I'm 1,828.8 millimeters tall, right? That's what he's doing, but the opposite, right? So what he's doing, it's not really dishonest, but it's a tactic. He's not lying, right? Because he's, you know, got to portray the good Christian man. But what he's doing is like, it's misleading, but it's honest, right? If I went around and I was like trying to bolster my height, right? Trying to, you know, convince kindergartners, and I said, I'm 1,828.8 millimeters tall, they'd be like, whoa, he's tall. It's like, I'm 6 foot, right? So which one is it? What? They're both true. There's more than one way to skin a cat. It's just one is probably a little more humane than the other. And that's all he's doing. He's making it digestible for the mass.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. You know, they do that a lot. They do that with the textbooks, don't they?
Oh yeah, ever since I left high school, like I would ask high school students, like, hey, can I see your history book? Like, hey, can I see this? You know, and I'd be looking at it and I'd be like, what the fuck is this shit?
Yeah, I kind of want to look at one right now, just to see how BS it is. I bet I would be shocked if I opened a high school history book today. I would be totally just blown away. Or a science book.
Yeah, I've been opening some of my old science books, and when I'm reading through it in the cosmology sections, it's just it doesn't even address how they've come to the assumption that the Earth is a globe and all these other assumptions. It just puts it out there as if it's a fact. And these kids who are learning it have to just assume it's a fact because, you know, it's a textbook, so obviously they're telling you what's true. Yeah, I was just reading it. It's just so ridiculous.
Oh, everything they put in the textbook is just presumed. It's presumed to be true, right?
Yeah, I think the first time I actually used the word assume, it was for some sort of measurement thing, and I thought, wow, now you use the word assume? I've been reading like 10 pages of assumptions, and you didn't even address the fact that it's assumed. Yeah,
wow.
I found it pretty funny.
You know, it is funny to review such things when you're not a zombie, you know, and to see what wavelength they're putting on the zombies. You know, you look at an old textbook like that, and you're like, wow, I can't believe people are just buying this stuff. it's a scary world we live in. That what you just explained right there is scary. It's scary that these textbooks exist, and that most people have to look at them. It's really, I don't know what to say. Dude, I kind of want to get me some high school textbooks and just cross out all of the what do you call that? The logical fallacies. I'd probably cross out half the book.
Yeah, it's definitely the number one problem. Our educational system. We definitely got to go back somehow and fix that. And I don't really know how. I don't know what the answer is. For me, it was homeschool just to opt out. But maybe that is the answer. Like, why would you let the enemy educate your children?
Hey, I got an idea. I don't have any children, but if I did, or if I do someday in the future, what if you just never, ever register them on any document, like the state? I'm being serious. I don't have any kids, but I'm seriously just saying, what if in the future, if I did have some, what if the government just never knew I had any in the first place? And then what happens if they grow up without being brainwashed? They could still go get a job, right? I'm sure. I mean, right? I mean, why wouldn't they be able to?
They wouldn't be able to get a job because they wouldn't have a social security number. But
they can get one later, right?
They wouldn't be a U.S. citizen either, because there's several different types of persons that the United States government recognizes. And I'll just be quick and get back on topic of the Earth. But yeah, a U.S. citizen is one of them, right? But notice when they pass the law, all persons must turn in their gold. Didn't say anything about men or women turning in their gold, but the men and women thought they were persons. So for the past 100 years, our, what's the word? Our public servants, they're complete idiots, and they keep making all these mistakes on the paper. And we're ignorant too, so we just allow it to happen.
Yeah, you're right about that. Hey, so if a child was raised in the current contemporary without a social security number, well, when they're an adult, they could probably just show up at the Social Security Administration and get a number, because they're not a citizen of any country or even a foreign country. So wouldn't the government be obliged to give them so they could skip all of the brainwashing?
Oh.
You know what I'm trying to say?
No.
I don't have any children, but if I did, I'd probably go to one of those the women that help the child, birthing, whatever you call that, and then never go to a hospital, never go to a school. I wouldn't want the government to know if I had any children.
Dude, you're not that important though for the government to take interest in that. But by doing those actions, you're going to become important. So they're going to try and shit stomp you for neglecting your children.
Oh, interesting.
Aren't they?
That's an interesting perspective there.
Yeah, that's my perspective. But I'm not saying you're wrong in any case. I'm just kind of just.
You raised, that was my question, really. You raised a good point. The government might take interest in me if I don't join their brainwashing program.
Would you vaccinate or completely non-vaccinate your kids?
Yeah, dude. They get an average of 90-something vaccinations now. It's amazing.
Well, no, not 90. The big 6. They give you the big 6 when you're born, right? The rubella, yellow fever, measles.
Oh God.
Polio.
Okay, let's get off of that.
Why?
Back.
We're not going anti-vax. I'm just saying those are the 6. That's all I know.
Hey, dude. Thanks for bringing that up, but we're not supposed to talk about it here, so we're not going to talk about it.
We're not talking about COVID anything. We're not talking about COVID anything. We're just saying that Okay, whatever. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, we're not supposed to talk about it.
nothing.
What you just said is probably very important.
Okay, go.
Back to the Earth. There's no evidence, right? These people are all making assumptions based on calculations, based on fallacies, based on assumptions. I mean, their model, they say that they have a model. There is no model, right? The model that they do have, it's 95% theoretical particles that nobody can confirm or deny, prove or disprove, verify or falsify. So I know I just know we're done, and I apologize. But yeah, the whole cosmological constant crisis, it's well known. Their model doesn't work. It never has worked. It never will work. So it's not a model. No more than a Porsche is a scientific model. A model Porsche is not a scientific model. So these people got nothing but a belief. It's a religion. It goes all the way back to sun worshiping. They say that, you know, it's an acentric model, right? But we all know that it's all about the heliocentric model. It's all about Helios, the sun god. And a lot of people who think that they may be, you know, in this religion or in that religion, like in actuality, you know, they're paying attention and worshiping, you know, these images, whether they know it or not. So, you know, a lot of people probably don't even know what religion they're actually in because they go to school, it's all compartmentalized, and they're teaching you to be an idiot. Literally. Like, how much algebra do you get taught, right? By the time you're 18 years old? How many law classes have you taken? Why aren't you taking law classes? Don't you need to know the law? I mean, you start driving at 16. Right then, you start dealing with law enforcement or policy enforcement officers. So yeah, they're educating us to all be idiots, and that's what we got. We got an entire world of minors, like little people, like they're not adults because nobody's taking responsibility and you know claiming their rights. I think that we got to go back to fundamental, like not so much as your rights, but your responsibility to educate yourself, to educate those around you, and especially your children. Thanks.
You are absolutely correct. It's obvious and painful how correct you are because the law is the fundamental thing that holds society together, which is held together with violence, the threat of violence by law officers, and so everybody needs to know the law, but they don't have any of that in school. They just have propaganda. People get out of school, they don't know their basic constitutional rights, basic stuff like the Fourth Amendment. They have no clue, and it's the foundation of our society, and they have no idea. And they go through 12 or 13 years of this brainwashing, and they have no idea.
Basically, what it boils down to is we're sending our children to a satanic school, and then they brainwash us to contract with a satanic court.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, exactly. Dude, I mean, come on. Can you imagine spending over a decade in a government? It's public education is government subsidized, government funded. So the government is paying for you to be briefed or they call it educated, and you have no idea the laws of the government, of the system. I mean, the society, the system is training you without giving you the laws for over a decade. Can you believe that? That's like joining a corporation and not learning any SOPs or you know what I'm saying? Anyway. I know I'm just talking. I'm just trying to say that yes, they're trying to train people to be stupid, sheeple, dumb employees, or trained human robots, or I don't. You know, it's like education is just trying to make you into a retail employee or something. You know. Hey, Hank, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, they're basically turning you into a public servant, right? And then we think that we got all these rights, but we're telling them when we tell people we're a citizen that we're a public servant. So what is a public servant? Like someone who's like working for the government, like an employee. But it's like, okay, if I'm a public servant, then where's my check? Well, if you're making minimum points of contact with the government, like food stamps, TANF, I think now they're just putting checks into your bank account. So it's like that's what they're doing. They're paying you to be an employee, and you're basically a ward of the state because of the contract that your mother signed when she was doped up to the gills and in a lot of pain under duress. She just signed to the state. She had no idea who she was or where she was at the time when she signed this paper. All she knew that she had just endured like an extreme amount of trauma, and now she has a child to look after. That's the only thing the woman knows at that point. And in my opinion, because I've seen it, dude, women are fucking awesome. They're fucking durable. They're durable. I'm telling you, man. But I would say that when someone goes through that much trauma, it's like they're disconnected. They're checked out. They're not capable of signing any legal documents.
Oh, and then they signed the most important documents for a human being.
You got it. You got it.
In that state of mind, they signed the most important documents for the rest of the life of that person.
Yeah, it's a sad trick. But yeah, we got to educate ourselves, and I would say that if you can hear my voice and you want to actually do what I'm saying, like you have to educate yourself on as much as you can, but you need someone else in your family educating themselves on the opposite of what you're not educating. So maybe one person they study like health and nutrition, right? And then another person should be like studying like trust law, contract law, tort law, and then another person they should be studying like medicine, like real medicine, like how to treat people with like natural stuff. And I think that if we don't do that, like we're like so close to like losing our civilization because at the upper echelon of our civilization, we lost it. But there's so many of us, we still have control, but we're divided. And if we don't unite under, I don't know, let's say a cosmology, right, that we can all verify and have a foundation of truth, right? Because if it doesn't matter if you're Jew or Gentile or whatever, right? We can all have this foundation of this is the truth. Let's build on that. Let's stack truth on top of truth until we are capable of knowing it and then subsequently setting ourselves free.
Well, you got to have a thinking mind. You got to set yourself free. You've got to be able to discern. You got to have discernment, man.
Oh, yeah.
You try to trap your mind with delusions. To set yourself free, you've got to have discernment, right?
Yeah, I think it is really important that, we look at the ballers who say that they can't know anything, right? And we laugh because you can know some things. But then, some people say they don't know anything. That's closer to the truth than people who think they got it all figured out, right? Like guys with like double doctorates, specialize in this field. They think they know everything, right? Because they've been practicing for 30, 40 years. Well, their cup is full. They can't learn anything. That they think they know everything. Unless they're one of those doctors, that keep up on their continuous education and they're constantly like reading the new studies and learning the new stuff. But I would say that's not most people. Most people are arrogant and fixed after a certain, especially men. So I think we got to be a little closer to I know barely anything or I know nothing. That seems to be better.
I agree. I agree. I don't want to change the subject, but kind of on that subject, I agree with you. I have issues with when I went to school. I ace all the tests. I listened to the class for a couple days and I ace all the tests, but they take a month to catch up to me. They these straight A students, you know, the book smart kids, they would memorize stuff really well, and they would be able to get a high score on the test, like a 95 or a 90 or an 85%. But I would always ace the test. What I would do is I would sit there and and actually listen and try to grasp and understand stuff. But when you mentioned the PhD people that think they've got it all figured out, they've been practicing for years. What they've really done is they're just those kids that memorize something briefly, temporarily, pass a test, and then they forget. They don't even remember the stuff that they memorized, and honestly, they don't know anything. I'm that kid that I would ace the test. Like I get 99 or 100%. I only missed the rare trick question that's really tricky. But I don't have any respect for these highly educated people that you know, like PhD. They don't know anything. I'm not joking. I know what I'm saying is kind of overgeneralized, but it's true. It's true that most of them don't know anything. They briefly, temporarily memorize something, and they don't actually fucking know anything. Part of my language. Sorry about that. I could go to any college right now, pay attention for a day or so, or read a chapter in a book. I could pass a test, an exam. I could probably go get my PhD right now. It's a joke. It's a joke. They're rewarding people for temporarily memorizing something, and then they go off to be like the boss. You know, they're like in charge. And it's a joke because they don't. I often talk with educated people and they can't remember anything from college, which is exactly the product that the college is trying to produce. Somebody who has no mind. You know what I'm saying? They want easily programmable like employees, and you know what I mean. I know what I said. There's a lot of generalizations, but it's true. It's true. Do you know what I'm trying to say? I got some friends. I got a friend who's got a master's degree in education, and he doesn't know anything that he learned in college. I'm sorry. I mean, remember? Are you still there, Hank? Hank, did I lose you? Radio check. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but yeah.
Oh, hi there.
It doesn't look like Hank's responding.
Well, hey, let me talk to you. I'm trying to say, am I correct or am I incorrect that people go through the academy system and they don't even remember or know anything you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and it is a generalization, but yeah, it is a pattern you can see. Like even me going through high school, which obviously isn't college, but you know, I don't remember a thing I learned there, even though it's only been 2 years. But yeah, it sort of gets you in like a haze sort of sleep sort of state, and then you just wake up, go to school.
That's a great point you mentioned, because there's a lot of sleep deprivation because children require a lot of sleep. Like children need to sleep a lot more than an adult does. When they put them through school, we got to be up before sunrise to get on this big metal box, the school bus. and then you get back in mid afternoon, and the kids need time to play. They don't have enough time to sleep. You know, it's a haze. It's like a haze.
Yeah, and then you add smartphone addictions and screen addictions, and then the kids are just staying up all night watching whatever on YouTube or whatnot.
Oh wow, I didn't even think about that because I grew up in the '90s, and wow, that's actually a compounding issue.
Yeah, or the kids who just go to parties, you know, staying
Well,
pulling
those don't
all-nighters and
exist.
stuff like that.
Hey, those don't exist anymore. That's the '90s. They don't have parties anymore. Now they just have the PlayStation.
True.
Oh, parties were so '90s.
Yeah, I wasn't around in the '90s.
The kids, they don't even play outside any. Wow, how old are you?
I'm 19. I was born in
Oh, wow.
2002.
Hey, check this out. I'm about 10 years older than you. When I was a teenage, when I was your age, children used to play in the street outside, and they had skateboards. Can you believe that?
Yeah, a foreign concept these days.
Dude, could you believe children used to play outside?
Yeah, it's like, you know, these days it's just empty in the streets. And, you know, I hear from my mom and stuff, they used to talk to their neighbors and know their neighbors and stuff like that. But these days you don't even associate with your neighbors. Or I mean, obviously it's different for different people, but
You're
that
right.
seems to be the norm.
Hey, when I was young, I was given a 75 megahertz computer. Now they're in gigahertz. I'm talking about a 75 megahertz, and I was extremely tech savvy as a child. And I used to think less of children that played out, other children that played outside. I was like, wow. And I would do that too. But I'm just saying, I had a computer when 98% of 99% of other children didn't have one. I had a computer. But when I go outside, there was a skateboarding gang everywhere. Every turn, there'd be like kids playing, kicking a soccer ball or a basketball or something. Now, they're not there. They don't exist anymore. And wow, you know what I mean? They're not there anymore.
Yeah, it's all indoors. And also, I mean, maybe not a huge factor, but one factor could be the TVs always talking about, you know, tragedies like kidnappings or whatnot, making the parents fearful that the kids need to be
the
inside.
programming, the television programming.
Yeah, I mean, my parents are pretty good, but I was definitely like helicoptered as a kid, and you know I couldn't go to the park unsupervised or anything, even though the
That's
park
normal
was like right
these
outside.
days. Hey, these days, you had a normal upbringing, but it's not normal for thousands of years. That was not for the last 100 years. That was not normal, but for the last 15 or 20 years, that is normal.
Yeah.
Sorry,
yeah,
go ahead,
go
man.
on, Hank. No, I don't have
Hey,
anything.
Hank, what's up?
My parents wouldn't let me leave their site on the streets, so I lived in front of like 3 streets. So there was a street right in front of my house, and then left and then right. So they wouldn't let me leave their site, right? Because, men, kidnap children or women or whatever. But I could go in the woods all day long, with the bobcats and, wild boar and, all these other things. There's literally wildcats out here. Like, they're not like the size of like lions. They're like little tiny, like mountain lions, like way smaller than that. But still, a big cat, you're gonna have a real messed up day. But anyway, yeah, they trusted the wild beasts in the woods more than the men on the road. Yeah, I grew up in the woods a lot. Like I was in the woods. I'd come home and I'd be all scratched up, thorns and all sorts of stuff. But yeah, I was.
Man, you're lucky. You could have been bit by a snake.
I was pretty close a couple times. But yeah, I was allergic to cut grass, but immune to poison ivy and poison oak. I never had it once in my life.
Wow, interesting. Interesting. Immune to grass, but I'm sorry. You know what I mean to say. Interesting. Allergic to grass, but immune to the forest.
Yeah, go ahead, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I was saying you were immune to the forest, but allergic to grass.
Yeah, I think it was a deficiency of some kind because I'm not really so allergic so much these days.
I think you're right, dude. Because the more I read about medicine or health, deficiency is like a big thing. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. I was very deficient as a child. I know this because I ate a lot of grains, and we know that grains are not real food. I still like the taste of bread, so I go and I get what's called keto bread at the organic store. It's made out of almonds and coconuts and stuff. But as a child, I ate so much bread, and also, well, anyway, my whole life, I ate so much bread. But the last couple of months, I've stopped eating bread.
Oh, I love bread. I can't
Me
imagine
too.
my diet without it.
But you can get bread that's fake. You can get fake bread. You know how they have fake meat, which is probably a bad
Oh
idea.
yeah.
You can get fake bread.
So is it just like having wheat, like that? Does it like absorb nutrients or something
Hey
which your
guys,
body's meant to store?
hold on, man. I love bread and food and all that. But can we unmute Paza, please, so we can get it kind of back to the globe versus flat thing? It's kind of prime time now, Friday night and everything. I want to make sure that we can keep it on the flat Earth globe destruction as much as possible. And Paza, he's one of our most staunch globers that comes in here, and I think it's very important to hear the sophistry and the flailing and inability to address the lack of Earth curvature. Listen close. Paz is going to take it away.
Let's
the
do it.
second reason was because I need him to shut up in the chat because it should be only flat Earth stuff. Thanks.
Paza?
So Paza, what's up, brother? Well, you're unmuted, but please stop spamming the chat with nonsense. That's half of why I wanted you unmuted. The other half is because you are really good evidence that Earth is not a globe.
No one in the world scientific community thinks that significant variance in observation of objects at the horizon is an enigma. No
Cool.
one.
Does it measure flat or not, Paza?
Yeah, but that's true. Objects on horizon, but not horizon itself, Paza.
Well, right. The horizon stays where it is in our optics.
Nobody in science community didn't write anything about horizon itself moving forward. Only objects doing something on horizon. Floor is your Pata.
Right on. Horizon doesn't change. The objects on the horizon change. Go ahead.
Is it safe to say that every university is just making shit up?
Say that one more time. Sorry, I got to turn you up.
I think I'm roboting. Am I clear?
Oh, you're very clear now, partner. Keep whatever you're doing right now. Go.
Yeah. So I think every university is just making shit up. You know, they're making up this and making up that, and then they just pass it along to see if it can be disproven. Right? So I think they're all just like speculating, like this theory and that theory. What do you think? And, you know, I think it's all just like compartmentalized confirmation bias.
Yes, there's no truth behind it, so the mind, the ego, the psyche scrambles to find real-world things that support the narrative. Now you're roboting Hank. Now is when it starts. It happened, man. Hank just... Does he go home? Hank, do you ever go home?
No, Hank lives here.
No, I mean, like, he's always driving. That's why he robots a lot.
This is where Hank lives. This is Hank's house.
Yeah, I do live here.
You're better, Hank.
Occupy the hill. Pause here. Live off the hill.
Paza, listen, you say, we are an echo chamber in and of ourselves. Okay, great. So break that. Give us some curvature measurement, brother. Come on. We have to be an echo chamber. Y'all ain't got no evidence.
I want to see that curvature, dude.
Yeah, and that's all it takes. That's all it takes. If you want to talk about gravity, that's fine. People will talk about gas pressure and all kinds of stuff later. Let's get that curve though first, can we, Globers?
Is that
Go ahead.
Smooth or lumpy?
Is that crypto?
Yep. Well, it's actually routing computing.
Oh God. Okay. Routing, tooting, buting. Yeah, right.
Yes.
Go ahead, man.
So yeah, this idea of an echo chamber is kind of, it's funny. It's a little bit hollow because echo chambers it's any environment in which dissenting opinion isn't allowed, basically, right? Which describes all mass media with regards to this topic. So if they want to level that accusation at us, they have to accept the same accusation themselves.
Funny how the dissenter who thinks that we're an echo chamber is allowed to be here, though, calling us an echo chamber.
And he's been listening for the past hour, probably longer, about how we want more people who disagree with us to come in here. Or maybe he just got here. But if he were to rewind, I think we've been talking about it for about 2 hours about how there's no Globers in here. Maybe they're all extinct, guys. I mean, there's no dinosaurs in here either, right?
The Globers have their own echo chamber.
Yeah, it's called the media. The media is the globe echo chamber.
No. It's called debate, but yeah, sure.
Would I be able to ask you guys a question about, like, what are your insights on the sun and how it moves, or, you know, sort of what are your thoughts on it? Because I've been thinking about it, but I haven't really come to much conclusions other than when I see. Yeah.
Can I attempt to answer the question? I'm not the brightest one here. I think what happens is the sun and the earth move. They move in a circular trajectory, and it gets wider and depending on the season. It can get wider, like in the winter. Do you know what I'm saying?
Time out, Smurf. You say the earth moves? What are you talking about?
The earth doesn't move. I'm talking about the sun and the moon.
You said the sun and the earth move. You misspoke, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know I misspoke. My fault. I didn't mean to. I misspoke.
I'm meaning more in like a day-to-day sort of time frame rather than seasons or years.
Like, okay, so the sun it moves in a tighter and looser trajectory depending on the season. How's that?
No, but she just said she's talking about day to day, not month to month.
Oh, my fault.
Yeah, like, do you guys, because I haven't got like tools to actually measure its angles per hour, but is it 15 degrees per hour it moves, or is that just hearsay? I don't know.
Roughly, yes.
Okay. And when I see the sunset from a long distance, so it's not getting obstructed through like trees or anything, it's actually, when I see it set, it just compacts itself and reflects on and compresses onto itself into like a reflection line until it vanishes. So I guess my
when the
question
sun is that far away,
Yeah.
the air starts behaving like a lens.
So
What is your question?
Go ahead.
So my question is, I guess like with the sun, I don't see it set like it would on a globe. I see it just vanish into like a mirage-y sort of refraction-y
Yeah.
thing. So what exactly, I guess, is sun physically? Is it like physically at a, I mean, maybe we can't know this, but is it like physically at a certain fixed place, or is it always just sort of to do with our perspective, which will change like relative to our eyesight, how it will look and appear?
Well, I got a bit confused with your last question there.
Sorry.
It is. Is this a question like why does it disappear bottom up?
Well, I guess I was saying the thing where it does do the bottom up thing is sort of to show that I see it's not going underneath the horizon. So I know it sort of just stays there until it vanishes. But I think my main question, sorry for being bad at finding my question.
Yeah, so
but I think
I'll try.
mainly,
I can try to explain you. So when you look at the sun, you see a disk. Now, the top part emits light, and also the bottom. And when you draw lines from the top and the bottom, to your eye, you have a triangle. The angle of the light, which is coming from the bottom of the sun, is almost straight line straight in your eye. But the light which is coming from the top of the sun is coming from a higher altitude, and it's coming at an angle inside your eye. So that's the angle of incidence. And when the sun is approximately 4,000 to 5,000 miles far away from you, that's when the sun starts to disappear. So the light which propagates from the sun to your eye, the one starts curving upwards at the end. After 5,000 miles, the light from the sun starts curving upwards.
to make it look more squashed.
Yes, and you don't see that the bottom of the sun, because that light is shooting upwards next to you. But the light from the top of the sun, the angle of incidence to your eye is much bigger than the bottom side of the sun. And that light also comes in a slight curved path, and that's why it turns like red color tint. Yeah, it's not bright, white bright anymore.
Yeah.
So when you see the sun turning red, that means that the light from the sun is start curving. It's refracting. It's at the end of limit, at the edge limit. The light does not have the necessary intensity to propagate further distance. And at the end of, because light is a wave, it whips upwards in the air. And in the water is actually the opposite. It whips downwards.
Because it's a mirror.
Don't say that, please. Get making claim.
Sorry?
You said it's a wave.
I couldn't understand you, but hey,
yeah.
I was saying the water is like a mirror, right?
No, I wasn't talking about the water. I was saying that when light refracts in the air, it's shooting upwards, it's curving upwards. And when it's refracting in the water, underwater, it's going downwards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hank, you roboted. Hank, can you say that again? That you roboted.
I was just asking the lady, does that answer her question?
Yeah, I never thought of the angle of incident, so that
Yeah.
does help clarify things. And also another. Sorry, Hank. Can I quickly say one more thing? Yeah. Okay. With the sun, do you visually see it get smaller, or does it stay the same size? Because I have a telescope, but I don't have a grid in the telescope which can like physically show me. I kind of just have to eyeball it, so I can't tell with my own eyes if it is getting bigger or smaller.
Well, I'm confused with your question. Doesn't everything get smaller the further away it is?
Well, when I see the sun set, I'm seeing it like compress into itself, so it's no longer like really
Yeah,
like
like
a
an airplane.
solid sun.
Well, doesn't an airplane do the same thing?
I guess I haven't really observed aeroplanes fly into the distance.
Well, at sunrise, for example, the sun is very big. When you start seeing like the first half of the sun is actually very big in the horizon. And the more it rises and the closer it gets to you, then it actually turns into that size, the disk in the sky, the bright disk.
So you're saying
But
it gets bigger towards afternoon or something like that, visually?
at sunset and sunrise, you're looking at the sun through like from very far away. So you are
Yeah.
looking throughout a lot of air. And the air has a lensing effect, especially in the morning and also evening. When light does not shine on the ground anymore from the sun, the heat starts to rise from the ground up, like a lot. And the air gradually gets colder. So, yeah, there is these air currents, convection currents, and this is how I think this lensing is happening.
I don't know the lady's name, but can I ask you to look at the live stream voice text? I posted some GIFs for you there.
Yeah, like
I hope
I am.
this helps with the.
Yeah. So is Get Beget saying that like during a sunrise or a sunset, there's a lot more atmospheric stuff going on, which would enlarge the sun to make it look bigger than it really is? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then I think I understand what you're saying. And yeah, that so then if you visually like look at the sun in the afternoon, take a measurement of how big it is, say through a telescope, or have some reference of how big it is, and then compare it to a sunset, then you're saying you can't really accurately get the sunset size because it's been enlarged by the atmosphere. So it's not physically how big the sun is.
And at the same
Yeah.
time, and at the same time, it's also moving away from you, so it's shrinking in size, apparent size, but it's also being magnified. And I believe these two effects are cross-canceling each other, not always perfectly, and that's how we do actually measure different sizes. Thanks.
Ah, okay. So it's something you need to like measure quite precisely and like put a lot of factors into it. You can't just glimpse at it and assume it's the size it actually is.
Well, yes, if you will take like angular size measuring instruments and you start measuring like every morning the size of the sunrise and the sunset, you will find that their size slightly varies. And that's because of the refraction index of the air, the weather conditions of that day. You know, air temperature and humidity. These
Okay.
are
Well,
very significant factors.
yeah. Well, my question's been answered, and it's like a lot more clarified now. So thanks for your input, Get Beget, and Hank also.
It was a pleasure.
Yeah, so the
It
interesting
was a
thing
good
is that the
question.
ballers are going to say that the sun should change size. And the explanation that I gave about how the atmospheric conditions is making it look like it's not changing size very much because of the cross canceling. They'll say that that's outrageous, but what's really happening is we're seeing stuff because the light is bending down around the curve at a constant 8 inches per mile squared, or like Matthew likes to say, 0.01%.
Yeah.
So I guess for the audience, which one sounds more logical, right? That things in a medium don't always appear to be the actual size that they are, and that this changes when location changes, and both of these effects could be possibly happening at the same time, or that, sometimes one medium, this is their claim, not my words, causes so much refraction that we can actually see around the curve, and that's why boats don't go over the horizon, like we said that they did for like hundreds of years. So really, the boats go over your horizon because the optics, not because of a geometric horizon. So and this is me talking now. So when they're measuring the distance to the horizon, they're not actually measuring the size of the Earth. They're only measuring what the atmosphere is allowing the horizon to present itself at for the conditions of that snapshot.
You cut out Hank.
Snapshot when they take the measurement. Sorry, bro, I hit the mute button too soon.
Yeah.
Let me just say, ladies' night got deeper. Voice wise.
No, it's not ladies' night anymore.
Long time. Yeah, I'm curious one thing though. Like if you take a quite large diameter light source and you sink it underwater and you move away underwater from that light source, I wonder if when you reach enough distance, when you start to no longer see that light, I wonder if that light will start disappearing from the bottom up, like opposite the way it's happening in the air. But for this, we need someone in the summer going at the sea or ocean and do this test.
Oh, I'm gonna leave the voice chat now. Nice talking. See you.
Do come back. Nice talking. And happy Easter.
Not saying. Yeah, to be clear, I hope she comes back, but I don't know anything about this shark. But anyway, moving on. So yeah, I think it's pretty curious that these people are making these claims about light, and I really think we have to understand the difference between a claim and a complaint, right? Like you hear people say, "I can't complain." The thing is, you can complain. It's just nobody gives a fuck or is going to do anything about it, right? But when you actually make a claim, that's when people's ears perk up. Like, okay, this person is making a claim. It's really important that if you make a claim, you got to substantiate your claim, back it up with evidence, facts, stuff that can be verified, falsified. So I think we need to get out of this, complaining about, the educational system, NASA. I think we need to actually move into collecting evidence and making claims. I think that's all we should be focused on: stacking truth, making claims that we know that we can back it. Like Witzik. One day I was in a debate with Witzik, and he said, "Hey man, I just want you to know that all I'm doing is speaking verifiable facts." And I was like, "Well, that's a really good way to debate, right? Because who's going to say no? Well, here's here's the facts right here. Here's where I got my source." So that's why Witzik is so effing great, right? Because all he's doing is speaking about verifiable things that can be validated, right? And that's what makes him great, as a debater, right? So I think we need to seriously start working on staying away from like what we just did is we kind of speculated and tried to answer the lady's question the best we could, right? And that's all she could ask for, right? Because I was hoping Glatt Floeb was going to say we don't like to make claims about the sun, moon, and stars, but he didn't. But that's okay. I should have said it, right? But instead, I was, trying to give her something to look at to visualize what Get Beget was saying. But that's how we do. We back each other up. But yeah, I think we need to focus more on like the claims instead of complaints. Thanks.
Hey, what's up? I was gone for a few minutes. What happened, Hank?
We had a Glober in here, but it appears that he left all his balls at home. He forgot to mic up and have a friendly chat with us. So all these
Hank.
Globers, no balls. Who's Hank?
There's no curvature, man. There's no ball. There's no curve. There's no ball.
Thanks.
I mean, every ball has a curve. Words cannot describe. When I ask for curvature, words cannot. I'm asking for, like a curve. I can't find it anywhere. I haven't found any proof of a curve or a ball. Can somebody help me figure this out? I haven't found. Hank, what do you think about this?
I haven't found any proof or evidence of unicorns, Pegasus, or anything like that. I've only seen them on TV, but they say if you go high enough you'll see the Earth start to curve, start to spin, and then you'll not be able to breathe because it's a vacuum up there. And I've also
Oh,
heard that if you go up high enough, you'll see unicorns and Pegasus and
you got to get really high.
yeah, it's
Wow,
really high.
you got to get really
So the thing is, none of us have been that high to see anything like that.
I wonder if that
So
means
I have to
anything.
wonder. Yeah, I have to wonder: do they actually exist? Not the Pegasus and the unicorn. Well, maybe that too. Right? We should be skeptical of everything, right? So does the curvature and the spinning and the vacuum exist? I don't know. How high can we go?
Now, hold on, Hank. You just need some curtain rods, some roofing material, like some tarp and aluminum foil, and you get high enough.
Don't forget the gold foil and the space blankets. Don't forget that.
Gotta have that, yeah.
You've got to get high on the CGI.
It's called
What's up?
space camp gear. It's called space camping gear.
Space camping gear. Oh, dude, wasn't it funny when the Chinese astronauts
Or scamping gear.
Hey! Supposedly, the Chinese astronauts, they had to have a blankets. They've given blankets over their space suits.
Were they space blankets?
I don't know, dude.
I was gonna say, what's the punchline?
How do I get this space material? Space rated stuff. How do I get space rated stuff, man? You're talking about
All I know
negative.
I want
Go ahead.
I want some concentrated dark matter, right? And I want to put it in some dark energy and see what happens. Can we do that experiment? To all the globies, please bring me some concentrated dark matter. You know, the kind that doesn't interact with light. And hand it to me so that I may examine it, please.
I'm just saying, if the vacuum of
Wait,
space
what?
is negative
The kind
to
that
the
doesn't
power of
react with
4.
light.
What's up?
I was just asking about what he said. Is that really true?
Well, I'm just saying, I want some space blankets.
So I saw it on a cartoon. It said something about concentrated dark matter. And I screenshotted it, and every once in a while, I post it because what is dark matter? It's the cutting edge of
Space
science.
blanket. So you said you wanted a space blanket? I can tell you how to
No,
do it.
dark
You go
matter.
down to your nearest hardware store and you buy one of those survival first aid kits, and inside of there there'll be what they call a heat blanket or something. That's what a space blanket is.
Oh,
It's just a
dude,
piece of
cool. So
cellophane.
that'll take me to the
Or
moon.
mylar, I'm sorry. It's a piece of
It'll
shiny
take me to the
mylar.
moon, bro.
That's something that reflects infrared light. But what is dark matter? Wait, isn't that what the astronauts make coffee out of?
Chugga. Brown matter. That's brown matter, bro.
I get those two confused.
No, that's gray matter, bro.
Gravy.
That ain't right. I don't care who you are, that ain't right.
Bro, I can just go to the hardware store and craft me a moon lander.
A moon lander, what is that? Some kind of a nickname for your PCs or something?
Okay, yeah.
Well, it does come from a moon.
Hey, dude, I'll go to the hardware store and I'll get me all I need to launch me to space.
Why is Pasa so muted again?
Okay, check it out. The rocket is a hydrogen, right? So, yeah, you get that out of water. I just go to space.
How many
Hey, let's talk about going.
containers? Wait, hold on. How many super glue containers and space blankets do you have to tie to a chair for us to get a good look up there? Obviously, we're gonna need some. We're gonna need scuba tank for some oxygen, and we'll have to make sure we bring like a cup of water or something. If it starts
Bro, that's
boiling,
hilarious.
shoot your space blanket with a BB so you can come down.
Oh, that's too funny, dude.
Crack some water. Going up.
Yeah, I'm dying over here, man.
How come Puzza has been quiet today?
Server muted.
Again?
No, he's not muted.
Yeah, he's server muted. I'm looking at it right now.
He didn't even speak today.
I muted him. What the fuck?
Oh, there he goes. Pazza, you're on server muted now.
Come on, Puzza. Let us hear your voice.
Let us know that you're alive, bro. And I want to apologize. I was talking shite thinking you were unmuted. So if you're muted, I apologize. I don't want to talk shite when you can't speak back. That doesn't seem like a very manly thing to do.
He's probably looking up.
Your sheets off my side of the bed, okay?
He's probably trying to Google, the proof for the globe or some bullshit. Pardon my language.
Restaurant picking up an order, but I got to tell y'all, the cook is wearing a NASA hat. Do you believe that? Can y'all hear me?
Is he a skinny cook?
Yeah, who's wearing that?
He's a cook at a pizza place. It's like a local pizza place. He's got a NASA hat on.
Oh God!
Man, that ain't right, boy. Is he a skinny cook?
Fat.
Hey, hold up!
Okay.
I gotta tell you, I went to a pizza place in the city, Richmond, Virginia, USA, and he said that he leaves his pizza on display, the slices you can get for a couple of days. For a couple of days, the pizza's on display. Can you believe? No, I will never, ever get a slice of pizza. I will only get a pizza that's made right there. Like a whole pizza. If you ever get a slice of pizza, it could have been there a couple of days. I went to this is an Italian restaurant. You know what I'm saying?
They're not making their coffee out of shit.
Wow, now I've seen everything. I just found a raccoon's claw in the top of my cat's head, stuck in there. And he's just laying there, like, purring away, like nothing's wrong. And I'm like, what's this thing stuck on you? Pull it out, and it's literally, that's what it is. It's a raccoon claw. I'll take a picture of it and show it to you. It's
I just
broken
asked the
off.
question.
That's creepy.
You've never eaten reheated pizza?
Oh, I'll eat reheated pizza. I'm talking about pizza that's been left out for 2 days.
But that's why they got all the sodium nitrate in the pepperoni, so they can do that.
You gotta put that in the fridge, man. But I'm saying they don't put it in the fridge. Is what I'm trying to say.
Those are the best, man.
Well, I guess if it's a display model, I guess it doesn't matter. But I wouldn't get caught with no 2-day-old pizza.
It's not a model. It's like selling by the slice. You can go get like a slice of pizza, and they keep it out there for a couple days.
That ain't right.
They taste better than reheated than fresh off the bake.
I'm just saying. And by the way, the Italian, the whatever, if he's the owner, manager, the guy that runs the restaurant, he's like super overweight. And I thought to myself, man, he's probably riddled with parasites. The dude said to me, only been there. He said only a couple of days. So he's talking down. It could have been like more than a couple of days.
The parasites are riddled with him.
No, oh.
No, truly, they say that you have more cells in your body that aren't yours than you do have that are yours. That's what
Well,
they say.
that's
I don't
what
know.
they say.
I don't
Do
know
you
if that's
really
true.
believe that, Hank?
Well, we do have bacteria inside and outside of our body.
I'm gonna go eat some diet. I gotta eat diet to Mrs. Earth. You're scaring me.
But what about metachlorians? Where do those come into the picture?
About the first scene of Star Wars Episode 4.
Ah, I knew it. You see, that's the proof, man. There, the Earth's a ball. Star Wars can't work on a planet Earth.
Yeah, man. If the Earth wasn't a ball, then how you got Star Wars? Duh. Hold on. I'll be right back. Yeah, that's funny. I'll be right back.
Yeah, come back and see us. But until then, Smurf off.
I miss Smurf already, don't you guys?
Hey, watch
I'm ready
the
to smoke a
Smurfy.
Smurf right now.
Don't make me smurf anybody.
Smurf is this Earth's curvature.
I don't know. Smurf says he found it. I thought. He said it was the smurfiest Smurf he ever saw.
These people keep giving me Smurfing dishes. I'm about to get Smurfing depressed.
We're gonna call you Hanky Smurf. And of course, I have a rookie Smurf.
Did Paz already leave? He didn't even talk. He had homework to do anyway. I don't think he did it yet.
Oh, you weren't reading the text.
I think his microphone is paused.
Oh. Hey, I assigned him homework, and I bet he didn't do it. All right, 20-something critical thinkers in here. Somebody talk. Go.
So I was watching the video yesterday. I don't know who told me to watch that video, but man, it had me in tears because it was so simple. I mean, I was literally fighting back the tears, staring a dude in the face, trying to do business. I was trying to give this dude pizza, but I'm like fighting back the tears. Like, I'm usually pretty good at hiding my emotions, but I was pretty busy and I I couldn't quite do it. So yeah, yesterday I cried in front of another man, but that's okay. And I gotta say, man, after watching those videos, like when it clicks, like out of the other research that I've done, like it's so fucking simple, but when you're ignorant, you just don't know, right? Like the people that come in here and they tell us, that, they can see, the stars, they can see the stars, therefore the earth is a globe. And like we think, that's the most ignorant thing I've ever heard, but they don't know any better, right? That's what they've been told, right? And it's like, for thousands of years, people have gathered around campfires and listened to the elders tell stories. And that's how people learn, right? So, then eventually they go out into the woods when they turn about 13, 14, 15 years or whatever the society says, right? They go out into the woods and they, see everything the elders were talking about, right? The natural law, the wilderness, and how everything works. But here, like, we never get to see it. It's like once we become adults, we don't actually go out into the wilderness. We go into these little, like, man cities, like mouse traps or man traps or whatever the fuck's going on here. And I gotta say, like, it's so fucking obvious. It's so simple to understand. But just like, we got pseudoscience, right? We got pseudo Christian courts. And it's like, it's it's so fucking obvious to see that they're just presuming. Everything is presumption unless rebutted, right? So if you go in there without a trust contract, well, the judge presume, well, if you don't have a trust contract, then he presumes that you're the trustee because everybody has the right to contract unlimited. And if you're not, smart enough to make a trust contract, then he assumes that you're a ward of the state. You're an idiot, and you are. So we have to take back our dominion of the land, the water, and the air. All three dominions. And then once we do that, then we become like an adult or a man. But until you do that, you're just, a citizen, right? You're just an employee to the state. Thanks. Doesn't Genesis say that doesn't the good book say that he gave dominion to men, dominion over the earth to men? But if you don't know where you are, then you don't know who you are. And if you don't know who you are, you don't know what you are. So how could you be a man? Mankind, woman, whatever. And by the way, I didn't make none of that shit up. Everything I just said, I'm quoting someone else and not giving them credit. By the way.
Do y'all see what the guy wrote in the chat?
What?
See the chat.
So how hard would it be? Because, we can all prove to ourselves that NASA's committing fraud. Like, we all know that they're spending way too much money and not giving us anything. But how do we go about proving it in a small claims court? Because there's no limitation on fraud. So how do we prove it in court that, so and so, John Smith is claiming that this corporation is committing fraud? But like has to go after like. So it has to be corporation. The corporation has to do it, not you, the man. So if you sue someone that's like a man, right, then you can sue them, but you can't sue a corporation. It's the way I understand it. I don't know if that's correct. Ooh, the moon looks cool. Is it a full moon? Looks like it. It just came above the tree line. Maybe it's not a full moon. Anyway, there goes the kitty. Yeah, so how do we prove that NASA's been committing fraud? I mean, if we show, the lady who grabs the stuffed toy or whatever, like they're going to say, oh, well, this is just, for the children. This doesn't prove that they weren't in space. And if we show the harnesses, oh, this is just some B footage. Like how do we actually prove? Okay, what's your best proof that NASA's committing fraud? Well, have we filed any FOIA request? Has any flat earthers filed any FOIA request on NASA since 2015? Anybody know?
I know that Jaron filed for one, and they sent him a bunch of redacted stuff. He filed for a spacewalk or something, like a 6-hour spacewalk, and they sent him like 10 minutes of stuff chopped up. It was the one where they were playing golf on the moon, I think. I don't know the details on it, so I'll shut up. But he did file for a FOIA with him.
Interesting.
They're not likely to FOIA their fraud over to us, right? But if enough people were to do it,
not if they're stupid.
You think
Not
they
unless
might get
they're
sloppy? Because the thing about it is, the guy who blew the whistle on, what, big pun, big farm, big pun, I mean, he was like asking them, right, to please file the FOIA request and ask for this specific thing. So what if there's white hats there that want to tell the truth, but nobody's asking the right questions? Because look how they gave it up to Robert Basana. That guy just gave up the golden goose, didn't he? He said he never laid eyes on it. So maybe we need to stop fucking around with these Globers. Maybe we need to switch gears. Maybe we need to actually learn their codes and use it against them. How about them apples? Or we could just beg ballers to come in here and, plead with them to give reason for their beliefs.
They don't have any the reasoning capability. They don't practice reasoning. Hey man, I'm not sure that they even think. You're talking about reason for their beliefs. That there's no reason. There's no reason for their beliefs. I'm sorry, buddy, but you know what I'm saying, Hank?
Yeah, there's no valid reason. I got you.
I'm sorry, I'm a bit excited, but I'm trying to find the reason for their beliefs. All I can figure is there's like the bandwagon fallacy. Hank, I can't hear you. I can see you. Are you speaking?
No.
Okay, listen. I'm trying to say, at the best I can gather, is they have their reason is that everybody else believes it, so it must be so.
Well, there's absolutely no evidence that everybody else believes it because we can't get anybody to come in here. So I would say, where's the believers at? And the people that claim to be believing, how do we know they're not paid to be believing? Because
I
that dude
think
did say
that happened after the Black
on
Swan
video.
event, but the majority, vast multitude of people are unaware of the Black Swan event. But you're talking about Globers versus Flat Earthers on the internet. Yes, you're correct that I think we've defeated them. But when you look at when you zoom out and look at the really big picture, we're still surrounded by normies that believe. Honestly, I think we've won, but we've not. We've won the battle, but the war is still like, dude, we're surrounded. We're deep under enemy lines here. Like, go down the street, the average person thinks that the Earth is a globe, although we've clearly proven that Earth is flat, like a pizza. It's like mostly flat. There's some terrain, but that's why you measure the sea. The sea is level, the horizon's horizontal, and all that. But if you go down the street and ask somebody, they're gonna tell you that NASA went to the moon and all that. Whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Smurf.
What's up?
We got a new person in here. Let's give him a chance to talk. Hello, Akachi.
All right, let's do it. I'll be quiet.
I just
Hello,
heard that
Akachi.
we were in a war. That's what I heard. That we're in a war. That's too bad.
Well, it's a war for the mind, and the globe is won for now, but we're still fighting the battle. What shape do you think the Earth is, Akachi?
You mean we're still fighting the war? Yeah. We won the battle recently with the Black Swan.
Let's let the new person answer the question. Go ahead.
I definitely so what I believe in is the biblical earth, which is pretty much flat earth, but instead of it just being the earth being flat, there's also caverns underneath us, like hellfire caverns.
I don't think anybody's denying we got caves and stuff underneath us, that's for sure. But
dude, I totally agree with
the surface of the earth, the surface of the earth, you agree, is generally level. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, what?
The surface of the earth, do you think it's level or is it curved?
Oh no, it's level. It's level.
Fair enough. Somebody else go.
Dude, I totally believe exactly what you just said. There's some caverns underneath the surface. Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not just that. Like we're on this place, right? Like I do believe that there is a spiritual realm, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I believe that also. Yeah. But no, I think there's some physical caverns, like physically, like there's some caverns, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, so this is, I'll explain. You know how on Earth right now we have the physical plane, and then biblically there's also the spiritual things around us that we can't see? I think it's the same way down there. There's physical caverns, and then within those caverns, there's spiritual things that can't be seen.
I like it.
I'm thinking about that. Well, I don't know what to say. The reality is what just a wavelength. Yeah, there's things we can't see around us. What are you saying?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like if you look at before we had like technology that could detect like infrared beams, like we wouldn't be able to see that.
Good point. Good point. Yeah, that's a great point. There's a lot of things we can't see that exist around us.
Right. Have you looked into the North Pole?
I've tried, but what do you know about it?
So, okay. So, I don't know if you've read the Book of Enoch, but it goes in depth about like the other places on the earth, like past Antarctica, there being more land. And I think it also speaks about the North Pole, like how it's at the center of the earth and that there's mountains there. And also, this lines up with what old maps described the North Pole as. It was like a landmass with mountains surrounding it and four major rivers and one mountain in the center.
Yeah, yes, I believe this is still there. I believe it's they took it off the maps because they don't want the average Joe sheeple to go. I totally believe that that's still there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's honestly like that's my favorite. That's my favorite part of flat Earth is probably the North Pole and past Antarctica. Those are my like two favorite parts.
You know, I share the same fascination. I completely agree with you. I agree with you 100%. I do think there is some land that is inaccessible because you know, they don't want us to go there, but yeah, it's totally there. I mean, it's there. You could get there if you had a boat.
Right, right. Like, if back in, I'd say from 1400 to like 1800, like between then, those explorers that had memoirs about going to the North Pole and the in Antarctica, and a lot of them would speak about honestly like different civilizations living there. You know, like what was his name? Oh man, this one Jorgensen, something Jorgensen or something. He was this dude from where
Captain something.
you said what?
Oh no, I was just saying, trying to jog your memory. Is Captain somebody?
It was yeah. It was Jorgensen something. But it was him and his son. So he has this book. His son wrote this memoir and so the son wrote the memoir, but him and his dad was like the seaman. And so they both go. And I think what were they doing? They were either fishing. So, oh yeah, they lived. You know how Greenland or is it Iceland? It's one of the two that's close to the North Pole. I think It's Greenland. It's Greenland. So they're over.
Probably didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Greenland. Um, they're over there. They have a ship that they're on. They're like fishermen or something, and so they keep going north. Right? They just keep going, and then they eventually notice that the waters are changing, like from salt water or whatever, like the consistency of the water, like what's in it, because they started noticing it was changing, and they were noticing like how the currents were changing, and it wasn't like lining up with what they had known about that area because they were fishermen, so they like understood like how the water should behave and like the temperature and all that. Like, so they started noticing discrepancies, and then eventually, what happened was they saw like what you know how the aurora borealis is green. They saw something that was red. So it was like the aurora borealis had like turned red. It was super weird, and so they kept going and they eventually reached like water that is a completely different temperature than like it wasn't cold anymore, like it had changed temperature, like it's supposed to be freezing cold, and they went through this freezing cold, but eventually they came to like water that was warmer and they're like, why is it getting warmer? This doesn't make sense. And what happened was they saw a ship and these guys approached them in a ship, except these dudes were super tall, like way taller than the average human. They were saying in his memoir that these people were like Jorgensen and his son were like adults, and Jorgensen was like 6 foot. He was up to these guys' waist, so they had to be like 10 feet, like 11 feet. You know what I mean? So it was pretty intense, and like, so anyway, they start talking to him, and how did this go? Oh, I think they spoke a different language, but they could understand that like Jorgensen and his son weren't a threat. In his memoir, they were saying how maybe it was because they're so much smaller than them. But like the reason they were kind of happy to run into these guys was because they had been lost at sea. Like they didn't even understand where they were. You know what I mean? So these guys help them, and I think they bring them upon their boat or something, and they bring them back to land. Except it's the North Pole, and so they bring them to the North Pole, and it's like they have their own like civilization there, and like they had like electricity, and this was like when electricity wasn't discovered yet. So there was an entire civilization living at the North Pole of like tall ass people, like super tall. And then like on top of that, from the North Pole, there was entry into like caverns, into like underground, and they had built like living places underground. They had like living places in tunnel, a whole tunnel system.
Yeah, I
But,
believe
like,
it.
the craziest part about this, other than there being like giant people living at the North Pole and like they had technology we didn't have, was they had tunnel systems that led all the way to Antarctica from the North Pole.
I believe it. Of course. Why
Yeah.
wouldn't they? I believe it. Of course. Why wouldn't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
Seriously, why wouldn't they?
You know what? I'm gonna look up someone did an audiobook of it. He read his memoir. I'm gonna post it. Hold on, let me go find it.
I don't know what to say, but I think you're on the right track. I don't know what to say, but yeah, obviously they have tunnels dude. I mean, they're doing this right now with the conventional technology and contemporary. What they're tunneling? They're trying to make tunnels they may already have from L.A. to D.C. with basic conventional technology. Yeah, of course they can travel probably under the ocean. I mean, I really, I commute to work under a tunnel that goes under a river. Yeah, of course they're traveling under the ocean, or they were anyway. They're probably some people still are, but I don't know. But every single day I drive under a tunnel under a river to work. Yeah, I believe it. I'll be right back, though. I got to take a phone call, but I tell you, I'll be back in a few minutes. But I tell you, I'm under the ocean every day. I'll be right back.
I don't think is my mic working? No.
Yeah, it's working.
That story you're talking about is called The Smoky God, and there's not much
Oh, there you
verification.
go. That's what it's called. The Smoky
Yeah.
God. Yeah.
There's not much verification of it. It's just like a story, but it's interesting, yeah.
Yeah, like you can't really verify it, but it's interesting. Yeah, that's exactly what it's called.
So, Akachi, how long have you been questioning the globe, I guess is the way to put it?
All right, so I got real quick before we move off the North Pole. I got
Go ahead.
I got a video that I always share when people bring it up, and supposedly it's a video from the late '80s, and some kind of craft is filming from above the North Pole and what the North Pole is doing, and So yeah, and this is apparently what's going on. Obviously, take it for a grain of salt, whatever. But it's a cool looking video. And now I will back up my claim about the video. Hang on. Shambhala, Agartha, you got your hollow earthers, right? Well, this is a cool video for everybody, flat earthers, even globe earthers. Because part of the globe, like we've all seen pictures of a toroid field and then a globe in the middle of it. Still got your north and south pole going on.
Wait, where are you gonna post it?
Livestream voice text is just taking me a second to get to it.
Who's that?
Wait, how do you add videos? Have you guys seen? Oh, this is something else. This is something else. The moon. I've been watching it. Sometimes the moon won't come out for like 17 days at night.
So yeah, it's pretty weird.
Like I have a video of it disappearing, disintegrating. I don't know how to post it. I recorded it myself. Like,
well,
it's pretty intense. I think the moon is like a plasma or something.
I don't know. Hang on.
Here we go again.
Oh, I've seen that.
Okay. Yeah.
I've seen that video.
Everybody check the live stream voice text.
I've
Real
seen-
or not, that's super cool looking, really neat. And the story goes that the Son of God, Jesus, places his light inside Mother's holy hole, and she's coming constantly, and that's what the Aurora Borealis is, creating the reality here. Mother Earth. That's a story that I've heard. Isn't that crazy? Places his light into the holiest of holy holes. Jesus, the Son of God. I don't know, man. Isn't that crazy?
I think that is just that light that, like, say that is a real light. What I've read, there's another sun inside of the Earth.
Uh-huh. Okay, yeah. I don't know. It's crazy, though, right? Because it looks like there's a downward burn and an upward release.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Let's say there was water going inward, right?
Uh-huh.
And then at the same time, the sun inside is projecting out like rays.
Okay. I don't know, man. Like I said, we can do rabbit hole after rabbit hole. That video is compelling. It's cool looking.
No, it's a crazy video. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's the only one of its kind. I've never seen really anything like it. Not really. So yeah. Anyway, I should share that.
I'm gonna post the audiobook I was talking about.
You may not have the role to post yet. If you only got VC verified, you can try though.
I put it there. Wait, can you guys see it? It's on live stream text. Can you guys see my post?
Yes, we can see it.
Awesome.
Hey, Glatt. I've seen that video before, and I'm not really sure what to make of it. And I just watched it a second ago, and I think it. Well, I mean, it could be totally wrong, but it could possibly be a volcano erupting in reverse. Like it looks like someone videotaped a volcano erupting and then just played the footage backwards.
I'd have to see a side-by-side comparison on that one, partner.
I mean, I could be wrong. It's just a thought.
I mean, yeah, no, you could be right or wrong, right? We don't know what that is. It's just neat looking. You're right. I mean, yeah, could be. Dude, there's so many phenomena. So much phenomena. Is that how? Anyway, there's all that shit we can't explain happening, and a lot of it we've never seen before.
What it looks like a whirlpool as well. Like and that's the description of the North Pole is that at the center there's a whirlpool. So that might actually be. Well, I mean, I don't know if it's a real video, but I mean, the description is that there's a giant whirlpool at the center of the Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Looney Tunes nutty sauce. I just figured. You know, and the title is not like proof of flat Earth. You know, like oh my God, North Pole shit, and a bunch of exclamation marks. Like it's pretty unassuming. It's not trying to be what it's not. You know, it doesn't look fake, but you know, you can fake anything.
Right.
But, yeah.
Well, back to the whirlpool thing. So yeah, I observed the whirlpool-like thing that you do, but I'm just wondering. It looks like it's got a bunch of fire and smoke getting sucked.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
From up,
like
down into it, but where's the fire and smoke coming from? I don't get that.
That's the chemical reaction happening. There's okay. The story I've heard most about this, and really digging deep and looking into it, is that it's like an electromagnetic interaction that creates energies that look like that. Looks like fire, and I'm sure there's some burning going on, I guess. But then the straight lines coming out, going up. I've never seen anything like that before. I don't know what that is. But then yes, to speak to what you said around the big thing, the whirlpool around the outside. To me, that just looks like a hurricane. Anyway.
I mean, it looks kind of like a hurricane, but it's supposed to be like the surface, right? Like it's supposed to be a shot of the ground from an aircraft.
No,
right?
I don't think so. I think these are the clouds above that area, and I think that's what those clouds are doing. And I think that there's so much going on that's like not just clouds, but all kinds of shit in the air happening right there next to this, whatever's going on. That's what I think. I think that's clouds and stuff, not the ground. I mean, if you want to go cartoony with it, that looks like a portal. Straight up.
Well, except I mean, maybe if it would be that, then you'd need a very insulated craft to go through it. Because I mean, I think all the fire would just burn you.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if this is a craft above that area at all, I wonder, like, just crazy, dude. We could speculate all day. I got to take care of a couple things, though.
Hey, what? Hey, Glad Flow. Whatever you're smoking, I want some of that, bro.
I get high on reality, bro. So.
I mean, you're going now in the deep speculation rabbit hole with this.
I keep saying right speculation. Here. Okay, it's nothing at all is factual about.
How dare you?
Okay. Anyway, it sparks the imagination. What else are we going to talk about, guys? Give me curvature, or this is what you get.
It could be like they're flying over Mount Meru, right? They're flying over the mountain in the middle.
Yeah, the magnetic center, Mount Meru.
Yeah, it's the clouds above it.
Yep.
It's a possibility. I wouldn't be surprised if such activity can be happening in the middle of the realm.
You got it, man. You're with that. You're with it, and that's one story for sure. I don't know, but you know what? Every time I watch that video, I feel great. I could watch it 100 times in a row and be like, yeah, that's nice to look at. You know what I mean? And it's not that long. It's a couple minutes, but I could watch it all day.
It is kind of pretty. I think it's worth pointing out for the sake of the audience listening or whoever's listening that, while this may be speculation, and it is speculation, it's not speculation that the Earth is flat. And more importantly than that, to this topic, specifically the North, it's not speculation that, you're not allowed to fly within a 500-mile radius of the quote-unquote North Pole, and you're not allowed to travel on foot in that area within a 500-mile radius. This is an Arctic treaty. So just keep in mind, people, you're not allowed to verify any claims about what's over there.
That's a great point. Great point.
Or at least at the moment, you're not allowed to. But hey, maybe if we get organized, we get these punk ass governments out of our way, or just put them on a fucking chain or something properly, and wake up people to the fact that the Earth is flat and not a planet spinning in the vacuum of space, then maybe we can verify any claims about these areas.
There's a lot of islands on the Earth. We can just pick an island and just throw them all there. Enjoy yourself, guys, and then we can enjoy freedom ourselves on the rest of the Earth.
Yeah, but most people would rather just fantasize about, one day I'm going to go to space and one day we're going to meet aliens and the stars are so amazing, they're millions of miles away, Like, what do you saying the Earth is flat? The Earth isn't flat, but I'm just like,
aliens, bro.
There's still a lot to learn, I mean, what's within a 500-mile radius of the North Center Point, or the North Pole, if you want to call it that. Well, no, it's not a pole, though. So, I mean, there's still more to learn. And, you never know what funny technologies we can do funny things with, what interesting places we can find that might still be out there. It's just not, a vast galaxy. They just made that shit up. So get over yourself.
Yeah, that's kind of part of the trick. Keep people busy thinking that they're gonna go to other planets, so they don't think about actually exploring the Earth. Because when you think about it, if generation after generation, it will be in someone's, I guess, interest. Not interest. I mean, like, if someone decide, hey, I want to explore the Earth, I want to go to the north, or I want to go to the south, whatever, people should be able to do it. There shouldn't be like a treaty preventing to do that kind of stuff. But then they have the treaty preventing exploration, and then they have these over-resource waste of resources, time, and money into maybe going to a place that doesn't exist. That's a waste.
Hello, everybody. The Earth is a big, spinny, squishy, water-covered ball floating through space with bendy water. There's aliens who come in UFOs. We can one day go to far distant planets, as far as the mind's eye can even think, and beyond. Biden is the greatest president who was ever around. He's by no means any kind of puppet. There's
Citation.
no such thing as any kind of issue with the jab juice, because the jab juice is good for you, it's good for me, good for everybody. We've got the greatest monetary system in the entire world. And in the entire history, fiat money has proven to be the greatest thing ever. We need more fake diapers. We need more laws and
Preach it, brother.
regulations. And
Preach it.
so I wanted to share that wisdom with you all tonight and hope you all have a great night.
We need toilet paper too.
Stand-up comedy.
I think we should make a law that makes toilet paper mandatory, so that way they can raise it to about $12 a gallon. I mean, $12 a roll, and we'll call it a green initiative.
Ask your doctor if walking to work 5 miles each way with sandals on is good for you.
And if your doctor says that it's not good for you, we'll get him canceled and fired. And that way, because we know that every doctor says that jab juice and walking 5 miles to work in your sandals is good. And somebody then said, well, look, this doctor doesn't agree with that. So then he got his license revoked. He was fired. And see, all doctors agree.
Don't think about just eating right and that living off the land, that nature provided all the medicine and the food that's here.
Why?
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that, you coincidence theorist, you.
You need all the extra hormone-filled chicken. You need you need vegetables and fruit that have been sitting in a cold storage facility for up to a year. You need orange juice that's almost 2 years old. You need to be eating sugar, McDonald's, Burger King. That's all under the new freedom, sir. That's the food that's going to make you healthy. Please don't mention anything else.
And that's the beauty of it. Biden brought us all of those great things. Isn't it fantastic, folks?
I just think the sad thing is we're not paying enough for gas yet. When gas gets to about $8 a gallon, then we know that we're paying probably almost enough. Once it goes to about $10 a gallon, then I think what should happen is that there should be subsidies, and anybody who opposes our president should not be allowed to have the subsidy. But people who have their jab, who wear their face diaper, should then get the subsidy.
And don't you agree that Biden's one of our most articulate and well-spoken presidents ever? He's just, his wisdom just oozes out every word, doesn't it?
And I'm telling you what,
boy,
Biden made the diaper back in style. I mean, he just brought it depends. I mean, his fashion style, it just depends. And I just love how he brought that back in style.
And that fast intellect and memory. Oh my gosh. Can you match that with anything?
Oh, I'm telling you what. And I just love how he reminds us that President Harris is the greatest vice president we ever had. I just wonder when he'll start talking about President Hillary Clinton.
Was it Buy a Man, Eat Fish, Teach a Man, Lifetime? It was like brilliant.
Well, if you give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. If you teach a man how to fish, you have to give him a fishing pole, fishing string, a reel, a rod. You have to give him tackle box. You have to give him all kinds of tackle. You have to give him a boat. You have to give him a trailer. You have to give him a truck. You have to give him a hat. You have to give him a lawn chair, a little radio to listen to while he's fishing. So, moral of the story, always give the man a fish.
And then you have to buy the fish from him.
I think Biden explained it better.
If you teach him how to fish, you have to buy the fish, bro. What if I'm a vegan?
Well, if you teach a man if you give a man an ear of corn, you feed him for a day. But if you teach a man how to plant corn, you have to give him land and seed, and then you have to give him a truck, and you have to give him a rainwater storage tank, and then you have to give him a camper or a tent to live in, and then you have to give him a school bus, and then you have to give him. No, we can't talk about power that's off grid. Nope, that's a hate crime. I better stop.
Need a harvest.
What if I'm a heathen vegan?
And that seed that you give him, you got to make sure it's Monsanto's GMO special seeds. That's what you got to have right there. Yes, sir.
That sounds yummy.
I'm telling you, Monsanto was just an all-American company. I mean, think about it here. You got your mom, apple pie, thalidomide, Monsanto GMO. I mean, just the healthiest, best things in the world. Why would you want to question Monsanto GMO?
It's one of the best corporations ever, man. They're awesome.
I mean, you know,
yeah.
I got some edamame from the sushi restaurant last week that had Monsanto soybeans. And I looked one of them, they had 6 cricket eyes in it.
Have an extra boob now? Do you grow an extra boob?
Yeah, that's the problem. That's what's challenging our way of life and democracy is all of this questioning. That is a problem. The questioning, all of you that are questioning, you're the problem.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy, isn't it?
That's right. Extremely dangerous. Stop all that questioning. Immediately, we demand it. And we are the authority, so we have ways of making you submit.
See, and I love the free speech that we have, you know, because our foundational document, the Constitution, starts out with "we the undersigned."
We, the people that made up this shit right here, and we're putting down on paper, yo. We
the undersigned.
We are the undersigned. Don't you forget it. Ow.
And also, we found out that using a Zoom camera is cheating when you're trying to see far off things. That a Zoom camera can see around the corner of the sphere.
Apparently so. Isn't that astonishing? We never knew that when you zoom in with a camera after the ship had disappeared and then you zoom into it again, that you're zooming over the curve as if you're in front of a basketball. Who would have thought that?
Yeah,
wow.
That's just magical information that we can't explain, but it's happening somehow. Okay.
Okay. Well,
and that's the greatest thing about the heliocentric model that you just have to wrap your brain around. That just because you can't see it and you can't prove it and you can't measure it and you can't repeat any of your observances, that none of that matters. The only thing that matters is that the authority told you what it is, so therefore it is.
Well, that's why it's so important, because the authority told you so. I mean, come on, people. Hey, Glad Flub, are you still there? It looks like you're not deafened. The flow.
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, what's up? How you doing, man? How you
Hi,
doing?
Sonny.
What's happening in your part of the world?
What happened? What? I wasn't listening. I'm sorry. I just sat back down and heard you call my name.
Nothing. I just said, what's going on in your part of the world?
Yeah,
Oh.
what's going on in Russia?
In Russia, there, wherever you. Yeah, we know.
Russia. I don't know what's happening in Russia.
Oh,
I hear it's in the news.
What about your part of Russia?
I don't own any land in Russia. I do own land on Mars and the Moon, though.
Okay,
You
what
just
about
work for them?
where
Less
about?
than $100 for both an acre on the Moon and an acre on Mars, guys. What do you think?
Sounds like a great deal. Okay, so
It is a great deal. Land on Earth is fucking pricey, bro. Sorry, go ahead.
So how is it on the actual real estate that you now exist on at this moment?
I don't own any real estate on Earth.
No, you exist on it on the United States of whatever. You live on America.
Oh, yeah. Things are good here, man. Things are good. I live in the Midwest, so the weather doesn't know what the fuck it wants to do right now. But other than that, we're good.
Yeah, freezing, then hot, then raining, then snowing, then sunshine, then.
Are you an alien?
Are you an alien?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have papers?
No, aliens don't need papers.
Is that running rampant? There's a high
You
population.
do need
of
papers to not be an alien in the
there a
United
high-
States.
Is there a high population of aliens like yourself in your area?
In Russia, I have no idea.
No, wherever you're at, like Ohio, bumfuck.
In the Midwest of the U.S. You need
Is Ohio in the
papers to not
Midwest?
be an
I didn't
alien.
know that.
I don't know where you're at. Yeah, Midwest. Yeah, Ohio's still the Midwest. Yep.
Hold on a sec.
It's not the Northeast yet. Not to be,
I just got tagged. Hey, yeah, AI. I saw that. I vouch. I don't. Yeah, let's vouch for him. See what's up.
Okay. What's going on?
AI Ardent is talking to me.
I see.
But yeah, and let's see what, because he was trying to post something serious. He didn't sound like a jerk.
Who is that? Someone on the YouTube chat?
Akachi. Yeah. No. Here in he's in the live stream voice text. His name is Akachi, and he's got a flat Earth, old school flat Earth map in his picture. So
No, I don't see him. Does he have a special character? I don't.
no, he's not in the list. You got to scroll up in the live stream voice text.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I gotcha.
But anyway.
Yeah, he said he took a video of the moon disappearing or something. Just send it to Gladflobe.
Yeah.
Send it to Gladflobe, and he's gonna share it with us. Don't you worry.
Oh boy, I love
Wait,
that.
the moon disappearing? Because okay.
No, he didn't say disappearing. He said something else. The word
He said
disassembling or
disintegrating.
something. Disintegrating.
Disintegrating.
Yeah.
He said what?
So I want to see that video.
Okay, so you know what the word disintegration is? It's
thanks.
disintegration. So
I just couldn't understand it when two people were saying it at the same time.
is that what it sounded like, Sonny?
Yeah, I couldn't make out the word with two people.
Yeah, that's why you get Sonny, because you do the same thing all the time.
Thanks.
Great, ladies. Let's back it in. So, anyway,
where's the video, Gladflobe?
I don't know, man. He didn't send me anything.
What? Come on.
Well, just because you told someone to do something.
He said he wanted to share the video, and you're talking about giving him perms to do that.
Yeah, I'll scroll up and click his video, see what it's about. Oh, it's about the Smoky God. It's a book.
Yeah, but then he said he wanted to share the video, and he
I'm going to
wanted to
share
know
the
how to
video right
share.
now, Gemsy. You need to cool off. Okay.
No, the not the Smoky God. We already saw that link.
Right,
We
but
want to see the video that
I don't know what
he
else he's doing.
the moon disintegrating. That video.
Okay. Who are we talking about? And yeah.
About the guy that we're talking about.
Who?
The one that you mentioned. What was
His
it?
name was Akashi. He's not in the
Oh,
chat
Akashi.
anymore.
Dude. Yeah. Okay.
He spoke about the Smoky God. He was reminded about the Smoky God by Dave Hinkle. And then between those lines, he mentioned that he recorded a video himself where the moon. He said first he said that the moon disappears for 17 days, and then he said that he recorded a video of the moon disintegrating. So
That's excellent. So I just asked him for it. We'll see if he provides. And Akachi, you can send it to. I mean, you could post it in here. It's just nobody's going to really see it. Big picture, right?
He's not on the call anymore. Just letting you know.
Well, this has turned into something then, hasn't it?
Jimsy gave an accurate description of the last 15 minutes, though. Good job, Jimsy.
Thank you, Jimsy.
I've been listening. Thank you.
Got a mind like a steel trap, don't you? I don't know if they say that in your country. Are you in Boston? Is that what country you're in? Boston?
Yeah, I'm in the Boston country. South Boston.
You flossing in Boston, bro? I get it. I understand. Well, I was in the middle of some shit, so anyway, love you, Sonny. Love all you guys listening, guys and gals. Be back here later.
Yeah, wash yourself if you were in the middle of shit.
Later on, Glad, slow.
Later, bro.
We don't have time for a meeting of the flat
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten double things?
There's someone named Dice in the chat with no roles. Should we take a chance? Yes, we should. Dice, are you there?
Yo,
You mean, should we roll the dice? Go ahead,
hello,
dice.
you got me?
Hey, Dice, how you doing? You're unmuted. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm real good.
How did you find your way to our server?
I usually listen through YouTube. I guess I probably found out about you through
Okay.
Nathan Oakley a long time ago, a couple of years ago.
All right, cool, nice. Well, it sounds like you're amongst common folk.
Yeah, I'm on board. I popped in here before. I met Gene. I think he was crack villain. That was about a year ago.
I don't know,
Yes.
man. You sound
Yes.
pretty dicey. I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Sonny.
Yes, the crack villain. Yes, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so I just thought I'd, chime in and see what's going on.
Well, it's good to have
that
you. It's good to have you. These fine ladies and gentlemen here in the panel would love to speak with you. So I'm just kicking back here. Nice to meet you and welcome.
Yes, I knew, bro. Thank you.
So, Dice, you want to give us your version, whatever version you want of your awakening story to the Earth not being a ball?
Well, I guess, I was into what they would call conspiracies from 9/11 a long time ago. And I kind of found like a biblical path. Not massively Christian, but I used to go Sunday school and come across Rob Skiba. Before Rob Skiba, I was following David Icke with the lizards coming from different dimensions and just following a rabbit hole looking for truth. And
the pyramids on Mars. I tell you, the pyramids on Mars. They're all turning approximately up there too.
I used to believe all that, yeah, but yeah, it's impossible, isn't it? So impossible. Yeah, there's few things, what I've been thinking about, stuff that we've been taught is common sense, and I've just been thinking about it. Is it really common sense? Like the say the Grand Canyon. Is there how much of a jet wash do you need to blast out that much rock? Or how many gazillions of years does a trickle of water need to carve that amount of, and where's all the debris gone? It's like there's just little odd things that don't make sense with the narrative we've been taught.
Well, you sound legit, Dice. Welcome to the server. Come here anytime. Somebody else talk to him. My mic's working no problem.
Yeah, man. I've probably been a flat earth for about 7, 8 years. Not massively that vocal about it. Managed to. I've had loads of arguments with friends. I mentioned it to my brother. First of all, he thought I was in a cult. And then it's like he's found his own way around it, and he knows as well the Earth's flat. And I've tried to, with all the arguments that I have with my friends, and I came to my own. I made my own path there. I did my own, not necessarily research, but I followed people who had done their research, and my brother had also followed his own. Whatever you try to tell somebody, they're always gonna fight against you. So they have to find their own. One question. A question that says, this is impossible. When you find that one question, I think that's, maybe the start of your journey.
That's pretty good when you find out that kind of information. I can relate, especially with your brother.
Yeah.
I have my twin brother, and we did both kind of realize around the same time that the Earth wasn't a spinning globe. So yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah. It is good for your sanity to have that, someone close to you who don't actually think that you're in foil hat wearing, window licking, crazy motherfucker, yeah.
Crying munchers. Just kidding.
Yeah, so like I was saying about just stuff that we're taught, like the sand on the beach. That is years of erosion. Like, is that true? We still got plenty of beaches in England, whereas pebbles. Like, how many years do them pebbles then turn into sand? And why isn't it already?
The seashore are mostly more active than rivers.
Yeah. So
that river in the Grand Canyon, it couldn't just be erosion by the way they explain it.
Yeah, or like Victoria Falls in South Africa. That water is falling constantly. That water should be creating sand. That rock should be falling into a beach by now because it's been falling there for years. You know what I mean? So I don't think there's stories of how our land is carved out by water. That can't be true for me. Water follows its path downhill, innit? And yeah.
There could be something to it, but not the way they explain it.
Yeah. Well, that's it. It's just little things. Even clouds, in the winter, we're told that clouds are created because the water is evaporating. Obviously, heat is a main portion of that. But in the summer, we don't have much clouds when there's a lot of heat to evaporate the water. In the winter, you can't see the sky in England. Where I'm at, it's just grey. It is one big blanket of cloud. So why is there more clouds in the cold than there is in the warm? It's a bit backwards. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not the most educated guy. It's just simple things that I'm not making maximum. Usually the most simplest answer is true. And that just seems a bit backward.
Are you lighting up some tobacco?
So some tobacco with some herbals.
Some special herbs?
Yeah, boy.
Good, good, good.
Yeah. And another thing about me thinking, like the ballers, they always say, if the Earth was spinning at this amount of time, you wouldn't feel it. You don't feel it, so so we must be spinning at this speed. So I thought of an equivalence. It's compared to evolution. So animal, as a flat earther, I don't believe evolution either. But if a dodo was to evolve before extinct, it would become invisible. Now, you can't see a dodo because it's evolved to be invisible. You can't see it, so that means it's invisible.
I missed the last 30 seconds.
So I was saying.
I said the last word I heard it was evolution.
Okay, so evolution has given the dodo the possibility to become visible, so it can adapt to its environment because it was going to extinct. So you cannot see a dodo, therefore it must be invisible.
Oh, so the dodo bird evolved into an invisible bird, so that's why people think it's extinct, because it evolved to
It evolved to
invisibility.
avoid extinction. Yeah.
That makes no sense whatsoever, but wow, you make a good movie.
Yeah, but it is, like I'm saying, is an equivalence to, if the Earth was spinning, you wouldn't feel it. You don't feel it, so we must be spinning. So the dodo would evolve to be invisible. You can't see it, therefore it must be invisible.
It would be more fun if the dodo bird evolved into being invincible instead of invisible.
Yeah. The black dodo instead of the black swan.
Not funny.
Keep saying dodo bird, you're gonna get Pete Shea in here. Does anybody remember Pete Shea? Shout out to Pete Shea.
I wonder how the dodo bird tasted, or the eggs. How good were they?
Probably tastes
Dodo
like
bird
dumplings.
eggs.
Dumplings are made out of dough. If you have double dumpling, you got dodo.
Will the name relate to the taste? I don't think so. We're gonna have some dodo for this Thanksgiving. Give thanks to evolution that we can have some dodo today.
Yeah.
What's evolution?
Is the reason why we're gonna have dodo for Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
If I set a bunch of clock parts out right? If I just take a clock.
Wait, but the dodo evolved into an invincible bird, so that's why you can have it for dinner.
Yeah.
It's tough though.
Oh, you've had dodo?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just thinking about it.
It tastes like doo-doo.
I'm gonna go to the supermarket and ask if they have any dodo.
They don't.
Called doo-doo bird now. You'll get some. It's there.
They don't. I'm sorry.
This is what we've devolved into because
doo-doo. Yes.
we can't find any evidence of a globe Earth.
But we have Ethan. Ethan might have some evidence. Ethan,
Please, God, give us something that you think is globe evidence. Go.
Go, Ethan.
Globe.
No, evidence of it.
I don't have any evidence on me right now.
Really? So why are you a globe earther?
Why am I a globe earther?
Yes, that was a question.
Because I've seen evidence.
What's the evidence you've seen?
Evidence
Just
I've
one.
seen?
Yeah, just one piece. Just anything we can talk about.
Let me think of a good example. So, like, what are you looking for? You know? What type of evidence? You know, like pictures?
Hold on, Godrocken. I would love to see who directly measured the Earth's curvature. Anybody at all. Who's done it?
So, like, what type of measurements do you want?
Anything at all.
Anything?
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so check this out. The globe math is finite. It describes a specific set of parameters. So if those parameters are exceeded, right? We see too far. I'm sure you've heard we see too far. Those parameters are wildly exceeded to the point where we can't actually find where the Earth physically curves, even though we are told it's there. We can't find it.
So you're looking for like you know, like
drop over distance. Drop over distance. Yep.
Drop over distance.
Yeah. Good
what's
luck. Take your time. Sorry.
What's
Go
a
ahead.
good example of this?
I'd love to hear it. Love to hear it.
You know, I can't think of a particular experiment I've seen.
It's not an experiment.
One question.
He's right. We gotta make sure if we're gonna measure something, we measure it. We don't perform an experiment on it. We don't get a calculation. We don't do shit other than get A to B measurements over distance.
Well, it depends on your definition of experiment, right? You know.
No, it doesn't. Experiments are not measurements.
Well, I can
measurements
say,
are not experiments. You're just getting a distance from A to B. It's like measuring your foot. Okay, that's not an experiment. You're getting data. You gather data with what you've just done. You got the measurement of the thing.
True, but like I'm not like creating. I don't have a hypothesis with my foot, right? I'm not saying my foot.
Right.
Well, I guess it could be like my foot's 10 inches. That's my hypothesis, and then I measure it or something. Then it's
fine. If you want to split hairs, I mean, sure.
Yeah, sure. Let me think of one.
The behavior that needs to happen is that you measure the Earth for curvature. Just take the globe Earth numbers. Very easy to find an Earth curve calculator. And take those numbers and go to somewhere near you, right? Google Earth lies to us a lot, but it also has a lot of truths. You can find some places on the Earth where you can measure stuff, distance. And the best way to do it is over water, preferably over a frozen body of water at night.
Like Antarctica.
Yeah, great. Yeah, no, don't try to go to Antarctica.
Yeah, but if you're just going in searching for any measurement like that, that would be the one that the Nobel the prize of some sort would be attached to this measurement, because it'd be the first time anybody ever measured Earth's curvature. And they would need to have something like that as a foundation, a reference of standard of reference for teaching every school child on Earth's surface this stuff that they're telling.
Yep.
So, well, we don't usually talk about like particular experiments.
We're not
You
talking
know?
about experiment. We're talking about measurement of curvature. It's different.
Yeah.
Has nothing to do with experiment. That's in science. We're not talking about science here. Do you realize that?
Geometry.
Do you realize that what Earth is not a scientific question at all? Do you realize that, Ethan?
Yeah, because here, check it out. Science is a cause and effect relationship, and saying that's an apple over there, that's not science. Science is notice a phenomena and then find the cause of the phenomena.
Yep. Just as going and measuring your bathroom floor, the square footage is not doing science. That's a measurement. That's what we're talking about. Measurement. Drop over distance. A measurement.
DOD, baby, drop over distance. Where's it at?
You know, it's kind of like picking over words because I can say, okay, well, you know, I'm taking measurements and I'm doing experiment. Because just taking measurements by itself is not doing an experiment, right?
Okay, so what are they using as a standard to say that Earth is 3,959 mile radius? So they need something to back that up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So where is that information that backs that number up?
I'm sure. Trying to think of an experiment. I'm sure
It's
there's-
not an experiment.
or a measurement. A person taking a measurement. I should say.
Yeah, that's what we want to find out. Is if
like,
there's
like, a
one.
like a laser test. You know, people do laser tests and long distance observations of the
Yeah, you
Earth
guys should
and,
get into that. I gotta take off for a while, but you guys get into that with him. That's good stuff.
No problem.
That's a good experiment.
So
Is there
basically, it's not an experiment. So hold on.
Or measurement. Sorry.
It's two different things. So listen, the question is more simply put like this: when, where, and how did somebody directly measure Earth's surface to show that it's curving? That would need to be validated that it's curving at a particular rate on the surface. When was this verified? That's the question. And how was it done?
I know one bad example of it. When,
Doesn't matter. Go ahead.
bear with me. You know, when I was a kid, I watched like a documentary. I think what's the guy in the wheelchair's name? The guy. Stephen Hawking. It was one of his documentaries. I don't know if I was a kid. It was a while ago. I don't know how old I was. And he did an experiment to measure Earth's curvature with a laser. He took a laser. He went to a lake. Oh, not him himself.
On a wheelchair?
No, it was like other people, I guess he hired or whatever. You know, took a laser, went out to a lake. You know,
Yeah, I would love to see that test and know what test that was actually, because we have FE Corps, which are field engineers that went out and did the same thing, and they have very precise technical data and specifications about the lasers and how it's set up and everything.
There's dozens of laser tests.
Wait, can I say one thing, please?
If you would have that information, that would be fantastic, Ethan. Because here's the thing: in the 5 years that I've been knowing about Earth being not what they told us, is there's been absolutely no proof brought forward from any source that shows what that can give me what I'm asking you to show is a measurement of curvature. People have been looking for years.
Hey, Ethan, I tagged you in the Livestream voice text with one of the channels we have in the server. Laser tests. You can maybe look through those. There's many others.
I'll say I would rather get a view from the laser test that was done by rather a third.
So here's the thing, Ethan. So we've been told about here's the point.
Not somebody specifically allied with like particular server or another one, because they could easily just do something.
Hold on.
So you're not
gonna
look at this.
results. I would rather
You're not gonna look at this evidence. You're just gonna hand wave it.
I haven't given it a chance to look at that evidence.
No, you, Ethan. No, that wasn't you, Ethan. That's a sweet sweat or something. He said that he'd rather look at what?
Can I just wrap my point up with a bow real quick? I'll be quick. I'll be short. Listen. So what the point I was trying to make is that of any of the information that Globers have said have as proof, once it's brought forth, there is no information as such as the height of the observer, the type of camera, the day, the information, the humidity, whatever, the temperature, like what the environment is like, the height, the distances, all of those things. I've never seen any of that information from any Glober for anything we've ever asked for in the whole time I've been here. That was the point.
I took measurements in college versus altitude.
Ethan, can you check the answer quick?
Did any of those measurements include a measurement to the horizon that was at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height?
No, but I was answering the question like, temperature and humidity and stuff. I did that. I could probably actually pull up the data. But
So no geometric horizon measurements. Gotcha.
no, I didn't take any geometric horizon measurements. No.
Okay.
Yeah, just to stay on track, that's what we're talking about, though, is a geometric horizon measurement. We need that. Someone need to verify that, yes, here's the horizon at 1.22 miles every single time. Show us they could be repeated. It should be easy. You could go out and do it tomorrow at the beach. So that's what we're looking for. Where is that? Please do find it.
I don't know. I haven't done the measurement myself. I would have to trust.
So no, if surface doesn't have any curvature, no one uses the surface as having curvature, then you would have to say most simply that there is no curvature. Would you have to agree with that?
People use the surface as having curvature.
Okay, where, when, and how do they do that?
So, for example,
what technology? Yeah.
I know people. I'm an engineer. We talk to other engineers, and I know people who work at L3 Harris.
Okay, so what technology without presupposition? Go ahead.
Oh yeah, they work on ballistic calculators for rifles. So basically, it's a rifle. You put a rangefinder on top, and you enter in like how fast the type of bullet. How many grams of gunpowder, etc. Size of the bullet, how heavy the bullet is. Different parameters of the bullet, and then it will calculate the path. And when doing so, they do take into account Earth's curvature.
Okay, really? I'd love to see that because we don't know of any snipers that we've ever heard that use that information every day in real life.
Well, they don't use it.
Actually,
they have calculators for it.
I object. So when we take a measurement, we're talking about measurement of the surface. When you say, well, here's something that's happened, and then they've taken into account the Earth's curvature, that implies that they're calculating in a metric. We're talking about the proof of measurement. We're talking that's the metric we're talking about.
That's a
but
reification.
you're not measuring it. You're actually just begging the question with it. No, we want to know if there's actually a measurement. Nobody's gonna say, yeah, using the measurement of my table, I can calculate like, yeah, but I know that what my table measures in the first instance, that's not in question. So what we're saying is, what about the measurement of Earth?
Yeah, I was just answering the question about usage. I'm not saying that's proof, right? Because what sort of shenanigans goes on in those calculations. They're not, how. And I don't work on it. I don't know how accurate those ballistic calculators are. Maybe they actually could be really off. When they.
Yeah, but
I'm just saying usage.
Yeah, but see, when we're talking about the surface measurement of the surface of Earth, when you go into the above the surface, now you're a secondary object. Those are not measuring devices of the surface itself. So that's what point you got to get across that bridge, or you're never going to make it to reality. So the technology. Pardon?
I didn't understand. Can you? So you're saying you're a separate body from the surface?
Once you're saying, "Oh, this is what this bullet did," and you're trying to relate it back to what we're trying to measure, it's impossible. You can't do it. Just like saying, "I'm going to measure this distance to this distance with an airplane." An aircraft is not a measuring device.
Oh yeah, I agree. I'm not saying this is proof. I'm just saying usage. I'm not saying that's proof.
Right. So that's actually usage would be like you're flying a aircraft above the surface. How do they treat the surface? Do you know?
I'm not a pilot.
Well,
I
that's
wouldn't know. I'm
because
guessing.
we've sifted through more than 30 documents in the past few years that are like FAA, the CIA, McDonnell Douglas, FCC, all these people having to do with flying and building aircraft, and they fly a linear flight path, which is over a flat stationary Earth.
They probably
don't
do.
calculate. They probably do. They do by it's documented. This is public knowledge.
Yeah. If you have like a
So why is NASA using a linear aircraft model flying over flat stationary Earth? That's NASA. They're one of them.
So
why? So
I'm guessing. I don't know much about flight plans, so I can't go too deep into it. I'm guessing they do take that into account, right? They might local. Like if you're say, okay, I want to get to New York to Boston, I'm guessing you don't have to take in Earth's curvature, right? But if you're saying, okay,
why not? Why not?
They never
every
do, though.
every 100 miles would be 6,000 feet of vertical drop from your position.
Yeah,
why
and
wouldn't
it
they
doesn't.
take into account?
It doesn't matter the distance. They never account for curvature.
That's ridiculous.
Well, I think they do.
Yeah,
Because
they do.
Where? Who? When?
Read flight dynamics manuals. They don't.
They'd never do.
Well, so it depends on what you're saying. Are you saying like a flight map? Like, let's say you want to get from New York to.
No. Listen, we're talking about when you're in the aircraft. This is how you approach the Earth's surface itself, as a flat stationary plane. Otherwise, your aircraft does not work and you crash. How's that sound?
I feel like honestly, it will most likely be done by something.
That's why they use it as flat stationary, because you would know if you hit the freaking ground at the wrong angle. Wouldn't you know that?
Okay, I see what you're saying. So like, like you're let's say you want to go, north 20 miles or something, or I want to go north. I don't have to. What you're saying is I don't have to angle the aircraft up because of Earth's curvature or something.
No,
because
it would have to be. It would have to be that.
When the engineers that build the airplane, they have to assume that the Earth is a motionless plane, flat plane. If they don't do that, they won't be able to build an airplane that people can travel safely.
How come?
Because that's the way they have to design it for a motionless, not rotating, flat ground.
Yeah, can you imagine what the landing gear structure would have to look like if it was landing on a rotating surface at more than 1,500 miles or whatever it's supposed to, 100?
A reminder, they're also flying relative with the speed at the Earth rotates.
Rotating at different angles. How is that possible? What's up with that? How does Earth do that?
What? Do you just see how does Earth rotate?
No, I'm saying, like, how does that work on a rotating Earth? Planes would be crashing. Their landing gear couldn't stand it if it was at any angle different than the rotation. And even that would tear it apart upon impact.
So,
you can make that argument. Okay.
Yeah, let me. So, Earth spins in a certain direction, right? Let's say in my model, my globe Earth model.
Okay, allegedly. Go ahead.
Allegedly. So my plane just moves along with it,
Oh, really? So now all of a sudden everything stops in your dynamic where everything's stacked up and the airplane's just stacked up above the ground? Is that what you're trying to say?
No. So the air moves, everything moves. So when I launch my plane up, my plane on the surface is moving with the spinning Earth. And then when I launch, it still has that velocity, it still has that inertia.
What if the rotation's going the opposite direction?
What if it's going in the opposite direction? Well, when I park my plane and it's sitting there, it'll be moving in the opposite direction too. So I'm moving with the curve,
So what if you're going at an oblique angle to any of the rotation angles, such as north-northwest or north-northeast or south-southwest or south-southeast, those kind of things, and you're landing on a surface, then what happens to the stacking of your Atmo?
There'll be a crash every single time.
So what do you mean by stacking? Like
You're telling me that from the ground to the aircraft, it's stacked up right over the Earth, where you're at Earth, on Earth, over that position, that it's just lined up with it. You take off in the aircraft, and the air around you and the Earth itself is all moving at the same speed, and you're saying that all the dynamics of Earth's air stops at that moment, because that's what happens every time you say that nonsense. Everything has to stop, like crosswinds. The trade winds at 300 miles an hour going the wrong direction from your rotation. What about all that? How about north, east, south, west crosswinds?
So
what about those?
I'm not saying you can't have things that don't move with the curve, right? Or move with the spin, you know? I'm saying there's I place a rock on the ground. It's moving with the spin.
You can't have it both ways.
Okay.
Because a rock on the ground
And
is,
then I pick up the rock and throw it up in the air. It still has that velocity.
No, that's not. That's just not. That just makes.
It's a non sequitur. We're not even talking about what you just said.
Yeah, well, I'm saying the wind can.
Oh, I couldn't cut in. That was like not possible.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Why do you think that?
Think what?
Like simply this thing that you're saying when you've never actually experienced it.
Why do I think this?
You throw something out the window, obviously it gets left behind. Like you've never experienced something maintaining momentum for anything longer than a fraction of a moment. Why? So why are you saying this?
Well, things like planes can maintain momentum for a while, right? You could have gliders that don't have, force. Well, they have like wind, they have whatever aerodynamic forces like pushing it out, but like the speed it goes at, like it's gliding down. It's, it's maintaining its momentum, right?
So you don't notice.
We're talking about something that, okay, you have a plane that has power, and the moment you stop applying the power, the moment you feel the engine cut, guess what? That's it. You can see on the speedometer that you're slowing down significantly.
Yeah.
Same thing in a car. So that's not maintaining momentum for more than a fraction. You can see it going down exponentially.
Because you have air resistance.
As you don't apply. So the point is, you've never experienced something maintaining momentum for a fraction of a moment. Why would you believe that?
Well,
like we're talking about the maintenance of something indefinitely from when you take off to when you land. That's absurd.
I mean, I have seen things like, those like toys where the rocks smash into each other over and over again. I forget what they're called. What are they called? Like Newtonian something, whatever's.
Newton's cradle.
Yeah, the
Beyblade.
Cradles. Yeah, Beyblades.
What about it?
They last a long time.
It's non sequitur again. It's not about lasting. It's about, okay, there's something going at a definitive rate.
Yeah.
And then you have this thing that starts out at that rate and then significantly slows down immediately.
The reason why is
The
because the
opposite of
force
what
needed to release it.
Yo,
The force needed.
yo. So that's the opposite of what you believe. And that's the only point I'm trying to make. You know that, I know that.
Well, the issue is we have, air resistance, right? I'm going against air.
No, it's not that we have an issue. It's that you have a claim, and now you're saying, well, I understand air resistance. Well, unfortunately, we live in a place with air. So how are you going to substantiate your belief when you know that the conditions here go against trying to prove that? Why would you assert it if it's something that's improvable or unfalsifiable?
I mean, it's not unprovable, right? I can have,
No, you can't because that's what we're talking about. You just tried to justify why it's not possible because of air resistance. You can't talk out of both sides, respectfully. I don't mean it. I'm just saying you can't immediately say the opposite thing of what you just said.
Sure, we can remove certain things, right? We can remove,
No, not remove. I'm telling you, you have never experienced something specifically, and you're telling me, well, actually, if there was this instance in which we've never experienced because of certain conditions, then maybe things would be different. Yeah, that's not proving anything. That's a hypothetical to make what you believe make sense, not because it makes sense because of experience.
So
I mean, my bottom line is that you've never seen anything conserve angular momentum. Do you know the difference between angular and linear momentum?
yeah, I mean, I have because, I take a wheel and I spin it. Let's say I take like a bike tire and I spin it, right?
Okay, so that's one thing
Yeah.
rotating on an axis, right? So
Yeah.
that's not something rotating on an axis like the Earth, and something separate, not touching it, also maintaining that rotation.
Yeah. So
why would you make that kind of example when we're talking about things that aren't attached to that reference
Yeah,
frame?
we could actually get really right down to the bottom of this. Just tell us, Ethan, when, where, and how anyone in history had detected Earth's rotation. And then that would solve the problem. You won't have to be worrying about all these secondary objects above the surface like you've been doing.
So, I'll answer a couple of questions. So,
No. So when, where, and how did they measure or detect Earth's rotation? That's the question on the table right now.
well, he made some claims that I disagree with, but then I'll answer your question. Okay, so,
Okay.
Of course, if I put like water on a wheel and I spin it, the water is just gonna go right off, right? That's how it's gonna work, right? You agree with that? I agree with that. Take a bike tire, spin it, put some water on it, the water just comes right off. Issue is we have gravity.
Take a yo-yo, cut the string. Nothing conserves angular momentum, my dude.
Yeah, in step one, you didn't have a measurement of curvature, so you have no ball. You can't claim gravity until you give us a curvature measurement. Now we're on the detection of rotation. When did they detect it?
When did they detect it?
Yep, and what method was used to detect it?
Foucault's pendulum, I believe.
What? Pardon me?
This may be one time where they detected the Earth's rotated sun as an axis. It was they used a Foucault's pendulum, and I forgot.
Yeah, that's a really. You know what? We don't go for parlor tricks here. What is the freaking pendulum attached to?
So they just attach to
to the ceiling, right? What is the ceiling attached to? The walls of a building? What are the walls attached to? The ground or the earth you're trying to say is spinning under something else that's attached to the same thing. Can people please get real, like, and get beyond like kindergarten thought patterns? That's freaking ridiculous. It's laughable. So anybody got a detection of measurement of detection?
It's really
of
hard
rotation?
to argue against
it's
point because
stupid.
you just all of their options.
No, it's stupid. How about high-speed interferometry or lasers testing surface motion? How about something like that?
Wasn't there a? I know you're gonna hate this. I already know you hate this. All right, so I'm not gonna say it's a good show or anything, but Beyond the Curve, that show on Netflix, I've seen it, and in the show they claim, I'm not saying this is true or not, they took what's it called, like a laser gyro, and they did measure. At least they said they measured.
Who cares what a mainstream hit piece says? I asked you for detection of rotation. Can you provide that information, please?
Well,
he's trying to provide it for you, and you're just dismissing
No,
him.
he isn't. No, it isn't. A laser. You don't even know what a laser ring
To
gyro
be
does.
fair,
yeah,
to be fair, you're citing a Netflix documentary. Do you have any of the data of the tests that were performed in that documentary?
Yeah, what data do
to
you just?
substantiate what you think actually happened? Because we know the
Wait,
guy Bob,
wait, can I ask one
and
question for y'all?
not while I'm talking. I'm about to straight just ban you because that's the second time, and you're being real annoying right now. It's nighttime. I'm not about to start raising my voice over people who don't understand how to be polite. Well, that's unreasonable.
Okay. So the lasering gyro, you want to bring it up. So how does that lasering gyro do what you're saying it's doing? Go.
My understanding was, if you shoot a laser at something, you could calculate its distance. Am I right?
Objection. You were talking about a lasering gyro, not a laser. Two different things.
Yeah, that's kind of the general idea. You have like I believe I'm not 100% sure how a laser gyro works. All right, I haven't looked it up in a while, but my understanding is you have like a object, held in the middle, and then you detect its movements, and you're able to base off this. I'm not sure if the object has to spin or not. I think you may have to spin, but then you
Okay, fine. Just fine. Just tell us then how the lasering gyro showed that there was rotation of Earth's surface. That's what we want to pull out that information. Thanks.
Pull out this information. I guess I could Google it for you.
So I rest my case because the defendant had brought up something he's obviously knows nothing about, and now is having to go Google something that he cannot substantiate from his own statement out of his own mouth. That's it. Great. So you still don't have a detection. You still don't have detection of axial rotation from anywhere, any source in history, do you?
We have the pendulum, right?
The pendulum, I just exposed it as a phony. Did you hear that part?
I didn't understand why, based off your explanation, why you think
Okay,
it's so funny.
so is the Earth spinning underneath the pendulum?
Yes.
Okay, great. That means that everything that lifts from the surface should the Earth should be spinning under it always as the same, just the same, like helicopters, drones, hummingbirds. Correct?
Yeah, kind of.
Is that happening in reality?
It does.
When, where, and how is the Earth moving underneath hummingbirds, drones, and helicopters? Where? Show us.
So the issue with
No, not the issue. No, not the issue. When is this happening? You said it happens. When did it happen?
All the time.
When, where, and how? Show us. Show us Earth moving underneath a helicopter.
When has it ever been measured or detected?
Measured or detected?
Mm-hmm.
I can't. Well, flying a helicopter helicopter's not a measurement device, right? So I don't think people have done measurements.
You said Earth is spinning underneath the pendulum.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're gish galloping about it spinning underneath other objects.
Well, you brought it up, right? Helicopters.
No, you brought up the pendulums, not I.
No, I was talking about helicopters.
Yeah, helicopters.
Because you brought it up.
Blows your pendulums out of the water. Yeah, absolutely. So why isn't Earth spinning underneath the helicopters?
It is.
When is the helicopter pilot adjusting for this spin, please?
So,
well, you got to first ask them, do you think they even are?
Are they adjusting in the helicopter for the spin?
They're adjusting for many things in a helicopter.
Are they adjusting for the spin of the surface of Earth that they have just left?
Yeah.
No.
Hey, Ethan, was it you that brought the pendulum, or was it Sweet, the other guy?
I need the logbook or the technical manual or this thing. I need a citation that you said yes, they are. I need the citation right now. Bring it to me.
I don't have
what
one.
Are you using? Then what are you using as a to back up your statement?
Intuitive.
So you're making shit up, right?
I'm not making stuff up. You're not going to find it. Oh, go
Yeah,
ahead.
you're
Sorry.
making it up because you can't back it up. That's what I'm saying. That's how simple.
Wait, I got a quick question. So wait, is it intuition that leads you to believe that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, or is it because you were told that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space? Is it your intuition, or is it because you were told that?
Probably in the beginning it was because I was told, Earth is spinning. I thought the reason why I believed that, and then later on I saw experiments, and it makes sense.
What experiment?
Well, I'll give you a example
No, about
observation at
spinning.
least.
You said spinning, and then you said experiment. So what spinning experiment? Go.
Pendulum.
So to prove that the pendulum doing anything is caused by Earth rotation, you would have to stop the Earth from rotating and observe the pendulum not doing whatever you said it was doing, and then allow the Earth to rotate again, and then observe the pendulum to start doing what you said it's doing. So can you stop the Earth from rotating to make sure that the pendulum's not doing that for some other reason?
To check it, yeah.
No, but it's similar.
That's how science works, though, my brother.
Well,
You're
not
saying
always,
it's similar to something else?
Yeah, always.
So, for example, let's say I think, what's a good example of this?
Of what? We need something detecting Earth's
pendulums appear
rotation.
to
Where did we
be
go
processing.
to? Got off the trail already. Like, you're not getting away that easy. Where's the detection of rotation? Pendulum isn't that. We both agreed.
So you can't. So you're trying to observe something, right? And
No. Listen, you have to observe it, yes. But listen, the whole point of it is this: it's a surface, right? It's a physical surface in motion, right?
Yeah.
So the surface of Earth is the surface we're talking about. We need to know when, where, and how it was detected to be in motion. Surface rotation. That's it.
So the issue with calculating this is, hold on, I'm getting a call.
Yeah, you're already off base because I didn't say calculate, did I? I said detected or measured. You're off base.
Well, we're inferring some sort of explanation that may not be necessary. We're saying the pendulum would go back and forth in a perfect line if the Earth was motionless. We don't see it go back and forth in a perfect line. It appears to precess. Therefore, we're inferring that the Earth is spinning, but that's not the only inference. The Earth could perfectly well be at rest and flat, but the substance of space itself could be moving over the Earth and causing the pendulum to precess. So there's other causes that we could explore other than, some sort of spinning Earth, explaining why the pendulum isn't going back and forth in a perfect line.
Could be possible.
I mean, up until a century ago, people believed in space being a substance like an ether that flowed, that had currents, that, had torque, and had a slight effect on matter. So if this framework is correct, then that could be swirling, causing the pendulum to precess or whatever, while the Earth remains flat, motionless, and at rest.
Well, I mean, that's not like those were the only two options. People, they all, all of the different, all of the different cultures have a different idea of what the heavens, so-called, are. Different chambers, different experiences. Loads of different ideas separate from the one that you believe, which is the void of space and all of that extra stuff. The bottom line is there's many different things, and ultimately there's just no proof that the Earth is spinning. This idea that you're going to take a pendulum and infer that the Earth is spinning underneath things. I mean, what about hot air balloons that travel long distances? What about Felix Baumgartner? who took 3 hours to go up, and then when he landed in the opposite direction that you would if the Earth were spinning. Like, let's just cut it out and start talking about whether the Earth is curved or whether the Earth is straight, because that's a true dichotomy, and it has to be one or the other, right? So
Mm-hmm.
there's a claim that it has a certain convexity. So if it doesn't have that certain convexity, it has to be the other side of the dichotomy, doesn't it?
And there are cannons from the 1800s. They'd shoot them up, and the cannonball would come right back down into the cannon in some cases. Back in like the 17 or 1800s, back in Rowbotham's day, Samuel Rowbotham, another flat earther from back in the day. And so we're not seeing indications that the Earth is moving really at all. It looks like the Earth is motionless at best.
So you have to remember there's different forces acting on it. You know, there's, you know, you launch a weather balloon, it goes where the wind goes. You know, same thing with a hot air balloon. It goes where the wind goes. I guess I'm not a hot air balloon pilot. But I'm guessing they have very little control of which direction it goes.
We're just trying to figure out what, if anything, is showing the Earth is moving. Are we making excuses for the, movement that we're not really seeing? Are we begging the question in a way that we really don't have to? I mean, what really shows that the Earth is a ball spinning or any of that stuff?
Well, so if I say I launched a cannon, straight up into the air, and the cannonball did not move, land right back inside, you would say, okay, well, the cannonball might have, defects on it. It's not perfectly round. There's wind that could blow the cannonball. There's lots of different things, So I'm basically saying the same thing, but in my worldview where the Earth is spinning, right? That's basically what I'm saying when I say there's, I launch a cannonball, it lands right there. Well,
It could be. I mean, I don't think that possibility is worth exploring as a flatty. But if the Earth is spinning, you'd expect the winds to be going in more or less one direction. But we see the winds going north, south, east, and west in all sorts of directions. Like the Earth's, spin is inconsequential, irrelevant, and may not even be a thing at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure how winds work. I'm guessing it has to do with temperature and other factors.
Or just put a tennis ball in water, and that's like the wind. You spin that tennis ball, and the water migrates toward the equator and spins out in one direction. It doesn't go, up, down, left, and right. It has one predominant general direction. When you spin the water, soaked ball, that would be the wind on the Earth. It should have one predominant direction, but it doesn't appear to have that.
Yeah, so when you have like a small scale experiment like that, you have one main force, right? You have this huge force caused by you spinning the ball. And you can, you could do the math and figure out the force. But, on a large scale experiment, you have a bunch of different forces, temperature, other things. But I actually honestly have to go. It was nice talking to you guys. I always like the conversations.
Oh, so how come the force of it spinning has never been measured? Thanks again, Ethan. Appreciate your time. You have a great evening, bro.
You
Nice
too.
talk. We hope to see you back again.
All right. Have a good one.
That was pretty cool, man. Wow. Still no force measured that shows it spinning. No curvature measured is the recap of the last days on end. How many days now? Yeah. We should get the count, like the nuclear count they used to have. Yeah, countdown to doomsday. The countdown since flat Earth. That's funny.
Well, I mean, to break the tie to determine if the Earth is moving and or something else is moving, you need to have a framework that allows proof to be possible. And the only framework that allows us to prove if anything's moving, period, really, There's one that acknowledges that space is a substance like an ether. The Globers don't even have that framework anymore, so really they can't even prove movement even if they wanted to, because they have no substance to move through.
Yeah, and you notice how that cockamamie, like Coriolis, to them is like a glitch in their matrix because they can't say it's spinning under things and then not it's not spinning, and then all of a sudden aircraft now everything's not spinning, it's all static. Everything stays right where, so the plane stays right in a line and just moves along as if nothing's moving. Why would you operate an aircraft that, like, if it was doing something else, why would you assume it's not moving and that it's flat? You would never, ever, ever, not even once. There would be no conditions would you ever do that.
Can I just jump in and say that one thing I think we let them get away with too easy is that, you know, we give them at the equator is moving roughly 1,000 miles an hour, but as you move away, that speed changes, and I think that is glossed over way too. Should
And
be
the vector changes. It's a vector change. Yes,
yeah,
directional
when
and
you know the distance they say to the horizon. When you hit that horizon, they say is the geometrical boundary. Now you're speeding. You're spinning at a different speed. And
yeah.
if
So
there was
yeah. What?
technical then there should be a gradual, a different speed that should be detected depending on where you are, you know, close to the equator or not.
Yeah, that's true. They would need to verify all those things at the different their so-called latitudes. Well, first of all, they would need to show the curvature that exists between those different locations, going from, let's say, north to south latitudes, or from one latitude to the next, going south, let's say, or any other direction to validate like this stuff would. That's what I keep saying. This information would be ubiquitous. It would be everywhere you look. You could find this information. Okay, how much curvature between San Francisco and New York City? Like, you wouldn't have to look at Earth curve calculator. Someone would have actually verified that it was that much drop in that distance because they have to build shit along the way, right? Nobody uses it. That's what I keep trying to say. Oh, some ballistics person saying they're calculating in the calculations of this. Ridiculous, really. That I hope they miss every fucking target still, because they will be.
Just off topic. Never like I heard you know, a discussion the other day about someone saying it was about bouncing radio waves off of the moon. And again, with that, one thing I think we let them get away with is that the Earth would not be in the same position to receive that bounce because the Earth is moving along with everything else in their model. You know, if satellites were just falling around the Earth, once they're out of Earth's gravity, they should be left behind in, you know, space junk because the Earth is moving.
Yeah, yeah. How does their conservation of energy work with that? How are all these thousands of satellites, 15,000 or some odd supposed satellites that are just staying up there in orbit? How are they going to 66,000 miles around the sun at the same time? How are they keeping up with that motion?
Yeah, how is that?
And then what about the other one to around the galaxy, the arm of the galaxy? Sure they are. Great story for school children to scare them out of their wits about outer space and aliens. Good job. You got 98% of all the adults believing it too. Great. They believed the tooth fairy before too, though. Just saying.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to get off for a while. You guys have a good night. Take care now.
Night, brother.
I just can't stop bringing up the irony that this entire conversation started between theists who actually had the same theology, supposedly, and that people don't know about it. That's the most ironic part, especially because of the false dichotomy that they come in here with, like science versus whatever the fuck we are, is what their attitudes are, and it's like, wow, the ignorance.
And that's why we have to talk about science as an establishment that they imagine versus a real systematic method of inquiry that's, sound. Did they test it? Was their testing consistent when they were looking for this curvature, if at all? Or did they just come from a base assumption that they just went with and didn't question? They didn't test it with lasers. They didn't, try different, explanations as to why you can't see beyond the horizon other than a hump of Earth curve being in the way on a ball. Maybe we need to look into this a little bit deeper.
It's just the atheists are pushing a theist agenda. That's what's so ironic about it. You know what I mean?
Well, it's a bunch of unquestioned axioms that are held on faith in a sort of religious-y sort of way. The hallmark of some religion is axiomatic faith-based beliefs that are held to and unquestioned as a starting point and may or may not be thoroughly explored. So at that point, heliocentrism does have a bit of a religious element to it.
Not a bit. It began with, you know, like it's not even a little bit. It's the history of it began with someone who was on a high status in regard to how his position in facilitating the word of God, as detailed in the Holy Writ.
Its proponents are very zealous. They persecute wrongthink. They even try to stamp out heretics in a way. So it does have a bit of that vibe.
You're leaving?
Effie Batman. Dang, he's not here. I have a question specifically for him.
If the Joker was a real person, I wonder if he'd be a glober or not. I mean, it's a Joker, right? Probably be a glober.
I feel like the Joker would be a flat earther.
But he's always fighting with Batman. Does that make Batman a glober?
I mean, Batman's the one who kind of had common sense.
Just remember, everyone, Gotham City only exists on a globe Earth. So you see, Gotham City doesn't exist, and neither does the globe Earth.
People made it to resemble actual Earth. Or I'm talking about the Earth itself. I have one question. Horizon.
You have a question for who?
Just anybody wants to answer. It was just one thing. I have to get any more questions. I'm just saying, debating me is not gonna be as fun. I'm not very knowledgeable in topics like this. In outer space, astronomy, Earth. I'm more of a math, social studies kind of guy, and I'm only just starting high school. So debating me is not gonna be quite fun. But I have one simple question. Horizon. Just going over there is Horizon.
What's the question about the horizon?
Basically, so you know how basically stuff disappears over Horizon, right? What?
Well,
How do you
over it or beyond it, one of the two.
have a question. How come whenever you debate somebody, try to trip them up on a play of words?
Well, that's not a play of words. That's the topic at hand. I mean, it's one of the two, and the whole point of the server is to prove it one way or the other. So, I mean, if you have a measurement of
The words that
curvature,
can be but the words that can be interchanged in some sort of way, and you'll still get the same idea. You know what I'm talking about, but said you choose some more. Try and pick apart my argument by using which word by trying to pick up which words I use rather than trying to actually assess the point which I'm trying to prove.
well, I wasn't trying to
That's what I've
trip you up.
noticed.
I wasn't trying to mess with you. Just ask your question.
So basically, disappearing beyond the horizon, going over the horizon. And what makes you try and dismiss that? Also, pendulum. Why do you try and dismiss that? Why do you basically? It's just why do you think what you think? That's my question. Now I'll sit here and just listen to what you have to say. I have nothing else to really add. If I really feel like I wanted to add something, then I'll probably butt in here and there. So
Well, it starts out with a base axiom. So it begins with what you know for sure first. All right. So we observe the Earth is flat. I don't know if you ever climbed a mountain and ever, seen anything from any high elevation or high altitude without glass in front of your eyes to mess with, the
all I'm
light
saying is
that's
my
going to your
idea.
eyes.
So I
So
haven't
what
done.
I might be getting a little far with this answer, but anyway, the point is we observe the Earth is flat. All right, I've never seen curvature. We feel the Earth is stationary. We know how to sense motion. We have the ability to sense motion. We sense it is stationary,
Yeah,
and we
but
do not observe
everything.
gas pressure existing anywhere without a container. Every form of gas pressure that we know of, whether inside a balloon, a car tire, or anywhere at all, any form of gas pressure that we ever observe is contained by a container of some kind, by a physical barrier. So it would be an extraordinary claim to make the claim that gas pressure exists without a container. It would be an extraordinary claim to claim that the Earth is a ball when we observe it as flat. It's an extraordinary claim that the Earth is spinning on an axis and the sun is relatively stationary. When we feel the Earth is stationary, and we observe the sun moving across the sky. So let's just start with the base axiom. So as
Wait, I
far
have
as
a
we know
question.
to begin with,
Now,
it's flat and stationary and contained. So the question is, the thing you got to figure out for yourself is, what evidence do you have to the contrary? What
wait, can I
evidence
say
do
one
you
thing
have that it's
about
a ball?
the feeling of motion? So let's say this. You probably definitely know what a bullet train is, right? So people say that this train ride's so smooth you can't even feel it moving. Are you now saying that that train is not moving because simply you cannot feel it?
That's
So let's say no one
that's
knows. You had no way of
that's
observing it
non
moving. Are you now saying it's not moving?
that's non sequitur.
It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. And it's a terrible
Well, wait,
example just
hold
for
What
on,
I'm
displaying.
saying is that
hold on, hold on. Let's slow down. The only two words I can afford you, it's one phrase, non sequitur. Either you tell me you understand my response to you or you don't, and then I can afford you a little more. But instead of talking in circles, it's easier to be direct. It has nothing to do with what the Earth is supposed to be doing.
it was more of a.
One vector of motion versus multiple vectors of acceleration are not sequitur.
My bad. The reason, all right, I'm gonna explain why I said it. The reason why I said it is because you said that you feel that the earth is in motion. I mean, you don't feel that the earth, you yourself saying that you don't feel that the earth is in motion. So therefore, it probably isn't in motion. That's what I'm
No,
trying
no,
to explain.
no, no, stop. No, that's not what I said. I said base axiom. So I'm not using that as evidence. Those three things that I said, those 3 points that I was making, those are not evidence. What I'm saying is that's what we observed to begin with. Now, I'm not saying I'm I'm not going to make the claim that it's impossible that the Earth could be spinning and we don't feel it. What I'm saying is I'm trying to find evidence that it is spinning. Period. Just that it is spinning. So I'm not saying, oh, I feel it's stationary, thus it must be. That's my evidence for it. It just must be stationary. No, I'm not saying that. That's a base axiom. It's when you find evidence to the contrary, then you have a reason to think anything to the contrary. You understand that? You know what I mean by base axiom, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so just making sure you understand that. I did not say those words and present that as evidence. I just present that as evidence of a base axiom to begin with, not the ultimate sense of evidence. Now, as far as the ultimate sense of evidence goes, I just have to ask you, do you have any measurements of curvature? Do you know of any time anyone's ever measured the curvature of the Earth, the alleged curvature of the Earth, and detected it, drop over distance, an arc segment of the Earth? You don't have to measure the whole alleged circumference or the whole radius, just an arc segment of the curvature of the Earth, just a few miles, an arc segment of the Earth, the globe Earth. That would be just fine for me. So do you know of anyone ever measuring an arc segment of the Earth, the globe Earth that you speak of?
Well, I'm probably gonna have to look for one because I do admit I did not come well prepared for a debate. I just started out now since I basically felt like it. I was bored. So I'm probably have to look it up. But over the time, while I do look it up and try and find a viable source, you can continue explaining it.
Well, yeah, man, by all means, if you can find it, I'm not going to be in denial about the Earth being a ball if I have evidence that it's a ball. But if I don't have evidence of it being a ball, I'm not going to be in denial about the fact that it's flat.
Trust me. I most likely, after the break, I'll most likely come back with more sources I can accurately debate. So I'm most likely gonna try and get some sources from my school. Mind you, I'm only a freshman, so I don't have as much access as like seniors and stuff. I'm most likely be able to get into, but I'm trying my best to get some more. Now I can't.
We encourage it. We encourage it, brother. Good luck.
But in the meantime, you can most likely do. I'll probably try and write a few emails. I have a teacher who's specialized in this stuff. I can try and get him that.
You know what I would suggest? I would suggest re-examining history from the 1400s up until now. Re-examining the genesis, no pun intended, of the heliocentric belief. Who proposed it, what their background was, what they did in life, what their motivations for this was, if there was any evidence, what was the debate about that time, who was a part of the debate.
So, all right. So you believe that the Earth is, or not, but the fact that the solar system is more accurate if observed in a geocentric model rather than a heliocentric?
Say again.
Are you saying that the Earth will be not the Earth, but rather the solar system will be more accurate observed in a geocentric model rather than heliocentric?
Well, mathematically, it doesn't make a difference, says physicists and the like, and people in academia. Mathematically, it's the same thing. What I'm telling you is, I don't believe a damn thing. Rather, I'm trying to point you to a conversation between sides that were both theists of the same literature, which is something people don't know. So I don't have a dog in this fight. All I know is there's an argument that began after heliocentrism was proposed. So this word geocentrism probably has some ideas. I don't know. People try to argue it, but the bottom line is either the earth is moving or it's not moving. And it's interesting to find out the history of when people began to propose that it is moving, who these people were, and what their justification for the opposite of what the rest of the world had believed for thousands of years up until this time.
I also have another question. What model do you, or how would you, rather, how do you believe the system is modeled?
What do you mean?
How do you believe that the solar system is modeled? So like
What do you
you
mean?
personally, like, it's hard to explain rather, since you don't believe geocentric or heliocentric models. Which one? How do you
I
personally?
don't get what you mean. Like, for instance, if I'm used to driving down Highway 180, and someone were to ask me, "What do you believe in about this road?" I'm gonna look at them like, "Huh?" Like, because I just drive down the road, and I know what turns that I take, and I know what that's what I know. So when it comes to looking in the sky, what I see is what I know. I don't make any inference after that.
Okay.
Like, why would ask yourself why you would need to? Like, what motivation would there be to question something like that? And again, people have asked that question. I encourage you to look into the people who have asked that question and why they decided to defer from what's obvious and what their genesis story was. So it's two things they're going against: observation, experience, and their genesis story, seeing as that they were theists. So the question is, why did they do that? I already know the reason why, but it's much more meaningful, and you'll gain a broader understanding if you come to the same conclusions researching the things that I did, because it's just the information that's available around what you and I have believed for most of my life, most of our lives, rather. You know, I think it's interesting that I was in school. I was taught about Martin Luther and John Calvin and a number of other people. But I wasn't told specific things. I was told that the argument was against science versus atheists. No, science and atheists versus, theists who, only argue for what's inside a book. That's a false dichotomy when you look into the history. Because the common denominator is that there were no atheists in this conversation. There was two factions who believed in the same scripture, supposedly. One side actually in authority, supposed to be disseminating the information in scripture that a lot of people couldn't read at that time. So they looked to these people for guidance because most people were religious. All people are religious in a sense. But the bottom line is, this is what was happening at the time. And then the reason that there became a problem is because people who began reading the material decided to ask, hey, this is what scripture says. Why are you doing the opposite? The other side proclaimed, hey, we're doing this in the name of scripture. Well,
Bro,
the only
that's
thing
wrong.
left to do.
That's wrong. That's wrong. If I'm allowed
I'm
to talk.
sorry. I'm sorry. Tell me what's wrong.
I'm from Germany,
Specifically.
and I know the history of Martin Luther, and he was the first one to.
What's
He
wrong?
was the first.
Don't give me a history on Martin Luther before you tell me what point I made and which point I made that was wrong. Please. I would
There were not.
appreciate that.
There were not two kind of people, which one said, "Oh, Martin Luther is cool," and the other said, "Martin Luther is not cool." That's
Okay,
wrong.
now pause. Okay, pause for a second. Other guy, did you hear me say what he just said I said out of his mouth?
Yeah, you did that. You said there were two kind.
No, I'm not asking you. I'm asking the third party who shouldn't be biased about what I said versus what you said I said. So I'm asking him if he heard me say what
Okay, I'm
you
lying.
just said
Okay.
I said.
I'm lying. Okay.
Well, other guy?
All right. It was more of kind of in between, like kind of some things you said, kind of some things you didn't. But I wasn't exactly paying attention. I'm sorry. I have to finish this project I have for PAP history, and that's really important. I need to finish it up. So my bad.
No doubt, man. Good luck on your project. Again, I'd encourage you to look at the history. To that, the guy that just came in, I didn't say one side was good and one side was this. I said there was a common denominator, that they were all theists.
That's wrong.
What? How?
99 of the
So
99%
okay,
of the people.
so hold on. So
talk?
Martin
Let me
Luther.
talk or let me not talk?
Listen, Martin Luther versus Copernicus. Are you telling me one of them was a theist and one of them was an atheist? Because if not, then I'm not wrong. Learn your history.
That's never what I talked about. Sorry, man. And that's
Okay,
not
then it's okay. So, but that's the point that you're charging against me. That
no,
these two individuals.
no. That's wrong. That's wrong. I only said that it's not correct that there were two parties which were fighting against each other. That was not the case back then.
Excuse me. Martin Luther.
It was
posted.
Catholics.
Listen.
Okay, you
Martin
don't
Luther.
let me talk. Okay, I accept.
Listen.
Yeah.
Martin Luther. I'm gonna mute you, bro. It's not gonna get harder than this. Trust me.
It's fine.
I'm gonna say what I have to say.
Fine.
So Martin Luther was a Catholic. Okay. The Roman Catholic Church was also Catholic. So when he posted the verses on the church and they kicked him out of the church, they were both Catholic.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely in that point.
That's the only point I made.
Right. And my point was that Martin Luther was only against some points of the Catholic Church. He wasn't against.
That's a red herring. Is non sequitur to my point completely. You just came in, started telling me I'm wrong.
No, I never
but
said you're
wrong.
not even. I said you're wrong about there were two parties. I said you're wrong about two parties, and there never was two.
Sorry, I'm
two
gonna
parties.
put you on mute. Sorry, bro. The reason you're on mute is because it's 11:38 at night for me, and you're not gonna tell me that you didn't say what you did say. And then I argued you down about what I actually said, and then you say you agree what you're talking about. Yeah, because you're trying to red herring away from the point that I actually made. First by telling me that I was incorrect, then telling me I'm correct, and then saying what you were saying, which had nothing to do with what I was saying. No, I'm not going to allow that. The bottom line is, it's ironic that people come in here thinking that they have a debate between science versus us, theists or religitards, when the origin of how this entire conversation began were between theists. Wasn't between the scientists versus the non-scientific. It's the only point that I'm making. Nobody knows that. Thought I should inform you.
I gotta go. Goodbye.
Evening, you guys. I didn't want to jump in the middle of y'all's conversation, but it seems like it's over, so. How are you, Elijah? Or do you say Elisha?
Pretty well. Pretty
Elijah.
well. Pretty well, and you can say it however you like.
Because, if you want to get down to the pronunciation of, everybody's weird about pronunciation of different things. I pronounce the J as ya. Elijah.
Yeah. So, hey, Eliyahu.
Eliyahu. Eliyahu. Yeah, I like that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So you're obviously a follower of some Hebrew roots stuff.
Historically correct as I possibly can.
You were cutting up at the beginning of that sentence. I'm sorry. What did you say?
Oh, yeah. I try to be as historically correct as I can.
Yeah, as far as what we know and can actually do, I'm the same way. I mean, I know even trying to do that, has its pitfalls, right? but I try my best
Yeah.
to.
See. Yeah. All I did was, and people would try to first lie to and sit here and making a point. I was trying to say, you know.
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm gonna leave and come back because I don't know if it's you or me. Everybody else can probably hear you fine, but you're not coming through to me. You sound super robotic.
It's him. You
Nah.
sound perfect. He's robotic.
Okay, I was like, I just hear you as a robot. I'm not making out anything he's saying, so I didn't know if it was me or him. So hey, Elijah, leave and reboot. Maybe go clear out your RAM or something. Because I do want to talk to you.
Yeah, feed your pet ram some electrons or maybe some hay.
I'm on a cell phone, so every time I come in here, before I come in here, I go clear out all my memory. I delete everything, and then I go into my RAM. I delete. Sometimes it's like 250 whatever megabytes, and then I'll do it again, and it's like 300 megabytes, and I have to do it like 4 times to get everything deleted because I don't know why it doesn't just delete it all at once. It has to go through like different processes. So I do all that before I come in here. So my phone works pretty cool, pretty good. Yeah. You're going to get on a server like this. You really got to clean your crap up so it works well. Right? You know what I'm talking about? Well, maybe can y'all even hear? I'm sitting here talking to myself. I don't know. I thought I was talking to somebody. Orion, what happened to
I
you?
can hear you.
Okay.
I'm just not. I'm not too talkative most of the time. Is the thing.
I know you're usually pretty quiet. The other night when I was in here, you were pretty talkative though.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. We were talking about some hilarious shit last.
I don't even remember. I literally don't even remember. I had a few mini margaritas. My bad. But I remember y'all were pretty funny. It's like everybody in here generally's mic is muted. Friday night and everybody's quiet. Friday night, everybody quiet. Hopefully Elijah who will come back and we can pick that conversation back up where we left it off.
I can say what's up.
What's up, Dice?
Yeah, I usually listen on YouTube, and through YouTube, you can't speak to anyone. So, as I'm here, I speak to you. What's up? You good?
I hear you 5 by 5, man. Yeah.
Good. Yeah.
I can only talk on here in Discord if I have headphones on. I can't actually put like my phone on speaker and talk to y'all or whatever. I have to have headphones. It won't work unless I have headphones on. But I'm using the jacked in old school big earphone, over the head earphones. I'm not using like Bluetooth or nothing because I don't think that's probably good for your head.
Yeah, them waves that you can't see.
Yeah. And I don't even know if just straight in jacking them up is still not giving me some frequencies in my head. That's why I used to, when in the first server, I could talk to my phone, like I'd set my phone at a distance from me and I could talk, put it on speaker, but it doesn't do that anymore. I don't know why. They changed it where you can't do that.
Yeah. Well,
Because I do prefer to not have anything close to me, you know.
yeah. Like when I'm walking my dog, you know, I refuse to put earphones on. I'll carry a speaker because I can still be aware of what's around me. You know, when you got headphones on, you are oblivious to your immediate surrounding, and you're submerged in, you know, whatever you're.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The other night I was sitting here. I'm sitting here on my back porch. I got my headphones on, talking to y'all, and I had a freaking skunk sitting like literally 3 feet away from me, eating my cat food. And then I scared him out of my yard. I was like, I gotta go. You guys will be back. Scared him out of my yard. It wasn't even 10 minutes later. I finally got settled back down, came back in and was talking to y'all. And a possum was eating the cat food right next to. I'm like, are you kidding me?
That sounds like the life. Like we just got foxes around here. You got foxes and scurry at the sight of you. So yeah.
Foxes are actually really cute to look at, but they're scary. They got some gnarly teeth. Foxes.
Yeah.
Foxes will tear you up if you're not. If they're like a wild cat / dog, you know.
Yeah, well, around here, foxes, yeah, they usually scurry. The ones you got to watch out for here are the badgers.
Badgers. Oh gosh, yeah, badgers.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the honey badger video?
Yeah, boy.
Badgers don't give a shit.
They can like turn inside of their own skin, innit? I've saw a lion maul a honey badger, and I thought he's dead. But
I'm just glad we don't have honey badgers. Our badgers are a lot more tame than that. I mean, not tame, but they're not that scary.
Okay, are they the black and white ones like we got here in UK? They like
ours are generally just kind of black. But basically, a skunk and a badger are similar, but skunks are way more docile. But badgers, you rarely see a badger because they kind of stay out away from everybody.
Okay, yeah, well, they're not the best sighted, so I guess there's quite they've adapted to the urban area where I'm at in the UK.
Really? So you do see them?
You see them, and then as they come close, they smell the air, they see you, and they're alert. And then, yeah, if you're too close, they will charge. But usually,
really,
yeah.
I've never actually encountered one. My brother did back when I was a young child. He was out hunting, and a badger did get kind of aggressive towards him, but. Yeah, that's the only time I've ever heard of anybody actually seeing a badger around here. But yeah, they are aggressive. Badgers are super aggressive, not just, I guess, the honey badger. In what is it, Africa? That's where the honey badger is?
Yeah. That's them by like nature, isn't it? It's like, yeah. And like a Tasmanian devil, in it. There's like that's their nature. Don't fuck with the badger.
Don't fuck with the badger. No.
Have you guys ever seen either of those The Gods Must Be Crazy movies? The Gods Must Be Crazy 1 and 2? Remember the badger in the second one?
I don't recall the second movie as well as I do the first one. I saw the first one like a ton of times because my parents had it recorded on an old VHS, and we literally watched that movie at least once a month. It seemed like forever. But the second one, I don't really remember. I remember they had a bunch of children out in like a valley, but I don't really remember much about the second one.
Oh yeah, it was some children got lost and they kind of got stuck in a water tank. that was on wheels for some poachers because they were just kind of messing around with it. And then their father goes and searches for him. So that's part of that story. But the badger part of the movie is when the safari guide or whatever, he gets stranded with a woman and a broken airplane out in the Kalahari, and he accidentally steps on a badger, like its foot or something, as he's not looking, and the badger starts biting his shoe, his boot, and the badger never lets go of his shoe for like several miles, and he walks for like miles across the desert with just dragging this badger along as it's just holding on the back of his shoe, and then like. I guess he does that at one point in time, but another point in time he has to take it off and throw it, or just let the badger just attack it, and like the badger just attacks the shoe, not him. But then as he puts the shoe back on, or somehow ends up with the shoe back on, and the badger's attacking the shoe again, and he's dragging the badger across the desert, and he cracks open a beer, and then he takes a sip of the beer. And then he pours some of the beer on the ground next to the badger, and the badger immediately moves away from the shoe and starts drinking the beer. And then he gets up and starts running, and the badger chases after him. And then eventually the badger dies.
I do not.
And then the badger like falls over from exhaustion, and then he's like feeling sorry for it, so he like picks up the badger and brings it back to like an oasis so it doesn't die in the desert.
That's hilarious. I cannot believe. I'm gonna have to go watch that again because the first one, I have pretty much every moment of that moment of that video lodged in my brain. My favorite part of that movie, I think, was when he picked up the lady, and then he was going through these gates, and when he was opening the gate, he was like, "It's okay, it'll come back." The Jeep, because it would go up the hill and then it came back, and anyway, I don't know that.
It was in neutral, yeah, because the car was in neutral. Or no, I think it was like two different parts where like it was going up a hill and then coming down maybe, but then there was like another part where it was like in neutral, but it was turning, like the steering wheel was turning or something. And so like
his
just made a
Jeep
circle
was
back to him.
messed up. That's how my car is. I swear, nobody else could drive my car because they're like, "What's this? What's that? How you do this?" I forget how unnormal it is. And when I went to go get my oil changed, I just parked it and left my key in it, and they, here's the key. I didn't leave my key. I took it in and gave it to them. And they came back in and were like, "How do you put this thing in drive?" I'm like, "Oh, well, you got to push this thing under here and this and that, because the brake cable broke. You know how you have the safety brake cable where you have to mash the brake to put something in a drive. Well, my cable broke, so I had to bypass that and do all this weird stuff. Anyway. So basically, yeah, I drive a version of the weird car he drove, the Jeep thing. Yeah. But hey, it still works, so I don't care.
Yeah, it's probably durable. It probably doesn't hit bumps as badly as my car does. It's low to the ground.
It's durable, and it's a good anti-theft device, because if somebody breaks into my car and hot wires it, then they're like, "Well, how the heck do you put this?" You can't get it in gear unless you know how to do it.
Yeah, isn't that always funny how sometimes cars break in ways where they still work for you, but anyone who's trying to steal it who's not like a fully trained mechanic can't steal it?
Yeah. Well, that's what I said. Even like when I get my oil changed, they didn't even know how to do it. I had to show them. I had to get in and show them how to do it. So, I mean, I guess the person changing my oil may not be a fully trained mechanic. They just change oil, but they didn't even know how to do it.
It's kind of interesting actually mentioning these two movies, The Gods Must Be Crazy and The Gods Must Be Crazy 2, on this discord, because I've actually, at least a few months in the past, I was actually thinking about these movies a little bit, just because in regards to the flat Earth topic, just because it's fascinating how these Bushmen in Africa. I mean,
the
let's
bottle
be honest.
falling from the sky, and they'd worship it. Yeah, they're like, this is from hell. They had to carry it
once
to
it
the
starts,
edges of the earth to whatever falls those are. And yeah, this is very interesting. What I can only imagine where you're going with this. So I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
It's just that they don't. I mean, they didn't grow up with the heliocentric model being hammered into them like other people have. So it's like, it almost makes me wonder what it would be like if you went to them and tried to tell them, like, other people believe the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, and tried to describe it to them. Like, they'd probably look at you like, people believe that? Like, why would they believe that? Like, I mean, but it's not even just that, but it's just fascinating how them, they only have the base axiom as part of their life. They don't, they observe it as flat and stationary. It's just an interesting thought, to be living your whole life and not really be, propagandized with the globe.
Yeah, to not be indoctrinated constantly. Have you ever seen, I can't think of where he was a super old man. I want to say he was somewhere in like the UK area, maybe Russia or somewhere in there. And it was an old man. I want to say the video was done in like the 80s maybe, and they were talking to him about the TV and that the Earth was a globe, and he laughed. He was like, no, but it was in a different language, but there was a translation in the video about it. And have you ever seen that?
No, I don't think I have.
Like, because he didn't own a TV. He just lived on like a small farm, and he grew his food and did his thing, and he had no outside influence in his life. And somebody came and interviewed him and talked to him about different things going on in the world. And when they talked about the Earth, he just thought it was really hilarious that people actually, when they actually asked him, did he know that people walked on the moon? He thought that was the funniest thing. There's no way men walked on the moon. He said it's not something you can walk on. So similar, but to the bush people and the Bushmen and the gods must be crazy. Most people probably even in this server have never seen The Gods Must Be Crazy. It's kind of an obscure movie that most people haven't seen. I mean, do you know anybody in your life that's actually seen that movie other than close family members, maybe?
I don't know. I haven't talked to anyone about it for a while, but certainly you're right. At least I know my whole family knows about those movies. But
yeah, it's just kind of like like The Princess Bride was kind of one of those movies too in my family that we watched quite often. It was just like, hey, let's watch Princess Bride. I don't know why. It was a favorite amongst my family. But I was homeschooled and grew up on a peanut farm, and so I had a weird upbringing, and it was like a treat to watch a movie, Or like break out the cornflakes, and I'm talking about the old school cornflakes with not frosted flakes, just cornflakes. Everybody get a bowl of cereal. We're gonna sit down and watch a movie. And we'd have cornflakes for supper, and that was a treat.
I think with more people, it'd more often be breakfast cereal and Saturday morning cartoons.
Yeah. No, we literally we would have sometimes we would have popcorn for supper. We generally had a very light supper, either cereal or popcorn. But we had huge, huge. We had a huge dinner, and when I say dinner, I mean lunch for most people. I call it dinner. It's supper's the last meal. What y'all call lunch, I call dinner, and breakfast is breakfast. But we'd have a huge breakfast, generally like oatmeal and eggs and biscuits and some form of meat. Yeah.
On the topic of food, I was going to say a little earlier, I think word is getting around the forest that you have the best cat food in town.
That what?
That you have the best tasting cat food in town. You know, that's why the raccoon was there, and then the possum, or I mean the skunk.
Yeah, I must literally because man. Well, I'm not in town. I live out in the middle of nowhere. I literally live in the middle of nowhere. So they're just coming around because I'm the only cat food in town. And my cat just sits there like at 6 feet distance looking at it like, what are you doing? Eating my food. But he doesn't want to attack because he's like, he sure don't want to attack the skunk because he probably has done that before and he knows better. I don't know because he's a stray. He's a stray I took in. And he's probably been sprayed by a skunk before. And he's like, oh, hey, I ain't going to mess with that thing. So he just lets it eat it. But the possum, I don't know. Maybe he's just like, dude, you got some gnarly teeth. So he stays a distance from that thing too.
Maybe he's smart. He doesn't want rabies.
If that's even really a thing.
So it's more real than, well, it's more likely real to the best of my knowledge than the Miley Cyrus moving through the air.
Then what?
The Miley Cyrus, the corn, polio, ver, the word we're not allowed to say that rhymes with Miley Cyrus.
Okay. The whole cerveza bug. The crown bug. Yeah, I know, right? I don't know.
Yeah, or Mexican beer germ. I like that one.
Jumping beans bug. I've heard a lot of different things. I thought, what's the nerd convention of all the? What's the nerd convention with like Star Trek and Star Wars called? I can't think of it right now.
Are you talking about Comic-Con?
Comic-Con. I like to call it the Comic-Con variant. but Comic-Con, Comic-Con, it's a con. Comic-Con variant.
I tell you what I'm going to do if I ever go to one of those Comic-Con things. I'm going to dress as the Miley Cyrus,
You're going to be like a big gray dot with red tips all over it.
I was thinking like something with, that's green and with tips basically sticking off of it. Yeah.
That's pretty funny. But I definitely like to call it the Comic-Con variant.
I'm thinking it might be fun to go there to like tell people the Earth is flat. Comic-Con. All those people dressed in all those costumes, like I'm Superman, I'm this space alien, blah blah blah. Like I'm from planet blah blah blah.
Yeah, right. Like
they're gonna hate you.
Gong Freaks from Hunter x Hunter is they believe the Earth is flat, shit like that.
Who does?
Gong from what's that show called? Hunter x Hunter. The last season of that show, he gets to the top of the world tree where his father tells him that the maps that he was taught about in school are wrong and that there's a bigger world out there. and we're like in one puddle of mini puddles, basically.
From in the movie's called Kong.
No, it's a show.
And
Yeah, it's an anime.
Oh, I've never seen it. I've never seen it.
Hunter x Hunter.
Hunter x Hunter.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
Never
And
seen it.
they go even further because in the manga, it's like further into the story. They get like a giant cruise ship because they're gonna go they're gonna cross the ocean to these continents that no one's ever been to, that aren't on the world map that they know. And it's called the Dark Continent. And that's basically like if humanity did like some effort to try to go to Antarctica. There's like more. It's insane. It's actually really cool.
Hunter x Hunter. I'm gonna have to get my husband to look that up because he's got this thing on his phone where he's can look up movies and shows that I can't find. You know, I just don't have the ability. But he can find them and cast them to the TV or whatever.
Hi, Shannon, honey.
Hi. I'm sorry. I know your name, but I can't think of it.
Rookie.
What?
I am the rookie.
Ricky. Yeah. How are you doing tonight?
Not bad. I'm good. How are you?
I'm excellent. I planted 87 seeds today, and I got some starter packs. You know, the little what do you call them? Little starter cells. You know, and some bigger ones. But I planted like 87 seeds today. I mowed my yard. I trimmed my corn trees. I've been busy today. Got a lot of crap done. I'm happy. I'm happy with what I accomplished today. And I hope and I prayed over every seed I planted that they all sprout. Because I plan on sharing. I plan on sharing every bit of produce I get with my neighbors and stuff. So I've had a really good, productive day.
What about me? I'm your neighbor.
Yeah, you my neighbor. You come on, I'll give you some.
I'm kidding. I don't know where you live.
I live smack dab in the middle of Texas.
Well, I live up here in California, so I'm a little far away. But
That's a little far away, but I plan on having at least 200 potatoes. I've got 8 of my potato plants I just planted them like 2 weeks ago, and they're already like 6 inches tall. So I remulched them, not mulched them, but I put hay on them, and I plan on putting like 4 T-posts around the planter and wrapping it in chicken wire and keep doing the hay all the way up. And because if you do that, they will just keep growing taller and taller, and they will put out potatoes in all of that hay. Isn't that crazy?
Yep.
So I'm really planning on having a lot of potatoes. I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, potatoes, that's bad food, bad food." Well, if you're starving, potatoes are pretty damn good. And I planted 12 tomato seeds today. Well, I'm not going to go through all of them because it was 87 seeds I planted today. So I'm not even going into all what I did. But a lot of seeds. Lots of seeds. So if y'all want to pray, if you're praying anybody, pray my seeds grow. Because I'm only doing it so I can help my community. Because I know times are going to get pretty tough. They say, even if they don't, hey, guess what? I have plenty of produce to share with my neighbors. Because they might not get tough, but it seems like they're going to get tough. I don't know. What are y'all thoughts on that?
I don't normally think of a tomato plant as being tough, maybe resilient. I mean, you'd step on it, it died. Although I gotta say something I love about tomato plants, just the smell of the plant itself. Like, I don't know if anyone else has ever noticed this. It's in the chat, but like, aside, like tomatoes themselves have a unique smell, but just the plant itself has like an aroma coming off it that's really, I don't know, it's thick and
Yeah,
delightful.
I
It's good,
love
whatever
this.
it is.
I don't know what it is either, but I love the smell of a tomato plant. You can like, because I actually go through, like last year, I had like a tomato plant that was like 10 feet wide. It was enormous. This sucker was huge. And when I tried to pull that sucker up after it died, its root system was just as big as it. But when it was in its young stage, I would go through and like beat it and kind of shake it and then I'd smell my hands and oh my gosh, I love that. I love the smell of a tomato plant. I don't know if that's a weird thing. Maybe we're both weird. I don't know. Anybody else like the smell of a tomato plant?
I don't know why I like it, even though it makes my nose like burn and makes my not able to breathe from the smell. I still like it. I don't know why.
I love that smell. And do you know if you actually kind of thrash your tomato plants? Not
It
thrash.
literally makes my skin break out in a rash whenever I get the juice from the plant itself on me, but I love the tomatoes from it. That's the thing.
It does me too, and I'm allergic to tomatoes, but I love them and I'll eat them. But when I was a child, young, I would go out to the garden, pick them, and eat them right out of the garden, and my mouth would break out red, hives on my lips, around my mouth, everywhere the juice touched me, I was broke out. But I'd still eat them, and I still do today. But my allergic reaction today is nothing. I might get a bit of indigestion or something, but it's nothing like when I was a child. When I was a child, it really tore me up. But if you grow tomatoes, you guys, anybody that's a grower and you have trouble with your tomatoes not getting pollinated or whatever,
Oh, you need
just
Q-tips.
give them a bit of shaking. Just shake them a little bit. It's okay to beat your plants a little bit. It actually helps them pollinate. And then if you want the fruit to ripen faster, you can crush up some aspirin, put it in water, let it dissolve really good, and you can mist that on your plants, and that actually will make the fruit come to get red quicker. I don't know why. Hey, I'm going to have to step away just for a minute. I'll be right back.
Friday night, my ass. What's going on? What are we doing? Am I breaking up? That's number one.
No, you're not breaking up.
Don't break up with me, rookie. I need you.
I just can't quit you, Black Blow.
Cool. So anyway, it's Friday night. Where is everybody? Listen, it used to be the cool kids that stayed home. I'm sorry, that went out and did stuff. Now it's the cool kids that stay home and hang out like this. Talk about things, learn things together. Instead of go out and waste your money, waste your bodies on drinking, drugging, promiscuosity or whatever that word is.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
There's plenty wrong with it. Plenty.
What's
Pleasures
up?
of the flesh.
What's up, Floob?
Hi.
How you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. I just finished a movie with my loved one. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, and I apologize to everybody for going off there for a bit on gardening. I just love gardening, and I know that's super off topic of flat Earth.
It's fine. Gardening's,
Stop
that's a good
apologizing.
one. We can go down that rabbit hole. That's a fine one if we're not going to do flat Earth. That's my opinion. Gardening's good. And yes, tomato plants smell incredible. Incredible.
Yeah, they do have an excellent aroma. I have this weird weed that grows not where I live right now, but where I used to live, and it looks. I don't even know what to describe it as. Is what it looks like. But when I touch that plant, it literally smells like diesel.
Diesel? The fuel?
Yeah.
Oh.
And I'm like,
Well, I mean, you
maybe
can make fuel out of plants.
I'm thinking maybe that plant would be a good plant to plant next to other plants to deter pests. Possibly. It's a weed, as far as I know. I can't identify it. I don't know what it is.
There's only one way to find out.
How's that?
Try it out. Test your hypothesis.
Well, I mean, I'm curious what this plant is. And I don't know how to find out what it is. I've looked.
Do you know anybody who knows about botany?
No, not really personally.
Well, I bet if you do enough internet search stuff, boy, you might find something. Unless you've been doing that for a while.
I know it grows tall, really tall. I would say like it grows to about 5 feet tall, and it's got like jagged leaves, and they're like a lighter, weird green. It's not like a dark, deep green. It's not a lime green, but it's like a kind of lighter green. And when you rub your hands up the stalk and touch those leaves, your hands smell like diesel or like a skunky diesel. It's weird.
Huh. You sure that's just not marijuana? No, I'm just kidding. What you should do is...
Exactly. At first, when it was first growing, I thought it might have been. But no.
You said skunky, so it's like, well, sure.
It doesn't have the 5-leaf or 7-leaf pattern, so it's more like each leaf is its own thing. So, yeah, it doesn't have that.
A whole new world. You know what you should do? Is you should take the leaves, bunch of leaves, like...
Again.
Find the leaves that look different from each other, but on the same plant, right? Get a variety of different leaf structures, I suppose, and then look those up on the dial-up internet service that we all have.
Yeah, I should do that. Because I'm really curious what the plant's called.
Totally.
And it might be, because they in planting, there's a lot of I can't think of what this word's called, but it's like you plant this plant beside that plant because it helps that plant because it.
Yeah. Peppers and tomatoes next to each other do that.
Yeah. So yeah. I'm very curious if this weed, because it's obvious a weed, it produces no fruit as far as I know. It doesn't even flower. It's just a weird, stinky fruit. A weird sticky plant.
Where's it growing right now? Is it growing next to anything that you have going?
It's growing next to some China berry trees and cannas. Do you know what cannas are?
Yeah. So, what? Okay. And is it helping or hurting them, or do they care? Those plants?
They don't seem to care.
Okay, that's good. Hang on a sec. I'm looking up a website where you could probably go to find out.
Because I love growing food. I love growing. Oh, and my blackberry bush out at the farm where I used to live. My son lives there now, who's not taking care of anything. He's just existing there.
Okay. Who?
But
Sorry,
my
I'm
blackberry bush has got like 8 and I planted it last year from the stump, like a little bitty stalk. My blackberry bush has now got like 9 blooms on it. I'm like,
Amazing.
yeah. And
It's because you love the plants. That's why they're doing well. Hey, so in Livestream voice text, I posted a link to something called identify.plantnet.org. What you can do is you can upload pictures of these plants, and it might find your plant. I mean, try that first. That way you don't have to find a horticulturist in your area.
Yeah. I'm sure I could find one. I mean, in Texas, I'm sure there's a ton of horticulturists.
Yeah.
My son actually wanted to go to school to be a That's a hard word to say.
Horticulturist. Yeah, I have a botanist friend who went to Texas specifically to do botany, horticulture.
And specifically, my son wanted to do that because he wanted to get his license to grow weed and move up to Colorado or something. Because you actually have to have your license as a horticulturist to do that.
Well, and you should. You know what I mean? I think that if you're going to grow anything like that, especially professionally, you should definitely have a license. You're a horticulturist license for that.
Yeah. Oh, man, I clicked on the wrong thing.
Did I give you the identify? Are you going to that one right now? Because what you can do is you can put that on your phone, open it up with your phone, and then just go out and take pictures of plants. You can know everything.
It says, this link will take you to blah, blah, blah. Are you sure you want to go there? Trust this domain?
Well, it sounds like you have a security thing in place.
Oh my gosh. Literally, my son, I gotta tell you this because it's hilarious. I hadn't filed my taxes.
Since when?
In like 5 years.
That's not that bad. Okay.
But when I did file my taxes, I did it on my own. I went to the library, printed off the form, filled it out myself, and sent it off in an envelope to the IRS. And we're talking 5 years. 5 or 6 years ago.
Okay. Depends on how much you made, but yeah.
And they sent me a check for $9. And
sorry, I don't mean to laugh at that.
No, it's hilarious. It's super hilarious. But me and my husband kept it as a souvenir because we were like, well, it's going to cost. We're both going to have to get in the vehicle, we don't bank anywhere. So we were going to have to go to like Walmart or somewhere like that will cash a check, from the IRS and sign it and do all that crap. So we just kept it. And
what do you mean? That's 9 big ones, 9 smackaroos. That's $4.50 for both of you guys. That's nothing to shake a stick at now.
Well, the closest Walmart was 20 miles away.
What? Well, that's maybe the good news. I don't like Walmart anyway.
And so we would both have to go. My husband's a very introverted person anyway. He doesn't like to go to stores and shit. So, we just kept it. We kept it because we were like, well, whatever, it's $9. And every year since then, well, anyway, this year my son calls me. He's like, Mom, there's a letter from the Treasury. And me and my husband actually both had jobs this year where we made kind of a lot more money. But for 5 years, we've been living on like nothing, literally. And so I didn't even file. I never had filed. but we filed this year. And so he's like, and we're talking, this is like a month after we filed our taxes. My son is saying, hey, there's a letter here at the farm from the treasury for y'all. I'm freaking out. I'm like, oh, great. We're getting audited.
And what happened?
I go to the farm today to get the letter, open it. It's that $9 check. Again, we've been getting that check from them every year because we've never cashed it. And they're like, hey, you still haven't cashed this check.
Still have the money.
They're
Oh,
still
that's
trying
good.
to give me that $9 check from 2000 and
Never
like
cash it.
15.
Yeah, never cash it.
I'm never going to. I'm never going
Hilarious.
to.
I love it.
So I've got like 4 or 5 of those checks.
Wait a sec. Is it just 9, or could you like? So did they like cancel last year's check and then give you a brand new check with the same shit?
Yeah, that's what
every
they
year.
do.
Okay.
Because they say if you don't cash this before blah blah blah, it goes null and void. And then every year they send me another one saying, "Hey, you didn't
Well,
get
by law they
collect your
have to.
money."
By law they have to.
How hilarious is that? That I'm
That's so
making,
funny.
I'm making the IRS go through
No,
extra
they're not doing
work.
shit. It's all automated. They're not doing anything. But yeah, I mean, I get it. Funny. That is good stuff.
Oh, but I was a bit freaking out because I was like, well, shit, since we filed our taxes in 5 years, I was really freaking out that it might be like an audit letter or something.
Well, nobody wants a Wesley Snipes scenario, but they don't really, in my opinion, in my experience, they don't go after most folks who aren't doing the tax thing right. I mean, it'd just be so much work for them.
And if they did come after me, I'd fight them tooth and nail over the fact that taxes is a voluntary thing in the first place, and I'd fight them tooth and nail to it.
Don't fight anybody.
Well, I'm just saying, if it came to it and they did audit me, I believe I'd win.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't want to fight nobody, you know that. I'm a peace loving person.
Yeah, don't fight them. Just get to know your rights really well and counter
that's what I'm saying.
them. Counter them properly.
I do know my rights pretty well. I hate the fact that I have car insurance. I hate the fact that I have tags on my car.
Hey, listen, I just let's just say car insurance is a good thing to have.
Well, okay, let's just say
you know what I mean. It is, especially if you drive a lot. You know, you never know what's going to happen.
I only have liability.
I mean, that's okay. I mean, as long as you have at least liability, you know.
I want to be able to cover the other dude's shit.
Right.
You know, if something happens. But I'm a pretty smart driver, a safe driver. You know.
You know what my mom told me growing up? And she told me so much before I started driving. She wanted to beat it into my head. Kind of like they do with the Globe. She said, Sean, it doesn't matter how well you drive. Everyone on the road is out to kill you.
Well, see, I have a similar saying. It doesn't matter how well you drive. There's a ton of idiots out there.
Right. She was like, she's the kind of mom that's like, don't you fucking do that. You're better than that. She'll say some stuff like that. She'll sound like she's like a Jersey housewife, Jersey mom. But anyway, yeah. Everybody's out to get you now. And if you drive like that, you don't have to be paranoid like throughout your life. It's not a metaphor for life. It's when you're driving, man, just pay attention to everybody around you. Because they're the ones that aren't paying attention for you.
Yeah, I like literally on the way home today, I almost had 2 people hit me. 2 people. And I'm like, I had to slam on my brakes to keep from getting hit. Because people aren't paying attention. I don't know what they're doing.
It's phone stuff. It's just phone stuff. Do you know how many, like, the percentage? We can't even gauge the percentage of car wrecks, minor ones, mind you, because most of the time people are looking at their phone as they slow down and they'll get a little fender bender. But yeah, the phone stuff, like, I lived in Austin a few years ago, and it was illegal to be using your phone while driving. And you know, they only capitalized downtown because they could really only catch it, you know, downtown. They can't really pull you over while you're going 65 on the highway. I saw you use your phone. Like, how? How'd you see that? No, you didn't.
Yeah,
But anyway,
yeah.
so
Well,
yeah,
let's
and
face
so
it, they're
every
actually
time I
not
see
going
somebody,
65, they're going 80.
yeah, in Texas, yeah. Every time I see somebody using their phone and I'm slowing down, two things happen. First thing that happens is I go, "What a piece of shit." Wait a second, I do it all the time.
Oh man, I do that too. I have
You know what
to
I mean? I'm
catch
always using my phone while I'm driving like a dummy.
I have to catch myself at getting pissed off at people. You know, literally, because I try to be a very calm, peaceful person. But man,
I feel like most people do most of the time, yeah.
I have a hard time when I'm driving. And
You're in Texas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's harder in Texas. I'll tell you what. I got in a physical fight in the middle of the road one day. You know, I got beat up. I'll tell you that. I lost the fight. But we were messing with each other. It was no, dude. He cut me off, and I was sick of it. And my dad had just gotten diagnosed with cancer, and I was in a bad mood, and I drank all night the night before. So I peeled out, sped right in front of him, and slammed my brakes on so he'd hit me. And then I got out of the car, went up to his window, gave him a little smack, and I think I yelled something at him, something stupid. I don't remember what it was. And then because when I got back into my car, he was, I guess, right behind me, and he gave me a few smacks. There was blood all over my passenger seat, so he got me pretty good. And I woke up on the side of the road, talking to a cop about what just happened. So yeah, that's that.
Well, I've wanted to do that. I never do.
Don't fucking do it. I'll tell you. I had to pay over $9,000 to get that wiped off my record.
I had this black sleek.
I got lucky.
It was like I want to say it was a Cadillac, but it wasn't a Cadillac. It was just a really nice car, and they were like tailing the fuck out of me. They were like right on my butt, tailing me, and then they pulled over to the side. I was on I-20, and they pulled over to the side of me, and then they just rolled right beside me forever. And then they slowed down and got right behind me again, and
They're just trying to scare you.
They kept doing this, and then they passed me, and this car had it had a circle star, so it was some old former cop maybe, or still a cop, and they had Mason stuff all over their tail. On the back of their car, they had their square and compass. They had.
I'll tell you, man. Yeah, when I was in Texas, they did not.
I really wanted to follow them wherever the hell they were going, but they kept going, and I had to exit. And I really wanted to follow them wherever they were going and saying, "What the hell are you acting like that when you know better?"
They wouldn't let you. No, they wouldn't let you. They'd be. It's kind of like keyboard warriors, you know. They will never actually be tough in real life. Just like that guy who was following you. Listen, I was in Austin and I found out the Earth is flat, right? And so I'm living in Austin, going through this here, and I'm getting real conspiratorial and real like trying to figure out how the government's fucking everybody and this way and that, and really trying to figure it out, like, you know. And I was calling a little bit of attention to myself, and I didn't think that it was like a big deal. I was like, who the fuck am I? I'm just some conspiracy theory guy out there trying to make a stink, trying to figure out YouTube algorithms and this website's this and whatever. Post videos about it, right? And I didn't think anything of it. I went to lunch one day down the street at a restaurant real close to my apartments, and I'm in there. I'm ordering drinks and such, and I see this Ford Explorer pull up, and you can see the cars and license plates from the from inside the restaurant. It's a small Mexican restaurant. And I just take a glance at the back of this Explorer, and it's got Department of Homeland Security, a couple other tags and things on it. It's a government car. These guys get out with their, you know, pastel, awful-looking clothes, right? Khakis with the shirt tucked in and fucking gut almost busting it out. You got your aviator shades and anyway, so they bounce in and they don't order any food. They get a table in the other room, but total eye shot to me, and they're staring at me the whole fucking time while I'm eating. And I was like, is this really happening right now? Is this fucking, because I was talking like the REVOLT word. Okay, I was ready. Like, you sign me up, we're I was saying storm the Capitol. That's shit like that. And then some doofuses made it look ridiculous. But anyway, so yeah, I was like, this isn't happening. Are you kidding me? So anyway, they leave before I do. No, sorry, we left first because I went out and I got a picture of their license plate with my phone. But they were staring at me the whole time. They didn't order once. And I don't know what that was about. Now, it could have been nothing, right? Could have been me just being paranoid in the moment. But a few more things happened like that. I've been tailed by specific-looking cars, the same car a couple times in a row for about a week. And I try to do the same thing, pull over or try to get ahead of them and, lead them into a direction or whatever. And I never was able to, they'd follow me to, somewhere. I drove for DoorDash and Uber Eats, and they'd sometimes follow me to my destination to pick up food. And they just get it right on my ass, and then zing, they get into the parking lot, and some of them would creep by like they're tough. And it was just clear. It was clear as day. Like, why would someone act like that on the road if they weren't trying to, either make me talk about it like this, right? I'm a targeted individual. Right,
yeah,
but I'm not that
they're
stupid.
trying to make us sound stupid. And
Exactly, yeah. So, but there was something going on. But whatever, I don't care. It's just funny how obvious they do make it sometimes, whether or not that's on purpose.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much of it is in my imagination.
Exactly.
And so I generally just blow it off, but I really wanted to follow that car that day.
Hell yeah, dude. Oh, imagine getting up right next to their window, knocking on it, just, hey, what the fuck are you doing right now?
Yeah. And
hey, guess what?
And
whoopsie.
I'm totally that person that would do that.
Me too. Oh, shit. Hell yeah. Give me that chance. Give me that chance. Oh man. Because I've driven a lot, man. I've driven a whole hell of a lot. And I've seen a lot of things where it's like, hey, if you're following me, you're too close right now for your comfort.
I got pulled over I want to say, I don't know, 6 years ago. Maybe.
You say what now?
I got pulled over maybe 5 or 6 years ago.
For what?
Well, that's the weird thing. I left a convenience store and I was going left through a small town that has 2 lanes on each side, so 4 lanes. Mm-hmm. Okay. And I was only going a block west. I turned out of there going left, and I went across all the lanes into the far right lane because I was fixing to turn right to go to a house. And cop followed me for about 3 blocks and then turned their lights on, pulled me over.
You know how bored those cops get in those cities, though?
They said the reason they pulled me over was because I crossed too many lanes.
They can get you. Legally, they can do that. They can say you didn't signal. Hold on. They can say while in the intersection, you changed lanes and you did it without signaling. That they could get you.
But I did signal. They couldn't give me that.
No. I'm saying signal to go into the right lane.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I did signal.
So wait, you took a left and then signaled as you're taking the left, also to signal that you're going to the right, like in the middle of all that.
I did all that.
Okay.
And what if, let's say, because there was a road going straight across the road, what if I would have just went straight across? Am I crossing too many lanes then too? You know, like it's so
Well,
retarded.
I mean, I get you. No, it is very retarded. I got you there. I'm just saying that the letter of the law is. I guess I'm trying to agree with you on it. The letter of the law is so ridiculous that they would say that you illegally got into another lane, and you need to pay the city and possibly the state for that. It's fucking ridiculous.
My son had been given many tickets already for not having tags on his motorcycle that had not had tags since 2005, and he had no insurance, no driver's license, and he's still that same way since he's never had any of that stuff. He don't care. He's like, fuck it. But anyway, I was very familiar with the judge because she knew my son, and I had been going in and paying. She let him pay $2 a month on all his tickets for like 3 years to pay him off.
That's awesome.
Yeah, she's really cool. Super cool judge. And then, so when I got this ticket from this lady cop, she didn't even, the reason she pulled me over for that, she told me for crossing too many lanes illegally and all this stuff.
Yeah.
My license, I didn't know it. My license had been, anyway, my license expired for like 4 months and I didn't even know it.
That's happened to me too. Yep.
And so only thing she gave me was a ticket for my license being expired. I took it to the judge that knew me well because I've been coming there for 2 years paying all my son's tickets, you know. And she's like, girl, just go get your license renewed. This is thrown out. She threw it out immediately.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. She's either gonna. So here's what they do. Here's the judge. Judge is a banker for the state or the city, and so they're gonna make money either way, whether or not you get your license renewed and have a ticket, or just get your license renewed. So she's a good person in that she's cutting down on how much money you have to give people to remain doing the same thing you've been doing for years and shouldn't have to pay for, i.e. being alive and driving a car.
Well,
but anyway.
Since you're from Texas, you probably are familiar with the...
No, I lived in Austin for 10 years. I'm not from Texas.
I mean, you're familiar with the Texas things. If you don't have insurance and you get a ticket, there's surcharges that you have to pay to Austin on top of your ticket.
Yeah, it's bad. They try to fuck
and
you, for sure.
The surcharges are way higher even than your ticket.
Yeah.
My son...
Yeah, you don't want to get tickets in Austin.
My son had like over $1,000 worth of surcharges on top of his tickets. And when they finally passed, they just passed it like, I don't know, 2 years ago, maybe, that was illegal for them to be charging those fines on top of the tickets. And the judge lady, she was like, I'm so glad your son didn't pay on those surcharges because that was so illegal. She was so happy that they finally passed that law. She was really a cool judge. I don't know. Most people would never say that this judge is cool, but she was really cool.
Because there's a lot of cool judges out there.
Because she was like, yeah, that's bullshit. You shouldn't have to pay that kind of crap. And she was like happy that he never paid on that. Because I told him, I was like, don't pay that crap. What are they going to do? Put you in jail? You know, go to jail for a little while, pay it off, you'll be fine.
Well, and if you got a good attorney, and I don't mean it like they know the law and they're going to, not like that. I mean, like if you have an attorney that's a good person, they'll work to give you, their favorite judge for the circumstance and the most lenient, and you know what I mean? Like, and lenient judges, I mean, I don't consider them doormats. I consider those people like I said, they're bankers. They're in place specifically to take money from people for using the system that they provide, I guess, right?
Right.
Anyway. Hey, this has been a good conversation. I'm sorry. I gotta do a few things here. What'd you say?
So I'm just saying I didn't have to pay nothing on any of that.
Good.
So,
Good.
Y'all people, you got to go do some stuff, go do some stuff.
Yeah, okay. I do, but I'll be back later. But Yeah, good chatting with you, Shanna.
You too. I'll probably be gone. I got to crash out pretty quick. It's like almost midnight, or if not already.
Yeah, I
It's
hear you.
close to midnight, and I'm an early bird. I've been up early. I did a lot of crap today, man.
Well, then get some rest.
Yeah, so I can do some more crap tomorrow.
That's right, exactly. Every day.
Every day. Everybody, keep trucking. Whatever
right.
you can get done, do. I encourage everybody to plant something. Just plant something. I don't care if you have a balcony in your apartment. Go get some containers. Plant something.
You know what I've done all winter, and I didn't think I was going to be able to do it. By the way, I agree. Is I have a cherry tomato plant that I was growing cherry tomatoes with for all of last spring and summer, and I was so disappointed that I would had to have killed it or whatever, and I didn't have to. I brought it inside. Now, it's an installment, right? It's not small, but I have a big cherry tomato plant right next to my deck, so it gets sun, and it's inside in a warm area, so it's next to my deck. Yeah, and I'm south facing, so I get sun all day. So I've been eating cherry tomatoes throughout the winter in a winter climate. Yeah, it's been great.
That's super awesome. I didn't know that they would keep growing if you
Me
put them
neither.
inside.
I was like, they're probably not going to like it, but they're not as sensitive as you think. They're hardy. And yeah, that was cool.
That's very cool.
She's right, folks. Plant some stuff.
Yeah, plant some stuff. I don't care what you're working with. Just plant something.
Yep. Alrighty. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good night.
Hey, you too, man. So who else is in the chat tonight? Anybody? So y'all can't just leave me here alone to talk, because I don't work well like that.
I'm here chilling. Shannon, what's up?
What's up, Dave?
Is there anybody new to talk to in here?
Not that I know of. If they are, they haven't voiced up yet.
You want to talk to Matthew Learns? Ask him why he thinks he lives on a silly globe.
Hey, how's it going?
Shannon had some questions for you, Matthew. Go ahead, Shannon.
I have questions for Matthew. All right.
I have questions for you.
Well, you go right ahead and ask me.
It's a full moon tonight. Did you notice?
Well, it's not quite full. It's almost.
Oh, is it tomorrow? Okay, I wasn't sure.
What's your question?
What do you think the moon is?
I don't know. Never been there. I think it's a luminary. I consider it just a luminary.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
What do you think it is?
When I look at it through binoculars or a telescope, it looks like a physical object up there.
It does. It does have texture and features. But, so does my TV, right?
Right. And so a physical object would sort of obey the laws of perspective and be in a place and have a size and that type of stuff. That's why I was asking. Oh, and by the way, it's a full moon in about 14 hours.
So the reason I say my TV has, when I look at something through my TV, just like with you say you're looking through your video recorder at the moon, zoomed in, you're looking at a flat screen, but you still see textures.
Right, yeah.
So just because those things seem that way does not mean it's actually a textured subject, does it?
No, I just generally trust my eyes with seeing if it looks like a textured object, and I would assume it.
And I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying I don't know what it is. personally, I do you can you say personally you know what it is?
No, I can only say what it looks like.
Right. That's me. That's me. And I do think it does look like it is a bit 3D. It's got some 3D-ness to it. But don't you find it extremely strange that we never see any other face of the moon?
Not really. If it's always facing us, that would make sense.
Well, why would that make sense if it's spinning and we're spinning?
If it's just spinning at the same speed that it goes around us, that would make sense.
But that would be astronomically impossible for two things to be spinning. We're not cog locked together, like two cogs working together or anything. Like it would be astronomically impossible for what we're told how the world was created through scientism. That's like impossible, isn't it? Like think about that.
It'd be impossible just on its own, but if there's some physical process that makes that happen, then that could explain it.
But there's no theory of why that is physically possible. And it's literally like 1 in a gazillion fact that it would lock up like that. It's like, it's insane. It's insane.
Are you saying that nobody has a theory about why it would always show the same face, or that you don't believe their theories?
Oh, I'm sure there's many theories out there.
There's only one.
I'm sure there's many.
No, there's only one.
Well, enlighten me.
Tidal locking, it's called.
Tidal locking to one side of the moon. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Oh no, I didn't say it made sense to you. I'm saying that there's only one, and nobody has any other explanation that I'm aware of.
I mean, and that really doesn't make sense.
Sure,
I've heard that, but it's like, why would one side of the moon tidal lock if it's a ball up there? Why would only one specific face of it tidal lock to the earth, to the oceans, be pulled towards that? And why wouldn't it shift a bit every now and then? Just like when the tide shift, why wouldn't it shift too? It doesn't really make sense.
Matthew, really quickly, how did you detect the exact pull from each wave to the moon?
Okay, so now you guys are both asking questions about how the tidal locking works. I wasn't saying anything about how it works. I was just saying there is an explanation, and that there's only one main explanation. If you want to talk
that's
about
too
what
bad
that
then, isn't it? Because since you don't even know what the explanation is, what's the explanation again?
It's called tidal locking.
No, but that's just 2 words. I'm
Yeah,
talking about explain the fucking shit, or do you not even know what's going on?
Well, I think actually Matthew was agreeing that he doesn't agree with tidal locking. Correct, Matthew?
No, I think tidal locking is a good explanation.
You
You were
do?
saying, I thought you were saying there was no explanation. I was just talking about whether there is or isn't an explanation.
But you do see how it's an assumption, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, never mind. That's it. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
I don't think it's a good explanation.
Sure.
Personally.
Yeah, of course.
Because it doesn't really make sense, because as the tides go in and out, shouldn't the face of the moon change? Because that would mean it was like moving back and forth and altering it or something. But the moon faces never change.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. The typical story.
I personally don't think that the tidal waves are actually linked to the moon at all.
Got it. Yeah. So the story is that the tides are not linked to the phase of the moon, but to the position of the moon in the sky. Like if it's up high or just rising or just setting, and so on.
And I don't think it has anything to do with the moon. Period.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
I actually think it has more something to do with the North Pole pull. I think the North Pole and the magnetic field actually is what is going on with the tides. I think it's the magnetic sphere around us, whatever.
Yeah, I see. So would
And and when I say sphere, I'm talking about any magnet you lay, you're going to get a circle around that magnet. But that magnet is working on a flat plane. So, but the magnetic sphere is different. The magnet is a flat thing, and you have this magnetic sphere. And I really think that the magnet, are you familiar with DC and AC currents and how they work and stuff? I think these things pull this way and that way, and I think that's where we get our tides from. Something like that. I don't know.
I see. So here's part of the reason why people think it might be connected to the moon, because the tides go on a cycle of 27.3 days. And it happens to be the same number of days of the phases of the moon. So that's why people think that they're connected.
Well, what if the moon is linked to this magnetic? What if it's not the same? I don't know how to put this, Dave.
Yeah, what if they're both affected by the same other cycle? Is what you're suggesting? Yeah, that could be. Yeah, obviously correlation does not imply causation, right?
Right. So I really think I think a lot of it is the magnetic field. That's just me personally. Anybody else want to chime in? Go right ahead. I'm sure a lot of people in my community of flat earthers don't agree with everything I say. So, but I still love them and they love me. I generally hope they do. I'm on the fringe of flat earth. Because I don't agree with everybody about a lot of stuff. So, but always happy to talk to somebody that's questioning their reality, because I think it's always good to constantly question your reality, Matthew.
Yeah, well, I'm on the fringe of most compared to most of the people in the server also.
Well, I have considered myself a flat earther since 2016. But at the same time,
what brought you to flat earth? What was the catalyst that started it all?
Well, it's kind of a long story, but interestingly enough, I did not go down the rabbit hole like most people to come to flat earth. I wasn't a conspiracy theorist. I was just a homemaker. Okay, I lived at home, and my husband worked, took care of me, and he started watching some JFK videos and looking into the assassinations, and he went down the rabbit hole and got to the point of flat earth. And because I grew up as a Christian, super Bible bumper type person, and I had listened to him listening to all kinds of crazy videos, and I just kind of ignored it, whatever. I was like, whatever. He's like listening to some stupid shit. And one night he came to me, he's like, babe, I just want you to go read Genesis 1 without thinking about any of your preconceived notions that you've been taught that the earth is a globe. Just go read it and with an open mind, And I did. I went and read it. And literally immediately I was like, wow, my entire life I've read this without seeing all of these different things in this chapter, this one chapter that tell me that this earth is not what I've been told.
Interesting. Okay.
Because first off, I didn't actually understand when I was reading straight through it, because most people when they read the Bible they just read it and they don't really glean from it. And he put me to the test, said, "Hey, please read this." And so I did, because he's my husband. He's asking me to do this. And I was like, okay, if you're asking me to do this, because he's not a Bible thumping reading person. So if he's asking me to do this, I feel there's a real good reason why he's asking me to do this, okay? And I never really thought about what the firmament was. I never really thought about terra firma, what that was. I just read through it quick. Never really put two thoughts into it. And when those things were made, and when I was reading it, and I realized that the sun, moon, and stars weren't created till the fourth day, I think. It was either the third or fourth day. Now I can't even remember. I think it was the fourth day.
Yeah, you're right. The fourth day.
That there was light before that. So there's light. So this is why I have a whole different theory on light and how we see things. But the sun, moon, and stars were placed inside the firmament, which was the expanse over the earth. And that right there just told me I gotta start looking into this. So immediately I was like, yeah, babe, you might be onto something. And so I started studying it, and here I am, But that was my kind of wake up call for me. So why are you here?
I just like hearing different perspectives and hearing what people say.
Well, that's why I'm asking you. What's your perspective? You say you're on the fence, kind of.
Nope, not at all. I'm not on the fence. Straight up mainstream science, globe believer, 100% Bible believer, so on.
Well, I am a straight up Bible believer as well. I'm not a straight up science. I am a straight up science believer, but I'm not a straight up scientism believer. A lot of these things that are taught as science are not actually true science, because the scientific method, a lot of these things that they say are science, proven science, have not actually been put through the scientific method of being proven. So they're theories, and they're not fact or law, I should say. Because if something's put through the scientific method, it becomes a law. And
Yes.
gravity has never been proven through the scientific method. It is still a theory. It's never became a law.
Correct. Hold that thought. Gravity is still just a theory. I want to ask Matt a question real quick. Matt, do you think science can ever be 100% settled on anything?
No.
Really?
I do. I actually do.
Hold on.
Okay.
Well, then we have to have a conversation. But I just wanted to see what Matthew thought about that. So let me just sum this up for those of us like me who aren't the smartest. He's a Bible believing, Big Bang believing, right?
No, I don't necessarily think God used the Big Bang.
But you do believe it's a planet in outer space?
Yes.
Oh
then
man,
they,
you're really mixed up, aren't you?
No, I'm with about 95%.
No, you're really mixed
of
up.
all.
Okay, go ahead, Shanna. Sorry, go ahead, Shanna.
So I'm curious, Flob. You don't believe that something can actually be scientifically proven?
No, I don't. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like a consensus. Like if you have 100% of scientists continually agreeing with shit, that's
no. That's not what I'm talking about.
that's not science. You got to be able to question something past when someone says, "Hey, I got it all figured out." Then you say, "Yeah, but do you? Let's do the scientific method. Let's do some other stuff real quick, just to make double sure." And then a lot of times, that person or that study wasn't on the point that it thought it was. We found a new way with the scientific method. So yes, I agree.
Okay.
You can prove something with science, but if there's ever like science isn't settled, you feel me? You can't just say we're stopping that. It's done. There's nothing else to learn or figure out. Like I don't think so. That'll never.
Right.
To me, that's never going to happen.
Well, I'm just saying, like, scientifically, if you go through the scientific method and you can prove something over and over and over, I do feel that things should be settled. But yeah, if you want to come along later and try to dispute that and question it, I think that's awesome because people should always prove things to themselves that is actually a law.
I hear you.
Okay.
I hear you.
But yes, I do think that there are many things that through the scientific method have been proven law.
And there are things that are indisputable too. There are laws, yeah, that defy even science, because science is still a philosophy. So there are facts even outside of that. But yeah, I'm with you.
Because like the science of physics, and because a lot of people, they just like to hold science into like one little box of weird stuff. A lot of people do, but science is not just held to like biology or there's a ton of
It's
different.
a method. Yeah.
And so you can apply this throughout a lot of different aspects of life. So the science of physics, some of us might not understand this, but the law of pulleys and levers and weights, these things have been proven to be able to help us lift more weight with less energy. Okay. This right here is a law of physics, correct? You understand what I'm saying?
Even scientific laws can change in the light of new evidence.
But things
Nothing
like
is
what
settled.
I'm talking about is things that you can't necessarily change. Some things like, well, if I have 4 pulleys up and down, up and down, up and down, and I have a rope so long and I pull it, I will be able to lift 1,000 pounds with very little energy. You know what I'm saying? These are proven scientific methods, if you will. I don't know. Am I making any sense?
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying.
I'm just saying that there are some things in life that people do experiments with that prove this is how this works. Now, when it comes to the globe, there's really zero evidence, and I beg any Globie to come in here and give me some evidence such as what I'm talking about with an experiment like what I just gave an example of how they could prove the Earth is a globe.
Sure, tonight's moon will be the same apparent size all night. It's a full moon.
Yes. Well, it's not quite full yet. It'll be full tomorrow.
Well, it'll at noon tomorrow.
It's it's almost full.
Yeah. Okay, tomorrow night. Tonight or tomorrow night. It'll be about the same.
I took a picture of it today when the sun wasn't quite set or quite away. I don't like to say set. The sun was almost away, and the moon was already, I don't know, a good fingertip or two knuckles up in the sky, and it looked almost full. And I was like, the sun's still in the sky and the moon's almost full, like. But anyway, I don't even know what I'm trying to say there. I don't believe that the sun illuminates the moon. I believe, just like the Bible says, they each have their own light and their own glory.
Nothing in science is completely settled because you can always have new evidence that can change the science theories and laws.
Well, I just think that one of the prolific references to the Earth's shape in the Bible is when it says the Earth takes shape like clay under a seal. I also think it's interesting. Well, I mean, aside from that, Matthew, I actually wanted to have a more intimate conversation with you. As I've made new revelations, I'd much rather have a private conversation with you at some other point when you're free.
Sure, that sounds super interesting. Could you tell me like one or two sentences what it's about, so I can know what to remind you about, like
The
without
history
going
of
into the whole thing? Sorry, say it again.
The false dichotomy between science, mainstream science versus us, and the historical context behind heliocentrism.
Got it. Yeah, it sounds interesting.
Hey, welcome back,
Yeah.
Elijah.
Hey.
And you don't sound like a robot anymore.
For now, at least.
And I know how that goes because my internet goes in and out, and I sound like a robot sometimes. So I'm glad you're back. I wish I could remember what we were talking about when you had to leave.
I mean, it's the same thing I've been talking about, and the thing I want to talk about with Matthew, except I don't want to have the conversation in public because I mean everything that I've said with Matthew has been genuine up to now. The first conversation we ever had, when I was telling him about the observations we did about the sun, the observation of my views on the moon, and all of that stuff. Like these were things that I was just coming to in the moment, and he happened to come around during those times where I was asking certain questions, and now I've discovered new things, and it's given me new perspective. It actually has to do with the history of heliocentrism itself. So, but that's not something where I want to actually make a spectacle or try to. I don't want any of those feelings behind anything when I have this conversation, because like I've said time and time again, I actually like Matthew. And,
I do too. I like Matthew. He seems like a genuine person that wants to actually be here for a open discussion. Matthew, I'm very grateful for you to be here and that you're actually not one of these people that come in here trying to be a jerk. You're literally here to have a discussion.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't consider it my place to try and convince anybody. I'm sort of a teacher at heart, so I'd be happy if people understand a little bit more about my perspective, and if I understand a little bit more about your perspective. So
that's the best way for us to get together and learn from each other. I really love gleaning things from another person. So I appreciate you coming to this platform with a very open heart to discuss things and not get upset when somebody says something to you, because a lot of people get upset when we discuss these things.
I already learned something from you. Earlier you said you don't like to use the word the sunset, but that it goes away. I don't think I've heard anybody use that terminology before. I think that's interesting.
Yeah, I call it the sun away.
So let me ask you a question about that. People in the Gulf of Thailand right now, when they look up, the sun's directly above them. But if you were to go outside in the middle of the night, I assume for you, and if we were standing outside your house out in the dark, and I said, "Hey, where do you think the sun is?" Which direction would you point? Like above the horizon, below the horizon?
I would point. I would probably point kind of northwest of me.
Got it. And then by the morning, it ends up swinging around to the east where it rises.
Yeah, I would point to the. I would point to the northeast.
Oh yeah. So there's another question. Instead of sunrise, what would you call it?
Sun up.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. Sun. Hello, awakened sun. I don't know. I don't even know because I've been trying to work on my language, period, all across the board of using my language differently than. But that's so hard. Literally, it's so hard because I've been trying to like break my language up where I'm not casting spells. Because we're taught to speak a certain way, and I've been trying to speak precisely in a way where I'm articulating what I want to say, but not use it. I've been trying to say it in different ways. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I think it's super important to make sure that everybody's on the same page if you're trying to communicate using language. It's sort of a shared understanding of what certain words mean, I guess. What do you mean by casting spells?
Well, I believe the American language is very different from a lot of languages, and I think it might have been invented for a purpose of literally casting spells.
I must confess I've never heard that before.
I don't know, but I know that words have a way of eliciting emotional responses.
Well, and even in
Or
our language, when we talk about a word, you say, "How do you spell that?" We're spelling. It's called spelling.
And cursive.
And cursive, yeah. Although they don't teach cursive in schools anymore, which I find fascinating.
None of that is really remarkable.
Well, it's not remarkable, but I do think that there's something to it.
Well, I was trying to, because I was saying that sometimes words have a way of eliciting certain emotional responses, especially when, I mean, for whatever reason, whether it be implanted or whether you're inundated by some media source, there are a lot of times where words will trigger emotional response where, because today I was having a conversation and I forget what word it was, but my friend Gregory used this word and I realized there's a difference between thinking you know a word and letting it take you emotionally to the point where you have to disrupt the person speaking to attack based on how that word makes you feel. And instead, when I stopped and I listened to what he was saying in the context he used, I said, actually, I just learned something by disengaging my emotions based on what I thought I knew about the word. And as you explained and you put it in context, it actually educated me and kind of undid the spell. Meaning I didn't have this reaction because actually we use words to communicate something so that when you're relaying a message to someone, they understand your meaning. But words are used to trigger responses instead of getting people engaged in information going back and forth, which I thought was interesting. I don't know if that really makes sense. Maybe
No,
I can
that
explain it better at
that
another
that
time.
makes a ton of sense, man. That makes a ton of sense. And if you
So
actually,
I'll give a better example of a word having power over you. That's what I think battle cries are, or when you're chanting, or when you having these, like, there are certain songs that you'll sing over and over when you're marching to war. And the thing is, I know that I had a word that my father taught me, told me if I was ever afraid and I needed courage, that I use this word and it'll help me. And I used it to be physical, to get physical with people that I got into fights with. And I went from someone who was afraid, who thought about consequences. What if I got hurt? What if they got hurt? What if something permanent happened? What if someone loses an eye? What if someone breaks a nose or loses teeth? These kinds of things. And I say this word, and I'm no longer attached to any of that logic or reason. And I only have one purpose that was set up in my understanding of why I'm using this word. So the moment I use this word, I'm now I put myself into this mental space where I'm not logically thinking, because that's not necessary. I'm acting upon what I previously, um, what I previously, I'm acting on what, ultimately what I'm trying to say is, when using this word, it stripped me of having to think, because it was supposed to trigger an emotion that allowed me to be courageous enough to protect myself or defend myself. And that's one of the most obvious examples that I can think of when it comes to words having power over you.
what's this word?
It doesn't matter.
No, it kind of does.
Not really, because there's poetry and then there's function. That's why I like this guy named.
Hey, listen,
That's why I
I'm
like this
curious.
guy by the name of
Why don't you want to share
Dr.
your
Greg.
word? Why don't you want to share your power word?
Well, it doesn't matter, right? Because if I'm
Well,
saying
it does
no,
matter. It
then
matters to you.
no. What I'm saying is, if I'm saying no, then that's the end of it, right?
Well, I
It
get
may
that.
matter to me, and it may be that you want to know. But when a person is stern and saying no, thank you, there's nothing you can do but accept it.
That's so true. That's very true. But that doesn't mean I'm not still curious. I want to know.
Sure. Okay.
Because
Roll a persuasion
I
check.
do believe there's superpower in the word, in the spoken word. I mean,
No, there's not. There's only
it,
power in the word that you give it. That's the whole point of what I was saying.
well, the world was spoken into existence.
Well, you and I are talking about two different things then. I mean, because while that's that, I understand why you're saying that, but it's non sequitur to what I was saying. Because I don't think with words I'm able to create like the creator was.
No, I don't
Because
think
I'm
so.
definitely not gonna.
No, I don't think so either. But I do believe there's power in words because the fact that the creator
Yeah,
spoke
the
words
power
and the
that I
world
detailed
was.
in a very coherent way, and it really
And
didn't have to do with getting worried about what the word was. It was more about how
your
these
thought,
things
it
function
was
in our
more about
mind.
your thought.
Well, I'm gonna go on mute.
Okay. All right. You know, I think I remember what we were talking about before you had to go off. We were talking about Hebrew dialectic and older scripture languages and stuff about and you did somewhat agree with me of trying to stay more to the truest language you could find, the oldest language you could find about talking about certain things. You know, that's where we were when you had to get cut off because you were sounding like a robot. I don't know if you want to come back in and talk about any of that. And Matthew, as a Bible thumper yourself, have you ever studied any of the Paleo Hebrew? I don't even know if Matthew's still here. You still here, Matthew? Matthew? Did I get muted?
No, you're not muted. I love the sound of your voice. You remind me of my aunt. Sounds like my aunt.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Is she from the South?
No, just you just sound like her. I don't know if it's really your accent. It's not your accent, just the way you talk. You sound like my aunt.
Yeah, maybe just my pause and whatever how I talk.
Yeah.
Is your aunt an alcoholic?
No, no.
I'm sorry. I said that jokingly because I have had a few margaritas.
That's right.
So
whatever you do it to the fullest. You know what I mean?
So I say that because I was like, well, does your aunt slur a little bit?
Yeah, she does a little bit sometimes, but not because she doesn't drink though. Or if she drinks, she'll drink like a glass of wine, like maybe on an occasion or something. But she made me realize that she got some surgery, and then the doctor gave her a bunch of Vicodins, and then once her prescription was gone, she's telling him how bad her joints and everything hurt. And I'm like, yeah, because they were giving you an opiate and you're withdrawing from it. She didn't even understand. I explained it to her, and she's like, oh my god.
Oh yeah, I just actually seen a meme today. It was a meme about cancer, and it said, "Hang on, I need to mute for just a minute. Give me a minute." I'm sorry.
All right.
I seen a meme today, and it's not a funny meme. It was a serious meme. You know how those go back and forth. And it said,
Yeah.
what if cancer is actually not trying to kill you and it's trying to heal you?" Which I totally agree with this. Is that what a tumor might be, a cancerous tumor around your cell structures, actually, like say you get a splinter in your finger and it gets a pus pocket around it, you know. That pus pocket is not a bad thing. It's there to eliminate that splinter, correct?
Yep.
It's trying to fight that splinter off. So what if you've got some cells that are misbehaving in your body and it puts out a bag around those cells and it's like really trying to fight that cell in your body? Well, shouldn't the proper course just let your body do its thing? Because, you know, truly, chemotherapy is really just pretty much kills all of your cells. It literally, chemotherapy annihilates every biological thing in your body to try to fight off anything.
Yeah, it does.
And so, you know, I actually truly believe that this meme was correct, that cancer is just your body trying to fight off something in your body that's not properly functioning. Let it do its thing. It will do its thing and it'll be okay. Ignore it. Ignore it. Let it do its thing. I haven't been to the doctor in over 20 years.
Right, that's right. I'm with you on that, dude. I haven't been to the doctor since I was forced to as a little kid. You know. You know what? I really believe that cancer and all this stuff didn't start coming out till radio frequencies were starting to be introduced to the public. You know.
Have you ever heard of the book called The Invisible Rainbow?
I think my mom has it. My mom actually had cancer back in the early '90s. They gave her like a 13% chance of living, and they wanted to get her on chemotherapy and everything. And she said that she didn't know anything about it, but she instantly had like a vision of poison going in her, and so she never got it. She went down to Mexico and got alternative like all natural medicine, and down there in Mexico, no chemotherapy, and after like 2 years, the cancer completely went away.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Yeah.
Turned a lot of people onto that. Like people that I know whose like parents or whatever have cancer. He's like, introduce them to the doctor or like give them the hookup to the doctor down there. And it's way cheaper down there too. It's a trip. But that stuff's illegal up here. I don't want to talk too much about, that stuff too much because, you know what I mean?
Oh, I know what you mean. I know what you mean because yeah, medical misinformation. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Literally, I really think that chemo actually kills people more than it helps them.
Oh, for sure. For sure it does.
And I mean, pretty much just like AZT, you remember that shit that they gave the people that supposedly had AIDS?
I've heard something about it. Yeah.
Most of those people didn't have anything. They just had a sickness. Maybe they had a cold, and because they were giving that the same PRZ, what is it, PRC test that they are using today. They were using that same crap back then, the same test to diagnose AIDS.
Yeah.
And,
yeah. You're right.
And so, yeah, you might have a little bit of a cold. If you've got any kind of illness, you're going to test positive to that PRC test. Anything, no matter what you got, you're going to test positive. And so they were doing these tests back in the 70s and 80s, or the late 70s and early 80s. And all these people were testing positive because they thought, oh, well, this is a test for only AIDS. And now they're using it a test for only jabba dabba.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So it's the same
testing microphone.
It's the same test. It's the exact same test. How can they be using the same test for something from the 80s for something today. It's not been modified. It's the exact same test. And the guy
Yeah.
that invented it, that test, said this
Mhm.
is not a test to prove whether you're sick or not. This is just a test to see if you have antibodies. It was just because if you have antibodies in your body, that means you're sick in some way. It doesn't prove you have a certain sickness. It proves you are sick in some way. You might have parasites. You might have anything. It just proves that you have antibodies in your body trying to fight off something in your body. But then Dr. Fauci comes up with AZT drug and he kills thousands of people and they're like, "Oh my gosh, AIDS is so bad. It's killing all these people." Well, they weren't dying from this so-called AIDS. They were dying from the medication that was giving to them, which is a form of chemotherapy somewhat. And then they
Yeah.
would
Notice the first two letters you just said.
I'm sorry, what?
The first two letters in the acronym you just spelled out. Think about that. You know the
I
AI. AI, you know?
yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
You know what AI is in the alphabet?
I know what A is.
A is 1 and I is 9. Yeah.
911.
Or, something 19. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
yeah. Oh, I never made that connection.
It's just a
Yeah.
coincidence. It's not a real connection. There's nothing to
Yeah.
it.
Sure.
I mean,
Sure.
Nah, what up, man?
Hey, listen.
I just watched your video, your
Oh, did you
response
like it?
video.
It's
It was
funny, huh?
it was
You didn't watch
interesting.
mine?
No, I like the part where you said squeeze ants into grape juice or something like that. That's
Yeah,
pretty clever.
that's right. Yeah. Thank you, bro. I did it for you, Matt. It's all
Thanks.
for you, man.
But my point with the AZT thing and cancer is that the fact that people went to the doctor because they had some kind of symptom. They tested them for this, they tested them for that, and then they told them they had something, and then they treated them, and that treatment is what killed them. And I think that's the same thing with cancer. This is why I don't go to the doctor. If I start feeling sick, like I might not be breathing well, or my lower abdomen hurts and I feel like I might be getting a bladder infection or something, I drink a ton of vinegar. Literally, I drink a lot of vinegar, and immediately those symptoms are gone the next day.
You know what I think would make everybody healthier is if people went barefoot on the ground more.
I do that every
Rejuvenates your
day.
white blood cells. Yeah, I do too.
I walk around all the time with no shoes. Of course, when I'm at work, I have shoes on, but as soon as I get home, that's the first thing comes off is the bra and then the shoes.
Yeah, right. Hey, those bras that have the metal wire in them are bad for women. You know that?
Yeah.
Just like the metal spring mattresses. You know what I mean?
It's only bad because it can cause some scar tissue up in your armpit and also mess with your lymph nodes up underneath your armpits and stuff.
Oh, you know what? You know why it's bad though? Is because metal's a conductor of electricity, and it's a conductor of electromagnetic frequencies, right? So anytime there's electromagnetic frequencies around, which basically, especially if you're in a workplace environment, it's pretty much guaranteed that they're going to be around, right? So that's a conductor of it, and it's right next to your heart.
I try to wear when I say I take my bra off as soon as I get home from work, I try to wear a I don't know what they're called. It's the old school bikini, you know,
Oh, yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
where it ties around the neck and ties around the back.
Yeah, yeah,
The string bikini. That's what I wear as my bra.
yeah.
It's way more comfortable. A lot of ladies don't like it because it goes over their neck, but I but I'm thinking that's because they try to tie their tits up way too high. I let that shit hang down low. I don't care. Let that put it where it's supposed to belong, and it still keeps it in place. You know, that's what I wear, and
That's right.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I'm pretty laid back, low key person. I'm like I really and most of my clients, they don't care what I wear to work. I
What
literally
kind of work do you do?
what?
What kind of work do you do, if you don't mind? You don't have to say it if you don't want.
I clean houses.
My mom does that too.
Yeah, I clean houses. I do some yard work here and there, you know.
Yeah, that's cool.
My husband works at a melting plant where they work with metal. He's
Okay.
he's not in the melting plant part of it. He actually is at the very beginning of the line where they make the sand molds that go inside the molds. And
Yeah,
that means he's making the sand molds that sit inside the molds so that the inside's open.
yeah,
And so
that's cool.
yeah, he's been doing that for about 6 months.
Okay.
He didn't work for 10 years. He had 3 heat strokes working on a drilling rig. And so I took care of him for about 10 years with my cleaning houses. But now he's taking care of my ass again. So
That's cool.
I can kind of lay back. That's why I've been planting all my plants and getting some stuff done in the yard, you know.
Yeah, that's right.
And I'm super
Yeah,
happy.
I supported my girlfriend for 7 years, right? And now the situation is reversed. Like she got all this money from the, I don't want to say the word, but from the such and such unemployment bill, and then the such and such rent relief. You know, the C word. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now she just paid. We owed like 6 months of rent, so she just dropped like $7,000 for the rent. Paid like, you know, the trash bills or the water bills and all this stuff. Like me personally, if I didn't have water or electricity or anything, I'll just use candles, and I go every day to the ocean, and I bathe in the ocean, and I could care less about Wi-Fi and trash. I just use minimal trash, and when I do, I'll just put it in bags and then drive it and dump it behind the grocery store in the dumpster. But that's me. That's me by myself. Like I can live without all these like little, you know, these
Yeah.
little fancy things like
I'm like
electricity.
that too. I'm super weird. I'm super weird. My husband, he's like, we need to get a trash pickup out here. And I'm like, no, I'll work it. Because
Yeah.
I'll throw that shit in my back seat of my car. I'm like, you know, I go to Walmart.
Yeah,
I
for
I
sure.
always I always park by the basket thing and there's a trash can there. I'm like, I can throw shit in there every day that I go to town. You know,
Yeah.
it's cool. I got this. And I've never had to pay for trash pickup. And I'm like, I'm super thrifty. I'm weird. I'm a super weirdo. Like literally, I'm a weirdo. I think I'm a weirdo. But that's okay. I don't care.
Yeah, I feel like an alien compared to people I'm around in everyday today, like activities and settings. You know, especially like as soon as anybody says the word globe or planet, I'm just like I tune them out.
Yeah,
My
I'm
mom's
like,
always
I'm
like,
done with you.
some sort of baby. I'm like, nah, they said the word globe. I'm tuning out from what they're saying at this point. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's like
I
somebody throwing the
know.
word Santa Claus or something into a sentence when they're being serious. You're like, dude, are you serious? Like, imagine if everybody, instead of believing in the globe, believed in Santa Claus, right? And everything they
That's how
like,
laughable it is. That's how laughable it is.
Yeah, dude, it's just like that. Like everybody said Santa Claus, like everybody depended on this mythical creature for like their measurements and like their time frame schedules and their calendars. You know, there's Santa Claus through them.
But on a weird note, I am actually trying to adhere to the biblical calendar.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, dude. I've been working on a calendar for a while now, and you know what? I've come to the conclusion. This is just my own, from what I've picked up, is that the zodiac calendar where it starts in Aries, right? Well, I think that's actually the beginning of the real year is like around March 22nd.
Well,
Right when Aries starts.
as far as I know, this year, the first day of the actual year fell on April 1st this year.
I mean, it's a possibility. It could be any time around that time, you know?
But it changes every year. It changes every year because it has something to do with, from my understanding, the first is when the moon is a small little crescent in the evening hours, you know?
Yeah.
When it's going away from you. When
Yeah.
it's a tiny crescent, the next day is the first day of the year. I mean,
okay.
or the month or whatever, but that happened on April 1st this year.
Yeah.
And it has to either happen within 1 week of the summer solstice or whichever time the moon phase happens closer to the summer solstice. So if the moon is like that crescent 3 days before the summer solstice, that's the beginning of the new year. If it happens a week and a half after the summer solstice, that's when is the first day of the year. So it kind of varies, you know.
Yeah. So
Hey.
have you seen the Rome? Oh, go ahead, Matthew.
I wanted to ask. I was just curious more about the videos you make, but after you guys are done talking about this.
Okay.
Oh, I'm done talking. I'm done talking about it. I think it's interesting that because I don't like to follow the Gregorian calendar. So
Yeah, for sure not. You know, have you ever seen the Roman coin that says EID and then there's a space and it says MAR on it?
No. What's the MAR?
MAR is March. So the EID, it stands for the Ides of March, but it's abbreviated. EID and then MAR. Ides of March. It's on the old Roman coin with Augustus Caesar on it, right? So that coin is from, they say they date it back to like sometime like very like right before Christ crucifixion or right after. You know, time basically our calendar splits with BC and AD, right? Well, nothing in BC. Well, in BC, nobody counted backwards in time, so we've been hidden. All that their calendars and everything have been hidden from us, right? Well, the Ides of March is March 15th, right, and exactly 1 week before the 22nd. So, if you reverse the letters on that coin, EID MAR, you have Ram Die, and Ram is the Aries symbol, right? So Ram Die
is a sacrifice.
Yeah, so you know how they invert everything. Everything's inverted or the opposite of, right? Well, it's not really the death of the ram, it's the birth of the ram. Just like how Skull and Bones has a skull and bones, which is significant of somebody who's dead, right? But if that's the first day of the year, it actually symbolizes the beginning of something. So Brutus is the one that killed Caesar, right? He was warned about it, and then he died on the Ides of March, right? He killed Caesar, and that's a week before Aries, right? So I've been noticing how the elite will often put an FE or a 6-5, which is FE in the English alphabet and stuff. So I think February is the last year of the month, and they've actually put it in plain sight to clown us. February is spelled FE, like flat Earth, and then you have Bru for Brutus, and then Aries right there. It's all right there, and they encode it in the actual things that we use every day, words that we use every day, we take for granted that we don't really understand the true meaning of. You know?
Wait. I can't say that March itself is the first day of the month, first of the year, because it does fluctuate. But if you go just to our October, let's just say October. What is October?
Eight
is 8.
Yeah, 8.
So October is 8. November would be 9.
Yep.
December would be 10.
Yeah.
January would be 12, and February would be 1.
No, January would be 11.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. I said I've had a few margaritas.
Yeah. I don't think the
Anyway,
months start. They don't
I'm just
start right.
saying.
I think they start in the middle, though. Towards the middle or the end is when it. You know what I mean? Like they're broken down.
My point is that they've screwed up all of these months because they were like, well, we need to insert all, like, for instance, August. August was inserted in there for August. He was an emperor, you know.
Yeah, Justice Caesar.
He was like, well, I want a month for myself, and so they put him in there. So a lot of these months of our calendar has been totally screwed up with. The entire calendar has been incredibly screwed up with. But sometimes the beginning of the year falls in March, and sometimes it falls in April.
Yeah.
It varies. It really varies. And this has to do with the moon and the seasons.
Just real quick, the calendar is not necessarily screwed up. It's a plan. It's a script. It's being followed very carefully.
Oh, it's been totally screwed up.
Do you think it's possible that February has nothing to do with Flat Earth, Brutus, and Aries? That it's just a coincidence?
I did not understand that question. I'm sorry.
The fact that February starts with the first two letters FE might just be a coincidence. It might have nothing to do with FE being flat Earth.
That's true. It might not.
Well, I've actually never looked into where the name February came from. I'm curious if anybody in here has. That's a very interesting question because it is the 1 month we have the leap year, which is weird. So I'm curious if anybody has any information, if they've ever studied into February. That would be interesting to actually know. Knock, knock. Anybody here in Flat Earth ever looked into that? I've never looked into that. It's a great question.
Have you ever thought maybe the whole thing with Ides of March and Caesar dying and the that being around the time of between BC and AD, and then the Gregorian calendar coming out, all has to do with hiding the fact that the Earth is flat and creating a whole new system for us?
No, I think it's a complete coincidence. I don't think they have anything to do with each other.
Well, Matthew, you don't even think that the Earth is flat, so
I think
of course you're not
I think it has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, for sure. It's the biggest secret on Earth, and it's. I think nothing has gone through the extent that they've gone through over a long amount of time and money and death. Imagine how many people died and how many trillions of dollars and how you know what I mean. Like the length that they've gone to hide that from us. For what? Why? Because obviously, if we understood the true nature of Earth and the way the heavenly bodies worked and everything, we might come to understand like how to access power through ley lines, how to get recharged how we're supposed to on certain days, like all these things that would make us more powerful. Probably we'd probably live twice as long, maybe even longer. Who knows? You know. But it obviously has something to do with shortening our lifespan and just keeping us compliant and not understanding the power that we truly could have. You know.
You know, I actually think that's why, and this is why I'm trying to get back into the Old Testament feast days. I think that these feast days have something to do with what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Where if you are observing these days and doing your fast or whatever calls upon that day, I think it actually does bring you energy of some sort. Because I trust the Father. He doesn't want to hurt us. He wants us to thrive. He wants us to thrive. And so I do trust that these Old Testament things that people think have been done away with, I don't think they've been done away with. I think, well, like when Yahusha was crucified, he was saying, I did not come to do away with these things, but to fulfill them. He fulfilled them. And we're still supposed to keep these things. I actually believe we're supposed to still keep these things. And I'm not Jewish. I'm not Jewish, you guys. Please don't say I'm Jewish. I mean, I may have some Jewish lineage in me somewhere. I don't even know. I have no clue. But I do think that keeping these feast days and like the trumpets and all of these things, actually, when we do these things, I think we actually possibly pull energy.
Yeah.
I don't know this as a fact. I'm just saying it's very possible that the Father put these things in place for us as believers to pull things from the earth to help us.
Yeah, for sure. Everything we need is right here, you know?
Absolutely. And like I said, I asked y'all earlier when I was like, I planted 87 seeds today. Please pray that my seeds and every seed I planted, I asked the Father to bless them. And, I hope every single one of them sprouts out because I'm not growing these seeds just for myself, you guys. I'm growing these seeds for my neighbors all across wherever whoever might need something, because I know we can all see things happening and food might become scarce soon. So I'm just trying to do my part to help my neighbor. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's cool. I wish you were my neighbor.
And that's why I tell everybody, please just plant something. Even if you live in a balcony apartment, put some potted plants out. Grow a tomato plant.
Cannabis is going to be gold.
Cannabis is going to be gold. Listen, every Saturday I go down to my liquor store and I buy either a bottle of Fireball or vodka. Every Saturday I go buy buy one bottle of some kind of liquor because I know that's going to be a pretty good bartering thing as well.
No doubt. No doubt. Yeah.
And so I do. But at the same time, I'm like, damn, I gotta stop drinking that shit because I'm drinking my commodity.
Right.
But literally, you guys, everybody needs to be thinking, and this is no fear porn. Okay, I'm not saying this is fear porn. Lighters, paper goods, whether it be paper plates, cups. These are things, even if you don't use them. You remember back in 2019 when everybody was freaking about toilet paper?
Yeah.
I literally was like, what's going on? Because every time, literally every Friday, I would go buy groceries, and every single time I bought groceries, I bought this 12 pack of toilet paper, which is like kind of like Scott's toilet paper. So it's not like your soft, cushy Charmin or anything, but that toilet paper lasted forever. And every single week in from 2017, I had been buying this toilet paper every week. At the end of the week, when I got my paycheck, I bought that toilet paper, and it was a 12. And I literally, when that toilet paper shit happened, I told all my family, if you don't have toilet paper, come over here and grab some because I got a ton of it.
Ain't no party like a TP party.
I probably had like 180 rolls of toilet paper.
That's right.
And it wasn't because I was trying to stockpile it. It was just because I got in the habit of buying one of those 12 packs every week. And I got on to my husband and my son for using too much toilet. I was like, listen, man, there's way too much toilet paper in that trash bag. I know y'all don't need that much. So I got onto them and they started using less to wipe with. I was like, you go wash your hands. It's okay. You know?
You told him you're using way too many napkins, huh?
Yeah, I was like, dude, you don't need to use half a roll of toilet paper to wipe your ass. And so, but I was used to buying that much toilet paper, and it started stacking up. And I wasn't doing it to like prepare. So when that toilet paper crap hit, I had literally over 180 rolls of toilet paper. And I told my family, if you need toilet paper, come on over and get some, you
You're
know?
balling out of control. You know what I
And
mean?
I just want to put this into everybody's head is if you can grow something because you have no idea what is in front of you. I wasn't buying toilet paper because I was scared I was going to run out of toilet paper. And I'm planting plants because I'm scared I might not be able to find those foods on the shelf in a couple of months.
Well, if they are on the shelf, they're probably GMO'd out the game. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You know what I
And
mean? I gotta
if
love
it's
those GMOs.
even if it's GMO, yeah, it will be food in your belly.
Yeah.
I just drove by a mystery machine van on the highway. Pretty crazy. What are the odds of that?
Bro, you would have got away with it too if it wasn't for those meddling kids and that dog. You know what I mean?
Man, I have been growing my plants for like 3 years. Last year, my tomato plant was like 10 feet wide. That sucker was huge. I had two of them. One of them was about 5 feet wide, but the other one was like 10 feet wide. That motherfucker, it It was huge. And I got I probably got 300 tomatoes from that plant. I mean, it was insane.
Do you jar them up? You know what I mean? Preserve them and stuff?
No, I gave it to all my neighbors.
Yeah. You know what I do is as soon as I buy anything from the store, you know those bins at Whole Foods or whatever that have granola and you scoop it into the thing? Well, when I get home, I take everything, even chips or whatever I get, I take them out of the plastic that they're in and I put them in glass jars.
Oh yeah. Do you have
Yeah.
a vacuum sealer?
I don't know. But you know what, my cupboards have been stocked since 2018 when I started feeling like something was going to happen with I have pistachios, almonds, and these giant mason jars, cereal, all my oatmeal, everything like that. You know, I even take I won't buy any juice that doesn't come in a glass jar, or I mean a glass bottle. If it's in plastic, I won't buy it. You know.
Yeah,
As far as juices.
my husband's super weird about buying liquor in a plastic bottle too.
Well,
So
anything that's in plastic, it goes in your food or your drink, whatever it is, especially if it's been in the sunlight or under LED lights, you know?
well, I've got a lot of glass jars. So when I do get home and I buy liquor, I pour it into my glass jars and put it away in that.
Yeah.
Because I know, don't keep it in plastic. That's not cool.
Especially alcohol. Alcohol will make the plastic come apart quick, you know? Certain things, especially if they're under LED light or the sun for a long time, the plastic starts to its composition starts to become compromised, basically, you know, and it starts bleeding out into whatever you're eating or drinking.
And I know a lot of people are like, why are you buying alcohol? That's stupid. Well, you know, there's gonna be a lot of people if shit does hit the fan. There's a lot of people that are gonna want their alcohol, and that's gonna be a super commodity, in my opinion. Right?
You know what I think is going to be a commodity are old books. I've stocked up. I have so many hundreds of books that are from a long time, old books that are getting harder and harder to find.
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
pretty smart.
I've got
I want to get a
a lot
Bible
of
from the
old books
1800s.
too.
Me too.
I have a lot of old books too. I when I go to Goodwill, I look in their book section and try to find the old books. I just recently bought a what happened in the year of 62, 63, 64, 65. I bought all these books for I think each one of them cost me like 80 some maybe 99 cents, I don't know, $1, let's just say $1 a piece. And man, haha, there's some really huge laughable shit in there. When I looked back into the space bullshit in there, it's hilarious.
It is, huh?
But I wanted to have these books, like you said, as a commodity.
Yeah.
So I paid it wasn't quite $1. It was close to $1. I can't remember what it was. And you know, I actually used to have an entire Encyclopedia Britannica.
Encyclopedia Britannica.
Yeah. And when I first woke up, it was right at springtime. Like I said, it was April. It was very close to my birthday. It was right about the same time in 2016. And I had the entire Britannica. And I went through and I thumb through all of these things, and we had a lot of lumber around us to burn, but I really wanted a fire. Y'all don't call me a Nazi, okay? But I burned almost the entire encyclopedia. Any haters in the room saying, what? You burned your encyclopedia?
Probably most of the information in there is false anyway, so.
That's why I burned it. I was like, man, my husband was like, well, if I go cut this or that, it's gonna be green. It's not gonna burn good. And I was like, well, guess what? We got an entire encyclopedia inside the house that will burn good. And so we just threw a ton of the encyclopedias on there. And I told him, wait, hold off. We gotta keep the E. So I kept the Earth one just for shits and giggles, so I could read about the core of the Earth and all the different laughable things of how deep the core goes and all this shit that nobody ever even
all the Santa
looked
Claus
at.
stuff.
All the Santa Claus stuff. I kept all that shit. I kept it because I wanted to be able to reference it back to Globies and say, how silly these things that are in your encyclopedia are ridiculous. Because they are. They're super ridiculous.
But can you imagine though talking to a little kid who believes in Santa Claus and trying to explain to them how ridiculous it is? Instead of like comprehending what you're saying, they're gonna get hurt, and like they might go to get their emotions are gonna get involved, or their basic uncomprehension of just of how of the magnitude of what you're saying is I think is beyond their scope.
I think that's an actual good analogy. I do. That's a good analogy.
Yeah.
I personally never taught my child that Santa Claus was a real thing. I brought him up, and this was before I wasn't even a flat earther, but I never taught my son that Santa Claus is real because I did not ever want to teach my child a lie.
Yeah.
And I think this is weird. This is something very weird. I think there's some people that are way more open to the flat earth or just thinking outside the box people. Like, because, okay, I was very indoctrinated in other areas, but I never taught my son about Santa Claus. I was like, these gifts are from your dad and me, Never did that. And my son, when he was about 16, 17 years old is when me and my husband was awakened a little bit earlier than me. But we instantly shared this information with my son, and I homeschooled him till he was in about 4th grade.
Yeah.
Maybe. So he was pretty sheltered,
Yeah.
And we shared this information with him when he was about 16 and 17. He was like, almost graduating.
Yeah.
And he went to the computer room and printed a ton of posters saying the earth's flat.
Yeah,
and put
that's
them
right.
and got scotch tape and put them all over the school.
That's right.
But now
I made a bunch of flat Earth hats and gave some to my friends' kids, and they wore them to junior high and high school.
So, what does your son think now about flat Earth? Does he still believe it?
No, that's what I was gonna say. But now, because he was very ostracized, he still believes it, but he doesn't want to have anything to do with talking about it or it be part of his life. Because he did go full-heartedly into school with it, and every single person knew he did it, and he did get ostracized about it.
Probably even by the teachers,
Do what?
Probably even by the teachers too.
Oh yeah, the teachers. Yeah, I got called up to school a few times.
Yeah.
And but not because he was being violent or anything. I got called up to school a couple of times because they were just like, he's just not fitting in. They want to have the stupid conversation. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And
your son thinks the ground is the only ground you can walk on. What is he talking about?
Right. Obama says we don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Exactly.
Straight up.
But so, because he was so ostracized by all his friends and stuff, he's 23, and he's just like, I don't even want to talk about that shit no more.
Damn, that sucks.
But I kind of get it. Like, literally, I'm here talking to y'all about this stuff, but honestly, to the bottom of my heart, I don't want to talk about this shit no more either, because I'm actually over the Earth is flat, because there's a lot more shit out there to discover than the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but that is the most important thing.
Yeah, but once you know it is, you can go beyond that, and
More
there's
like undiscover.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Once you get to that point, you're like, well, okay, well, what else? And then you get into those what else's, and what I'm saying? Like, and so my son's kind of to that place where he's just like, I don't want to talk about it. But he's actually not to that good point of, well, I'm past that. He's like, I don't even want to talk about nothing like that shit. Don't talk to me about none of that crazy shit, mama. He doesn't want to talk about none of it.
Yeah. Ooh, that's not a good place to be.
No. And literally, well, I would say about 3 months ago, my mom and dad, they're awesome. They're awesome. They said, hey, we got a couple of heifers or steers. I don't even know what it was, but they had a couple of cows that they were willing to put up to slaughter if we're 4 children to my parents. So 4 children, if we're willing to pay for the slaughter and bagging it up and everything, they said, we'll give you 2 cows if y'all pay for the slaughter. And I was like, hell yeah. Because I know where that beef comes from. I know it's grass fed only,
Yeah, for sure.
For sure. So I'm like, hell yeah. So we paid like $300 to get those. I paid $300. So each one of our siblings, between 4 of us, paid $400 to get those cows slaughtered. And I don't even know how many pounds of beef I got from it. But basically, we halved we have the cows.
Yeah.
And my son knew I did this, and he had been watching some truther videos about food stuff, and I was like, boy, don't watch any food videos if you ever want to eat again, because you will realize everything you buy and ingest from the store is just insanely wicked or perverse or poison, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Cause he's eating on like all kinds of frozen foods and this and that. And he called me and he was like, Mama, I just watched a video on food, and he was like crying to me. He was like, "Can you?" He's like, "Did you get some beef from Granddaddy?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Can you bring me some meat?" And I was like, "Yeah," because he's like, "Because I know their beef is pure, because it is, because they don't give them nothing. They're just eating off the grass out in the pasture, you know?"
Yeah.
So I took my son some meat. But he was literally crying to me because he watched a video about food.
Yeah.
But I told him, okay, hun, listen, there's a lot of these videos out there about what you're talking about how bad food is. And a lot of y'all might disagree with me. Ton of y'all might disagree with me. But I told him, even what you have in your pantry that is those foods that you think are bad for you, pray over these things before you eat them. Just, I think that's why we're told to pray over our food. It might be bad for you, but if you pray over it, I think it makes a difference.
Yeah, because it restructures the molecular structure of it, just like Dr. Moshi's water experiment.
I was gonna say the water experiment.
Yeah.
Your intention of the food has a lot to do with it, and praying over your food, I literally think, actually has a lot to do with what your food will do to you.
Yeah, for sure. Especially, I
My
think the more water that the food has, the more it can restructure.
I think my son may have watched a Cinemix video that really freaked him out. If you're familiar with what Cinemix is,
Cinemax?
no, Cinemix.
What is that? I've never heard of that.
Cinnamon.
It's basically ground up fetus.
Oh,
Human,
I mean, yeah, I've
humans,
heard. Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah, okay, yeah.
and it's a sweetener. It actually is
What?
a sweetener.
I didn't know that. I don't use any type of sweetener or nothing except raw honey, though. So.
Well, it's in Pepsi. Pepsi is a huge user of Cinemix.
Yeah, I don't mess with no sodas. I don't mess with nothing with carbonation in it.
Anyway, I think he's super freaked out because I think he watched one of those videos talking about how fetuses were ground up and put into food and stuff, and he was like, I can't eat any of this food I got in my house.
Yeah.
And I said,
Dude, I
baby,
started. I've looked at that stuff under my high-powered microscope, and oh my god, some of the stuff is there's like these nanofibers in it that aren't natural.
you know, there is a scripture in, and a lot of people will possibly disagree with me, but there's a scripture somewhere, I think it's in Acts, I can't remember exactly the scripture, but it talks about where if you go to eat at somebody's house and they
present you with some food, don't deny it. Just eat it. You know, don't question it. Pray over it and eat it.
Are you talking about the scripture where he says, I think his disciples are asking him like why he's eating with this certain class of people, and or why he's eating a certain thing, and I think he says it's not what goes in your mouth that makes you unclean; it's what comes out of your mouth.
I'm not sure if it's the same scripture, but that's a good example as well.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the same scripture. I think there's a couple of different ones. But
Yeah.
that's a good one as well. And that's why I told my son, you've got these, because I filled his house full of food before I was awake to certain things. So he's got like all this canned chicken, canned tuna, beans, and all kinds of stuff that I left there because I moved, but I was a prepper, so I left a ton of food there.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Well, I'm hungry, Mom," and I'm like, "You got a shit ton of food there. Eat that food." And he was, "Well, I've watched these videos about all this stuff." I'm like, "Dude, thank the Father you have food to eat and pray over it because it's food to bless your belly. You know, just eat it, whatever it might be." You know, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong in this. If anybody has insight to tell me I'm wrong in this, please come forward and tell me I'm wrong in this. But I told my son to eat any of that crap that's left in that cupboard for him to eat to fill his belly.
Yeah.
But he was super upset after he watched something. I don't even know what he watched. But he was like, I can't eat none of this stuff.
Yeah. Well, you know, over the years, they say that red wine's bad for you, red wine's good for you, chocolate's bad for you, chocolate's good for you, eggs are bad for you, eggs are good for you. And it's just a way to sell stuff. And then once the people have it, they don't use it and they have to buy other stuff. I mean, it's classic Negalian dialect, you know?
Well, this is a little bit different because it's religious. You know.
Well, I mean, for whatever reason, they make people think that something's bad or good for them. There's a motive behind all of it because they're never gonna give us the scoop on everything that's good for us and you know what I mean, and everything that's bad for us. Like they said, lead paint in the walls is bad, right? So all these people have to redo, like, you know, think about all the paint that has to come down and redo it, and really the lead paint really just blocked the EMF signal, and they didn't want that to be blocked.
Dude,
You know?
I was fixed to say the lead paint when they said lead paint was bad in your house.
Yeah.